Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link. But prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin. But always make sure your arguments are LPP.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to hopping on over from the one and only Standing for Truth channel, where there was not just a evolution on trial debate like normal, but no, ladies and gentlemen, we had a 2-on-1 emo and Snake was right versus Kent. It was an interesting back and forth. They, well, we'll just see what people think about it. I'm going to mostly keep my opinion to myself, tell people had more of an opportunity to discuss their thoughts about the debate, and then I'll kind of share mine. I was mildly triggered by Snake. I had a debate with him about a week ago, which is kind of interesting, and it really got me. Some of the stuff he was saying tonight, I'm like, you literally contradicted yourself from what you said last week, but whatever. It's interesting how that continues to happen with these guys, and then they always act like, it's being made up. Not really true. Okay, so before we get into all of this, real quick, I'm hoping to trigger a bunch of atheists who constantly accuse me of grifting. And so let's just get to that real quick. So what is going on? So for the members of the stream or of the channel, you guys know that I have been getting everything ready to start doing some man on the street stuff. Last week, actually with my debate with Snake Was Right, I actually did a live video test from Centennial Park here in Nashville, where I am planning on doing these bigger live streams with and basically inviting people to come sit down with me face to face on camera, and we have a conversation about a variety of topics. So the grifting tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is to kind of give y'all an update as to where things are, and then what I'm planning. I hope the last thing I need and what I'm planning to do, fingers crossed this weekend, if everything comes through. So before I do that, though, so here's two of the A-frame signs that will be being utilized in when I start doing these things live. So that was pretty cool. So this one does got exist during the conversation. So I got a big A-frame that'll be going in there. And then, oops, let's hide that. Let's see. Other overlay is getting in the way here. So Creator Evolved, which is more plausible. So that's another one that'll be used to draw some folks in. And by the way, my location, folks, is in the, well, this is actually a picture from where I was set up the other night during the debate. So that is not actually a backdrop. That is actually that's the full-scale replica of the Greek Parthenon in Centennial Park here in Nashville. That's where I did a live debate against Snake and Atheist Jr. But so anyway, these are some of the things that will be being utilized. And then yesterday, I ordered this. It's supposed to arrive on Friday. So this will be a big 2.5 foot by 6 foot sign that will be being used to draw a bunch of folks in, and it'll be be visible from a pretty big distance. Now, the last thing, which I actually tested out, my smaller one of these I'm about to show you. It's not really big enough. Mine's just not big enough to protect from rain. And I'm really getting annoyed with the fact that I've been blocked from doing this 2 preceding weeks because of pouring down rain, or just it's going to come, drizzle on and off, and you can't have a bunch of electronic equipment set up without cover. So this is the final item. This is pictures of it. This is the final item that I need to acquire. And I have found a good one on Amazon. So, linked in the side chat, if people want to toss me a few bones, I would appreciate it via PayPal, and I will get that sucker order. If I order it tonight, it will arrive. Let's see, right now it says it will arrive. Actually, let me refresh just to make sure on this. Okay, so if I order within the next 2 hours and 12 minutes, it will arrive on Friday, which means I will be able to go out and do a live stream. The weather is supposed to be good, and I'll be able to go out and do a live stream debate with folks this weekend. So anybody who wants to toss me a few bones, I would greatly appreciate it. I've had some expenses come up this past couple of weeks. My car is still in the shop. I've been having to rent a vehicle. It's been very obnoxious. And so anyway, that would be very much appreciated if folks would be able to toss me a few bones for that. So enough of the grifting. Imagine atheists everywhere we triggered. This will probably a subject of conversations in upcoming streams, how Maddox is just out there, getting let's see. Doki says pin that link. Which link are we talking about, Doki? Oh yeah. Gotcha. Pin the link over on there. Okay, gotcha. There we go. Okay, so I just pinned it inside chat. So if you want to join the panel, click the first link. If you want to give me toss a few bones via PayPal, click the second link. And if you want to check out what I'm wanting to get, you can bounce over to Amazon. Just look at it real quick. I want to make sure you guys know I'm not specifically what I'm getting, and I'm not trying to get the most expensive one, or just get money for not a good purpose. The Germania says, everyone, if you want to support LPP, just send me the money and I'll make sure he gets it. Well, yeah, Okay. enough of my talk. So for all the folks coming on over from the after show, or for the after show, we will now dive into that. If you want to join the panel, click that link, and then for first timers, how this works is you come into the panel, give you 45 seconds to a minute, talk about your thoughts about the debate, who won, lost, best one-liners, best zingers, best comebacks. Then we'll go to the next person, and then if once everybody's talked, we can go into more general discussion. If new people pop into the panel, everybody shut up for a minute. We will let the new person share their thoughts about the debate, and then we can go back into the conversation. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we have somebody who has been, off the radar. We haven't seen him. There's been so much, conspiracy theory about whether or not he tried to smuggle lizards and snakes again and violated probation, if they finally just dismissed all of his charges and he's on vacation, or if the judge did a flip-flop and now he's been in prison. So we don't know. So I'm looking forward to hearing from one and only Jackson Rowe. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you been?
Hey guys, can you hear me? My microphone kind of sucks.
You're coming through a little soft, but I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I've been doing good. I missed you guys. Yeah, I didn't see the debate, but I was asleep. But I'm going to start coming back a little bit more, I think. So you guys will be seeing more of me. And but yeah, I missed you guys. Yeah, about the animal thing, I did get sentenced to 3 years probation and 150 hours community service for that. Luckily, no prison, so we're good there. But that's partially where I've been, but also I go through phases where I'm really interested in debates, then where I'm really not that interested, and then where I'm interested again. I'm starting to come back into a period where I'm interested in it again. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say for now. Good to be here. So
right on. Well, glad you are escaping hard time and will get to be a free man. Although, at this point, given all of the ridiculous political posturing about how our prisons are overpopulated, if they actually put you in prison for this, when you have all those like criminals walking free and like bail free policies and stuff, it's getting nuts. Hey, Pigs, I appreciate the super chat, folks. Everybody in side chat, if you are wanting to toss some bones, I'd really appreciate it via PayPal versus super chat, because YouTube does not. You don't get the money from YouTube until the following month. So I don't get any super chats tonight. I would not get until October. So if you're tossing a few bones, I'd appreciate doing it via PayPal versus super chat. So are you? Oh, by the way, Gangster Ghost, I see you backstage, but your mic is not connected, so I can't let you in. You got to do something about that. All right, so folks in the side chat, if you want to come on in and share your thoughts about tonight's debate, please do so and click that link. I'll post it again here momentarily for anybody who wants to come back in and join the discussion.
The first one in as usual.
Yeah, you definitely you beat some folks in here. I was surprised.
Yeah.
It's been kind of interesting. These last couple of debates, there's been a bunch of big talkers, but then very slow panel.
Mm-hmm.
Joiners.
How's the debates been lately? Like, I remember they weren't all that high quality up until I stopped watching. Have they gotten any better at all in the Evolution series debates? The contestants weren't performing very well.
Well, I don't know. I haven't really felt like there's been too many good ones.
Yeah.
I mean, where people like just bringing up new stuff. There's been a lot of slowness, but
just the same stuff over and over type stuff.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Hey, Logos, what's up, Peter? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts about the debate today?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I can't stay too long, but I had a couple thoughts. One of those was that I think Kent's view is mainly dwelling on the semantics of kind of the issue, because macroevolution and microevolution are really the same process. And I think that some creationists have tended towards the idea that the boundaries basically are somehow solid, when in fact, I think it is much more of a matter of semantics that Kent is playing upon to try to argue that only microevolution occurs. And I can get into that more later, but that was my general observation. Hey, Bible Research Tools.
Well, hey, Paleologos, Peter, how are
Yes.
you? I'm
Good,
Dan,
how are
by
you?
the way.
Okay,
I'm
great
Dan,
to meet you.
D-A-N. Jackson, welcome back.
Thanks. Good
I
to
see
see
you
you
got
guys.
one of those court appearance shaves and haircuts.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
It helps.
Yeah.
Oh, God bless you. Oh, wow. Well, at least you didn't do any time. Well, you're doing a little 150 hours, sort of time.
Yeah.
So
Not
so
like
quick
not the big time though.
so quick sidebar. There was Big Bad Mama is in the side chat. I don't know if y'all saw a couple week and a half ago. There was a maybe less than that now. There was they did a video of me just being so mean. Well, they released another one today. These compilations are cracking me up. This one was a couple of my political debates where I was much less nice than I am in evolution and abiogenesis, atheism debates. And man, I was cracking up. Like, well, no, I'd say it's pretty fair. What I find so interesting about it is I'm pretty sure the creator, obviously in this case, Big Bad Mama, and the atheists that are commenting, are operating from the perspective this proves beyond all doubt that I'm just such a jerk. But what was cracking me up when I was listening to it was, so I'm just fighting back and giving, instead of conceding to atheists all the time and the people that my opponents, I'm punching back. And I've said this from the beginning of my time on YouTube, that my entire intent was to treat this as intellectual warfare, and in no way, shape, form, or fashion I would just be conceding and be like, well, we'll just have to agree to disagree. Like I've argued many times that part of the reason that we're in these positions that we're in, whether it be politically, religiously, etc., is because of a never-ending positioning that we just need to be conceding every point rather than punching back and giving what for. So anyway, long story short, the sole point is, Big Bad Mama, thanks so much for taking the time to put together the compilation that just proved that I have done exactly what I said I was going to do. So I know it was supposed to attack me and it's supposed to put me down and whatnot, but I appreciate you doing it. Hey, Philosophy, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Did you check the debate, or are you just joining the after show?
Yeah, I saw the debate. Actually, I kind of had it on in the background. I was kind of tuning in and out. I think the most interesting claim, and this came up in these debates, is this the supposed observed instance of evolution from single unicellularity to multicellularity. And they've been bringing this up for quite a while now. And the last time I looked into it, it seemed to me like what was going on was that there was like an algae, a species of algae that kind of was like the individual. There was individual units were single cellular, but that they were kind of forming into this colony that could be like conceived of as multicellular. I don't know if that's what Snake was talking about today, but if that's what he is talking about, and they keep bringing this up, that has been refuted so many times. I don't think they evolved into multicellular organisms. They still code to reproduce as single-celled organisms, but they live in a colony, as Kent said. So I wish someone would put this to bed. And just one more thing, Paleologos, are you an evolutionist, I assume, based on your comments?
No, I'm a young Earth creationist. I simply think that Mr. Hovind has some wrong teachings about evolution.
Okay. Well,
What are they, Peter?
Well, hold on. Let me just finish real fast. You brought up the notion that microevolution or macroevolution is just microevolution over time. That's something that the evolutionists constantly say, and it bothers me because I don't think the scientific evidence supports that. I think they've been trying to prove microevolution accumulating over time will lead to macroevolution since Darwin's time, and they've run into every single time they've tried this. I mean, we can talk about the fruit fly experiments, or anytime they do mutagenesis experiments, or Stephen C. Meyer has written a book refuting this notion. He's basically proven that there are limits to evolution. So you should check some of these things out. I don't think it's true. So those are my comments.
A's philosophy, your philosophy, is that A's philosophy? Your microphone is awful. I'm having a hard time understanding you.
Can everyone hear me?
You're coming through, but you're getting a little bit of a static. You might want to jump out and refresh and come back in.
Well, wait, let me ask him, do you have your after show on? I mean, the other, the channel you came in on, is it on?
No.
Oh, okay. Because every time I did that, my microphone sounded awful.
Yeah, it's my computer. My computer is horrible, so I constantly have this problem. Sorry about that.
If you got an external mic, it does wonders, Anthony.
Yeah, I'm talking into my laptop, so I just have this like 12-year-old laptop or 10 years old, and I think that's the problem. I always have these problems. I just I do the best I can. So.
Well, like I said, man, if you invest in an external mic, you'll be laughing.
No, you're right. You're right. Maybe I should do that. You're right.
I would like to comment on microevolution. I think that's a mischaracterized term. What has been found, and I've seen it a lot, is that microevolution is not evolution at all. It's It's devolution. It's an accumulation, really, of deleterious mutations. Some very slightly, some almost neutral, I guess. But papers I've read said all are deleterious in one way or another. So the evolution is supposed to increase genetic information to create new novelties, new body parts, whereas the so-called microevolution does just the opposite. Can't hear me?
No, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you, Dan.
Ghostman, yeah, we can hear you, man. Hang on, it's not your turn yet, okay? Donnie, welcome to the stream. What's up, man? You obviously were moderating, so you might have been paying attention to the debate, although sometimes I think you get distracted by all the super chats that are coming in. But in case you were actually paying attention, what did you think about the debate tonight?
No, that wasn't actually me. I experienced a genome duplication a couple months ago. So people have been asking how I've been hosting so many debates and conferences and lectures. So me and my duplicated version of me, we've decided to, split up the load. So that was him who was moderating tonight. But yeah, no, it was fun. It was fun. I want to start incorporating this evolution debate challenge series. We've done close to 50 of them now this year. It's been a ton of fun. So I want to kind of spice things up and start doing 2-on-1s, 3-on-1s, 5-on-1s. So I've got a few more in the works. I think it went well. Yeah, I think I definitely enjoyed it. When it comes to macroevolution, yeah, I would definitely agree with Dan. And, the way I've typically explained it and studied it is that basically biological evolution means changes in allele frequencies and populations over time. I talked about this in my conference presentation. And so that type of microevolutionary variation, right, where we get these changes in the frequency of the expression of different traits, that's not disputed. Nobody disagrees with that. But the type of evolution that would be macroevolution, it's not what the evolutionists say, evolution above or at the species level. When you actually look at the genotype, new variations or new species are typically the result of what? shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. In other words, shifts in more allelic variability to less allelic variability. Okay, that's not macroevolution, because macroevolution would be the type of evolution that would result in what? Not the small scale variations, but as Dan pointed out, the major innovations, the major origin events, the expansion of, phenotypic complexity. So I think 99.9% of creationists, intelligent design advocates would look at it that way.
Donnie,
So,
Donnie, I would take that one step further. I would say there's no such thing as microevolution, because these variations, these changes in allele frequency, never produce evolution at all. And when there's mutations, random mutation, natural selection, supposedly, it actually decreases the homozygosity, I guess is a good word. There's nothing evolutionary about it. It's devolution over time. And anyway, that's my point.
How exactly would you define devolution? Because evolution isn't necessarily a process that has to have an upward trajectory, right? Increasing information. Evolution can drive populations to extinction as well. So I don't know that devolution is necessarily a good term to use, since evolution could be good or bad.
Well, I think if populations generally, if I can answer this, if populations generally head towards genetic sickness, then it would be considered devolution. Because we do have isolated cases, and I constantly look to the Lenski experiment, the long-term E. coli experiment, because it's a great example. Plus, the evolutionary community oftentimes looks to it as one of the best lines of evidence, experimental wise, for large-scale evolution. Well, in Lenski's experiment, just like we see in the real world, in the wild, is we see local increases in fitness, but we never see a total increase in either absolute fitness or total functionality. So we have local examples of adaptation, but what we see based on deleterious mutation accumulation in all populations is a general direction that is degeneration and eventual extinction. So overall, it would be devolution, even with those local adaptive episodes.
All right, real quick, guys. So we've got George and Godzilla are in the house. George was actually in first, fell out, and then Godzilla came back. So George, you're up next. Welcome to stream, brother. How you doing? Thanks so much for your support on the little fundraiser I'm doing. Very much appreciate it. Same to you, Donnie, G Moose. And some folks have been tossing in some change. I got to go check the list here, but I think we're $63 away from being able to buy this thing tonight. So I greatly appreciate it. Thanks so much for the support, y'all. But George, floor is yours, sirs. What do you think about the debate tonight?
No problems, John. I actually missed the first 42 minutes of that debate, so I only caught the last bit. But I've got a couple of points to make, because I have to take my 90-year-old mother to her podiatry appointment in a little while, so I'll be quick. I ask this question of most evolutionists about the protozoa, and I get different answers from pretty much everyone. It's claimed that the ancient protozoa was the genome size that is about 64 kilobytes. I don't know where they get that number from, but anyway, just go with that. And they also tell us that the genome increases in size through, or at least they claim it increases in size through mutations, through duplications, divergence, genetic drift, ERVs, HGT, and whatever else. The thing is why would the protozoa genome increase its size from 64 kilobytes to 670 billion base pairs and still remain a protozoa? Now, I heard the answers from Snake and Call Me Emo. I've had this discussion with Call Me Emo before, and they say, oh, the size of the genome is not an indicator of progressive evolution. Well, why does it need such a large genome. One guy even said, "Oh, it's junk." And I said, "Well, look, why would the cell produce that much energy to maintain pretty much 99.9999999% if the bulk of that genome is junk?" That's one point. The second point is we hear this at nauseum, right? How radio dating methods corroborate each other. Yet a simple example is the Grand Canyon. You look into the Grand Canyon and you can check it in the ever reliable Wikipedia, with emphasis on the Wikidpedia. They claim that the geologists put an age on the Grand Canyon between 5 to 70 million years. Now that's a 1400% variance. If these dating methods corroborate each other, why on earth have they got such a large variance? It is stupid. You know, on one side they say they corroborate on each other, and then you look at an example like the Grand Canyon and it just falls to pieces. So I'll leave it at that, and maybe you can consider that as a discussion point a bit further on. But I've got to leave in about 20 minutes, so I can only hang around for about that long.
George, you look a lot better tonight. You must have photoshopped your picture.
Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome.
I'll take that as a compliment. So, any comments?
Well, I think all rocks date old using radiometric dating, so there are no young rocks, even the ones that just came out of the volcanoes.
Yeah.
All right. Up next, we've got Godzilla. Don't want to forget about Godzilla. And then Gangster Ghost could share your thoughts. So, what's up, Godzilla? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts about the debate tonight? And if you want to, the things that George brought up, what's on your mind?
Hello. I think the most interesting thing about this debate was that the feeling of deja vu. It's like a debate we've seen before. You know, feels very familiar, very similar to some of the debates from I guess like the last couple of weeks. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't like the best debate ever, but the 2-on-1 format is interesting. I think you guys should keep up with that. Maybe do the 5-on-1 like Standing was saying. But yeah.
You don't think 2-on-1 is a little bit unfair? Maybe 2-on-2 would have been a better sort of ratio to have.
Yeah, you can say that, but sometimes on a 2-on-2, like when you're with when you have a debate partner, you don't really get the words in that you want. Especially with Sal's debates, you see his debate partner kind of just steals the show. And I like to spice things up. I think that makes things interesting, even if it's not always fair.
Yeah. Look, excuse me, Jackson. It's nice to see you again, mate. I forgot to mention that. I was meaning to say hello. So hello and welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be back some more. Getting back into it. I'm pretty rusty though, so I have to do some more research.
This is just a joke, Jackson. Don't take it to heart, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How much did you have to pay for what do they call it over there? Parole to get out?
Parole. I was never in jail, but so technically nothing. But yeah, I could have gotten like a year in prison. So.
Oh God.
So we're lucky.
Oh, good on you.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to have you back in the game, Jackson. You had a busy first quarter of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, you must have pulled in like what, 25 debates?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, so here's a question for Jackson. Number one, do you not have another microphone?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I think that two things. Number one, are there pawn shops near where you live?
There are.
Okay, you need to make a trip to one of them because, or do like a round, I guess, circuit of them. They don't have it, and you will find headset microphones like the one I'm using out the wazoo. Okay, the one I'm using right now, I bought for $15.
Okay, yeah, I need to go with
It's a piece of cake, and just they're like stupid expensive in the store, and like nice ones they do all fancy schmancy ones are sitting around in friggin' pawn shops everywhere, and just swing by and like scoop one. We can hear. I'm just saying, like I know like the idea of something that looks so damn expensive. And you're like, oh man, I don't want to go drop that much money on them. But then like so I see them in. I got this one at a pawn shop, and one of my side hobbies is swinging by. So there's like random tools and stuff I want to buy, but there's rows of them. Every pawn shop I go into, there's like rows of headsets behind there for all the gamers and stuff that are coming in.
Yeah, I need to do that.
What? Okay, so Philip Evans says you paid $15 for cake. I'm not following.
Who?
I don't know. Philip Evans says you paid $15 for cake.
I don't recall that.
I don't know what that means. All right.
Yeah,
So
I'll make a couple points based on the debate. Get us back to the debate. I do find it funny that in 99% of these debates, ERVs are brought up as, the so-called best line of evidence for evolution, chromosome 2 fusion as well, as if it hasn't been dealt with thoroughly. And I think Kent did a fantastic job. He pulled out some great slides near the end, demonstrating the functional nature of ERV sequences and elements. But Snake, and I debated him on this for 3 hours, his argument was, well, it's just one or two functions, and that's inconsistent with creation. And it's like, I don't know how many times they have to be told it's not just one or two functions, okay? And it's not just minor functions that we find anyways. I mean, we're dealing with functional roles that, for example, this one paper, and, I've done hours and hours worth of presentations on this. That's why I wrote a 200-page book on it. We would require, as John knows, a 25-hour presentation to go over all the just massive numbers of papers going over ERV function in determining cell types, gene regulation, embryological development. They act as antiviral protectors. They're involved in tumor suppression, and their roles involved in tumor suppression and fighting off exogenous retroviral infection is dependent on their sequence similarity to exogenous retroviruses, right? The LTRs, the GAG, the POL, the ENV. So every single argument that they still repeat has already been addressed. And this one paper says if the accidental infection of a mammalian ancestor by an exogenous retrovirus had never occurred, the placenta and the mammals that produce it, including humans, would have never existed. Like, it's not just minor functional roles here. Literally mammals, I like to exist. I think the whole panel likes to exist. Emo and Snake probably like to exist. We wouldn't exist without ERV sequences and ERV-like elements. And they still cannot answer the question. They want to hand wave it away and say it doesn't matter. But yet even their PhD virologists like Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal are admitting, yeah, we've never seen an exogenous retrovirus like HIV infect the germ cell line, get passed on, and then evolve some kind of function that the host requires, or else it can't exist. So in other words, we've never seen non-functional ERV-like elements go from non-function to function, and yet they just hand wave it away. I think Kent did a good job going over these number of papers near the end of the debate, but I just thought Snake's rebuttal was bizarre, because it's not just one or two functions, as you can see here. I mean, I could go over function after function for the next 10 hours. So I don't know if anyone's got any thoughts on that, but.
Well, I think
Hey, Donnie.
He said,
hey guys, real quick, guys. So Ghostman has been in and out and hasn't had a chance to talk yet. What's up, Ghostman? Welcome to stream. What's on your mind?
Sorry about that. I've been having problems trying to get in, but everything's working now.
All right, you any thoughts you want to share about the debate?
He debated these guys separate before. Now he debated them 2-on-1. He did before. It was a pretty good debate.
Yeah, I think he's debated both of them at least once individually.
But he's debated Snake like 5 times.
Oh,
Emo twice.
LPP. I seen this one clip of debate you had with T Jump. That guy's crazy.
He's interesting. Did you see Big Bad Mama's little compilation?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely some good stuff. There's no doubt about it. I may have to pull it up just for fun. Now, folks, anybody, Hurricane, if your kids are in the room, you might need to say earmuffs, because as I said earlier, contrary to the atheist opinion that somehow I'm supposed to be just like Mr. Super Nice and never, give what for, I did. And so we'll get some of the beginning. Well, this is an 11-minute video. And, Big Bad Mama, I just keep putting together the compilations because I appreciate this. This is it's cracking me up. So I'll share it real quick. And thanks so much for everybody doing super chats. Greatly appreciated as well. And I need to check the money and see where I'm at here in a second. Let me do that while this is playing. Okay, so this is from Big Bad Mama. LPP, regrettable. I'm so bad, folks. Here we go.
If you go to my channel, it's Logical, Plausible, Probable. Just search that or go to youtube.com/c/Logical, Plausible, Probable. Main focus of my channel is on intelligent design, the greatest scam on earth that I call Darwinian evolution. That's actually debated T-Jump on that subject before. It's amazing his ignorance on it. It's kind of going to be similar to how things went in that one on Tonight with Politics. Can't believe the man's supporting Joe Biden, but it should be a fun one. And yeah. Again, Tom, you little soy boy. Well, another example of T-Jump not actually being able to think for himself and has to just go read a list somebody else put together and probably doesn't actually know the backstory of the majority of.
Okay, that's not an argument, dumbass. Just to start off, so I just gave you a list.
Hey, go. No. We're gonna start this shit when you're just gonna interrupt me in the first sentence. You just talked for 12 minutes. It's my turn.
Yeah. Okay. No. I'm gonna answer that.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, if we're gonna go into this to start off with, James, we're going into time response.
Let's give John maybe just a minute. If you can make your case short and pithy, John, and then we'll kick it over to Tom.
No, before we start into this, James, if T-Jump does this crap, we will go into time responses.
Yeah, we can do that, but I think let's go for it right now.
I'm just doing this from the very beginning because he's already being a dick from the first 30 seconds of open discussion. We're not going down that rabbit hole again. And he actually left the Socialist Party and started the Fascist Party in Italy. And he also was a quasi-mentor of Hitler.
All right, so this is not about me. This is about the debate from tonight. But if anyone wants to see the rest of that, it's like 11 minutes long. I got to give Big Bad Mama some serious credit for taking the time to pull that together. So there's another like 8 minutes of that. It gets more heated as it goes along. So that was my. I got a good chuckle out of that.
Yeah, they're just the nicest people. I mean, when you watch Matt Dillahunty, he's just treating people so kindly. So. They have all the man side, I guess.
LPP, T-Jump, that guy's worse than a flat earther if he supports Joe Biden. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, he was. Well, actually, I don't think
surprised how many people support Joe Biden.
Well, the people that support Joe Biden are the folks who don't actually pay attention to reality and do anything other than like watch occasional clips from CNN, MSNBC, or only read headlines, not actual articles. Because, I mean, at this point, if you think Joe Biden is not a senile, like, moron who is a complete and obvious pawn being run by, puppet masters behind the scenes, then you're just a naive fool at this point.
Well, I think the problem is a lot of people...
I at least understand their point. With the Biden people, it makes no sense.
Well, I think a CNN and MSNBC are a step up from where people usually get their news. I think people are just looking at like their Facebook, people's statuses, and like Instagram and TikTok, and that's where they're not getting their news sources from valid. It's just they're looking at their Facebook and that's it. They don't know.
Well, to Joe Biden's credit, he has resulted in just thousands of hilarious memes that I share around on a daily basis. So, that's helped my health. That's some of the funniest
Yeah,
videos I've ever.
Did you guys hear the news about DeSantis? He shipped 2 plane loads of illegals to Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, I mean that's always funny.
Hey, real quick, guys. George, are you need to step away? Did you have any last words, or were you just jumping in the conversation?
I was just going to jump in because I've got a compilation of Joe Biden on my YouTube library as well, and it's amazing. Even some of my friends who think more Democrat rather than Republican type in their political thinking, I show them these clips. They can't believe it. They say, "No, that's got to be a doctored video. Someone's done an edit on it." I go, "No, that's him. There you go. You can see him talking." So I can't believe how Americans can vote for a guy like that. I mean, wake up, people. The guy's a total. I don't mind being bad. A total idiot, really. He's a senile idiot.
Here, not everyone believes the official narrative of 2020, so I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Well, here's the thing.
There was a lot of monkey business.
But here's the thing on this whole deal of like what's coming out. I don't know if you guys have been following this, but Zuckerberg admitted to Joe Rogan that the FBI literally told them to suppress information about Hunter Biden. I mean, the fact that this is not the biggest scandal in the history of the United States from a political perspective is blowing my mind. Like, the CEO of Facebook says that he was told by a government agency that they were not supposed to publish this information leading up to an election. Twitter literally suspended the New York Post. That was the news agency that was releasing the information. Literally suspended their account and then censored everybody that was talking about the article. I mean, so if they told this to Zuckerberg, who is a way bigger player than Twitter, what did they tell Twitter? You shall not discuss without information. I mean, there's also been FOIA requests that have come out that have proven beyond doubt that there was coordinated communication between the FBI and other members of the Biden team directly with Twitter and other social media platforms on what was and was not acceptable to be published. I mean, and it's been going on for the past, both from a campaign perspective prior to 2020 and then since then regarding all the stuff for the past 2.5 years. If that doesn't prove beyond all doubt that we are now living in a fascist state, you don't know what the definition of fascism is. And because
John, I have to leave in a little while, so I'll finish off with this. I follow the American political scene a little bit. I mean, Joe Biden came to the scene on the platform that he would unite America. Yet everything that I've seen of him, reading his, prepared speech and whatever, they're just divisive. Everything that he says is divisive rather than what he said he was going to do. So I don't know what's happening to America. I'm really disturbed because, from a financial perspective, I'm really worried that if America crashes, I think the world's in for a rude shock. Here in Australia, we say if America sneezes, Australia gets a cold, and I think the same thing will happen with the rest of the world. So I'll leave it at that, and I have to go, guys. So thank you for having me, and good luck with the rest of the stream. I'll be listening on my mobile phone. See ya.
See you, George.
Hope your trip.
I think one thing Christians should recognize is that it's not just the Democrat Party, but the major financial institutions and corporations in the United States are behind this anti-Christian movement and this secularization of our country. So Christians need to recognize that if they're, purchasing things from companies and corporations that are funding this degeneracy that's going on and this corruption in the government.
Yeah, it's getting pretty epic at this point. And sidebar, I've said this before in previous streams. It's just getting worse and worse by the day. Europe is on the edge of financial collapse, like big time. Their energy sector has $1.5 trillion in margin calls that have been put forth. They are begging the ECB, European Central Bank, for bailouts and their respective countries. The price of like electricity has gotten so expensive that over 50%, okay, 50% of all of the metal manufacturing, the smelters and all that kind of stuff in Europe have shut down. 50%. So if you don't have steel, you don't have aluminum, you don't have copper, you don't have gold, magnesium, zinc, you have a serious problem. We're not talking about, oh, well, we might have a little shortage of things, some things here and there. Like your civilization is coming to a grinding halt on the root level. Like this is a massive deal. And like there's like CEOs or companies coming out and like economists and stuff being like, hey folks, red alert. Like we're not on the edge of just having like a little recession. We're on the edge of having, first world status as we know it implode on a plethora of levels. You've got Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and other countries around the European Union. Their governments are formally telling people you probably want to go chop down some trees and store some firewood because it's about to get cold. I mean, when it's become it's going to be a criminal offense this winter in Switzerland to turn your heat up above 66 degrees. I mean, it's going to be a finable and up to 3 years in jail. Okay. For heating water above 60 degrees. Can you imagine? Like has anybody ever swum in 60-degree water? That is cold. Okay. You're feeling it big time. And they're saying, no, you can go take a cold shower, literally. And because it's going to cost too much for you to heat it up. And guess what? If you disobey and you take a hot shower, we're going to fine you. And if you keep doing it, we're going to put you in jail. I mean, look, you can't make this stuff up, folks. And then, people here in the States, we're still like running around in La La Land. Okay, let's think logically. If our single biggest trading bloc, i.e. the European Union, implodes, we by default are going to have massive ramifications here in the States before you even consider all the things that are already imploding in our economy by themselves, just inside of our sector. So anyway, enough of my economic diatribe, but it's getting ridiculous.
John, do you mind if I have some comments about macroevolution? I got to head out soon because I've got some chemistry homework.
Sure, go ahead, Peter.
Okay, so as I was saying before, kind of my view is that microevolution and macroevolution are really just the same process that we arbitrarily divide up into these different categories, basically to try to understand it better. Microevolution typically has just been defined as variations within a species. Macroevolution, obviously, speciation or larger scale variation. And I think that based on what we're describing as the actual changes that we observe in nature, that generally we would agree, young Earth creationists and old Earthers alike, that obviously speciation has occurred, as well as, evolution within a species, fluctuation of allele frequency. So I feel like at that level, then, we really would agree with both microevolution and macroevolution. And really, the problem here is more of, as I said before, kind of semantics, trying to redefine macroevolution as something other than it's typically understood to be, which is okay, but then it's really more of a problem of semantics than actually dealing with the changes that we agreed happened. Because, I think part of this is that this has to do with the origin of reproductive incompatibilities. And so I think some creationists have misunderstood the idea that macroevolution would be the origin of a new species and thought it would be the origin of a new kind, which obviously new kinds can originate. And part of that kind of plays into this. So overall, then, I kind of think that in a young Earth creationist framework, both microevolution and macroevolution occur, and that it's kind of useless to argue about how to define them properly exactly, because we agree on the sorts of changes which happen, both speciation and fluctuation within a population.
Where have new kinds evolved?
Which would describe anything between changes of species all the way to like changes of kingdom, for example, right? There's nothing in between there.
He made a claim there. What do you think what have you seen that suggests a kind has evolved from another kind? Where have you seen that before?
So I wouldn't say that. That's not what I said. I said that
Oh.
new speciation has occurred. Yeah, that's what I said. New kinds cannot evolve because when
Wait, so
an
do-
organism
wait, do you
reproduces,
believe-
its offspring is automatically a member of its kind because organisms reproduce according to their kind, as Genesis says.
I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from. Do you believe in universal common ancestry?
No, I'm a young Earth creationist. I believe the Earth is about 6,000 years old. Not all life is related. I've done a debate on that before and stuff. No,
But you believe
my point is that macroevolution and microevolution both occur even in a young Earth creationist framework. That's my whole point.
Okay, well, hang on. So we have to address something here. So and I hate to even have to go down this rabbit hole, but in relation to evolution, micro or macro, from your position, is it random mutations?
Well, I think there's both random mutations, but there's obviously also targeted mutations, or mutational hotspots, and there's obviously a complex system of regulation there that could be. So, possibly both.
Okay, so do you think it is within the realm of possibility that, I'm sorry, from the YEC perspective, do you think it's within the realm of possibility that there were pre-programmed schematics for a variety of variations that inside of the kind, right, that can be activated or deactivated?
I think it's possible. I think there are some instances in which it's not likely to have occurred, but I think that's certainly a possibility.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Peter. Macroevolution is an evolutionary term that means, well, it's common ancestry, really. It starts with a very simple organism, which mutates and whatever, and eventually ends up to us.
See, but that's
Now,
not
that is
macroevolution. If you go look up
that's a-
the definition, that's not how macroevolution is defined.
well,
Macroevolution is
that's a way
speciation.
I was an evolutionist for all my life until my mid-60s, and that's the only way it was ever defined. It was a change in organisms that increases complexity, that creates new body part, that creates eyes, creates limbs, all from a little simple single cell or simple organism or two. Darwin said one or a few, so we'll give him that much credit. But no, I've never ever, and I've got books galore on evolution. I have never heard anybody define macroevolution the way you have. Never.
I mean, you can look it up. You could read papers about it. That is like the standard definition among biologists, that speciation is macroevolution.
Well, it's the way
Well, yeah, but
evolutionary
that's not-
biologists have chosen to define it. Macroevolution is change at or above the species level. But again, what I pointed out is I think it all comes down to what's going on ultimately on the genotypic level. Because once a creationist agrees with that faulty definition, well, since the evolutionists typically that we debate, by evolution, they do mean, your fish to fisherman kind of evolution, your bacteria-like organism to biologist kind of evolution, single-celled like ancestors evolving into whales, essentially through lots of time, mutations, indirectly, lots of branches on the tree. So I think it's best to first define what we mean by macroevolution. Okay. If by macroevolution, they mean new species, new variations, well, then again, it's just like the word evolution. We're not really going to have anything to disagree on.
Right,
But
which
we
is
all
kind of
know
what
that
I
the
think. That's
Okay,
kind
go
of what I think happened in Kent's previous debate on macroevolution, where the example of like the horse series and some other ones was brought up. I can't remember exactly who he was debating, but if I remember correctly, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I believe who he was debating was trying to simply bring the point that organisms had diversified and speciated, and that was macroevolution.
But that's not macroevolution.
Look, I think your objections here really strengthen my point, because the whole point is this is really semantics.
Peter, let me explain how we define speciation, those that even define it at all. I define it as an organism creating a new subspecies, you might say, through devolution. For example, let me give an example so you'll know what I'm talking about. The brown bear speciated. Now that's a quotation, you know, quoted quotation, speciated into the polar bear. The way it did that was a whole bunch of genes were changed. Many were lost, just totally lost. That means a polar bear can never go back. It's just like dogs, domestic dogs. Once they're bred, they lose so much information, they can never go back to being the original kind, which is probably a wolf-like animal. We really don't know. So it's a totally different opposite of what how evolution is defined, speciation. Totally opposite. That's what I'm trying to get across. For a creationist to adopt macroevolution it just makes no sense.
See, but once again, we're simply nitpicking over the definition, and that was my
we're
greater.
not
Yes, we are.
nitpicking.
Yes,
That is
because
their
no, because you
you're
and I
wrong.
both agree
That
that
is their
speciation
definition.
occurs.
That is their definition. That is the total opposite of what we find happening in the genome, in real life. That is a totally opposite of what life is about. It is all a myth, the way they define it.
Look, my
Sorry.
point is simply that speciation occurs,
boy.
and you and I both agree on that organisms have speciated over time. And obviously the definition of a species is ambiguous, but the point of this is that speciation has occurred. And my point is that when we phrase it in a term like macroevolution, and the creationists say that macroevolution is false, what that comes across to others is if they're proponents of species fixity, because that's what that would come across as. So my point is, in simply defining it, I think that macroevolution and microevolution, it's not necessary to really hold this strong view that macroevolution never occurs, because really what we're debating is universal common ancestry, not really whether speciation occurs.
That's what macroevolution is. Universal common ancestry, Peter.
Well, typically,
I know that's how you would like to define it, but
okay. Well, listen.
typically,
I know you want everybody to get along, but we can't.
Well,
I'm
typically
sorry,
in
Donnie,
these
go ahead.
debates that we've specifically been doing, and that have generally occurred, especially back in the day, with the classic debates with Henry Morris and Dwayne Gish, by macroevolution, it has been understood that that's large scale evolution. That is, what's the best evidence for, the evolution of fish into amphibians into reptiles into mammals, and some primitive mammal into a monkey, and then into man. Generally that is what has been understood by macroevolution. And I don't know for sure, but I feel like it's another case of redefining a word over time. Like vestigial structures, for example, evolutionists, you can read quote after quote back in the day where their definition of a vestigial structure was a useless, non-functional evolutionary leftover. But now it's been redefined to what? Well, it
except
can
what I
still
think
have a
here has
function.
happened is that creationists have redefined macroevolution, not the secular community.
Okay, actually, it's literally
I disagree. I think Don's right.
Peter, it's literally the reciprocal. There's papers from the 60s where they were talking about, hey, Peter, there's Evos now that's claimed that macroevolution was never had a alternative definition than just being microevolution over extended periods of time. Okay. The divergence between micro and macro was accepted really up until like the 80s. And you sure as hell, if you go back into the 60s and 70s, and probably before that too, but I know for sure because I've seen papers from the 60s on this, they're talking about how there's a differentiation between the two. And this was not creationist scientists. This was like staunch atheists, evolutionary advocates. I don't even know they were arguing over at that point. And it's the direct. So I don't know where you're getting that position from, Peter, but I'm sorry, man. You're just categorically wrong on that one.
Well, Richard Dawkins himself admits, to take a fish to a human, to go from microevolutionary changes to macroevolutionary changes is microevolution over lots of time. So macroevolution is just lots of microevolutionary variations. Well, as a creationist, we're not going to agree with that. You could have microevolutionary variations all day. You can have changes in allele frequencies all day, but you're never going to take a fish to fisherman that way. You're never going to take a fish to a human that way.
Part of the
And
problem
that's
here
the-
is that
go ahead.
you don't really have a definition of macroevolution, right? Then you're simply saying
Right.
large scale changes. Well, what is the scale then? I mean, right? I mean,
Well,
we could find or kinds which have diversified quite a bit, right? So the question is, how exactly do you draw that line then?
Well, I would say, going from amphibians to, let's say, reptiles to mammals is going to require an expansion, at least, of the gene pool, increases in phenotypic complexity. That could be evidence of macroevolution. And that's why I always say, let's look at the genotype. When we see a beneficial mutation or a novel variation, whether it be through natural selection or artificial selection, what's going on the genetic level? And again, typically what we see, like a wolf to a domestic dog, for example, it's either the reshuffling of pre-existing genes. That's not going to take a fish to fisherman, or reductions in allelic variability, shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. Dr. Nathaniel Jensen predicted, I think, as you know, Peter, that based on the created heterozygosity starting point, when we start looking at the genotype during these adaptive episodes, and we've seen it recently, I think it was in 2017, there was a paper with these novel finch species. And what they discovered was this new species came about through shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. So Jensen predicted that. Then this paper came out actually verifying basically his predictions. So I don't see how, shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity is going to take your fish to fisherman, how it's going to take your fish to human, as Richard Dawkins would say. Macroevolution is just microevolution over lots of time. No, because microevolutionary variations are the result of a reduction in allelic variability. So I would argue that it's probably been the evolutionists. I'd have to look into it, but I believe what John is saying. It's probably been the evolutionary community that has redefined what macroevolution is. Now they want to say it's just microevolution over lots of time, or change at or above the species level. Is it though? Is that really what it is? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll certainly have to look into that more, but I'm quite certain that it is the opposite. But I've got to head out. I've got homework tonight, and it was nice hearing all of your views. So thanks for talking.
Appreciate it. Have a good night, man.
Don't let those college professors brainwash you.
Dang it, Peter.
I'm
All
not
right.
sure if this has already been addressed or not, but in the differentiation between micro and macroevolution, it was my understanding, at least, that macroevolution is just something that results in a speciation, like a new species.
Well, that's what they want to say. That's what the evolutionists want to say is, okay, speciation is macroevolution. But when we look at what's going on in these quote unquote speciation events, there's a prime example in 2017. A paper came out, new species of Darwin's finch. They sequenced the genome. They analyzed what was going on at the genotype rather than the phenotype. And it was basically due to a reduction of genetic variability. So these evolutionists want to say macroevolution is just speciation. You're not going to take a single cell-like ancestor into a whale through millions of years of shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. I mean, you need an expansion. Like Peter just asked, how do you, what would be considered macroevolution to you? Okay, my answer was an expansion in the gene pool or increase in phenotypic complexity. We don't see that. It's a reduction, or it's an epigenetic modification, as John likes to talk about. It's an adaptive episode based on the pre-existing capacity to change or modify. Again, that's not going to take your fish to fisherman. So I think it's semantics, but more so on the evolutionist side. They want to redefine things to get, unfortunately, people like Peter on the creationist side to agree with them. And to them, that's considered a win. And it's like, no, we're not going to be here. Go ahead. I'm kind of rambling.
All right. So Atheist Junior, get your butt in the stream. We have to address this.
Right. Another thing is basically that I think it's just good to control the terms of a debate. So we should actually win semantic battles and try to define what words mean. For example, in the issue of micro versus macro evolution, there really isn't a term between, say, macroevolution and universal common ancestry. It sort of just takes you all the way there in one step. So when you tell someone, oh, I accept macroevolution, what does that mean to a normal person listening in, or even
Right.
a biologist?
It
They're just
means
going
you're
to
a
assume
universal
that it
common
means you
ancestry.
believe in universal common ancestry. Exactly.
Right.
Well, if
So
I don't understand why it can't just be that, like, you can have new species arising. That's macroevolution, and like defining species is saying like if they can no longer interbreed, it's like a different species.
right, but I think the moment you call that macroevolution, you've sort of lost the ability to differentiate between young Earth creationism and evolutionism in this commonly discussed kind of way.
Here's the area where
You're
Peter's
sort of
wrong.
missing a term at that point.
Actually, please let me say this. Let me say this before I forget, and then Anthony, you can go. I really wanted to ask Peter this, and I wish he didn't leave. Maybe he could come back.
You can ask me
this, or Grace. We can ask you. I don't know if you hold the same position as Peter, but Peter belongs to the camp of young Earth creationists that are called young Earth hyperevolutionists. Okay, or what I like to call closet evolutionists. This is like, Todd Wood, Matthew McLean, these guys. Okay, to an extent, I think Marcus Ross. They literally believe. Okay, no joke. If you're not familiar with this camp of young Earth creation, they believe that off of the ark came land mammals. Okay, that went into the ocean and evolved in the young Earth creation timescale into modern whales. So they don't believe any whales really existed in the pre-flood world. Whales are the result of post-flood speciation and adaptation. So of course, people like Peter and Todd Wood, these young Earth hyperevolutionists, they then have to hold to macroevolution, basically. If you're going to say that some ark land mammal evolved into a blue whale in 1,000 years, then yeah, you're going to hold to, okay, here's Paleo Logo. So he says only Kurt Wise argues that. Dr. Wood and I are both very skeptical. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. I understand there's some debate, but there are some in that camp. Yeah, Kurt Wise, I watched a video recently where
that's pretty wild to me.
That is pretty wild. So yeah, if you hold to that, then I mean that's some pretty serious evolution. I mean that's more evolution than the evolutionists would believe in.
What I find so fascinating about that whole position is, okay, from the traditional evolutionary perspective, the probability and the plausibility of the mutations taking place over huge amounts of time is like hilarious. Oh no, we packed them all in really close and they were not directed. Like, come on now, let's get real on this. Versus controlled expression of a pre-existing template.
Right.
That's not that hard to comprehend. That's a strong man.
I want to address Peter because I think because
actually, guys, hang on. Before anyone else talks, I need to have a quick interjection. Okay, so I want to say major thank you to all of the people who took part in my horrible grifting and are enabling this to take place. So we've hit the goal. Thank you very much. Some of the folks who, one person in particular, gave a nice little chunk of change. Appreciate you very much, and specifically said not to name them. So just thank you for all that and for everybody else who made this happen. So the question I've got is, so here's what I'm going to be getting. I'm going to order here momentarily. Should I go with the gray color or the white color? What do you guys think? Gray or white?
Gray.
Think gray?
Yeah. I want to get one of those. That's very cool.
Yeah, I think the gray is slightly better.
Gray? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
It won't get as dirty as the white over time.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
That too.
And I think it looks pretty good.
That's pretty cheap for all that. Like, seriously,
I know.
that is a good deal. Wow.
It's on sale.
Amazon.com.
They're usually $199, and they were on sale. I was like, man, I need to snag this sucker ASAP because this is 10 by 10, so it's gonna give be covered block. If it even starts raining, I can have the table and stuff inside. So if it starts pouring down rain, it's not gonna just be blowing in, and have to worry about cameras and computer and batteries and stuff getting all wet. And at some point, I'll probably you can get that the wall that's in the back. You can get additional add-ons for like sides and stuff. So I think that'd be cool to have at some point in the future. But what I'm going to do is, so the big banner that I purchased, and it's supposed to arrive Friday, I'll be able to attach it to the pillar or the posts. So there'll be, I've got the sizing on it, so it'll be perfect to fit between, like on bungee cords. So people like walking around will be able to see like the big call to action to get people to come over. And then on the other side, I'll have the A-frame with the other signs in there with like the topic. So it should be fun. I'm intrigued to see how this goes. I have a camera that does like a, not quite, but a pretty close to a 360 view. And with StreamYard, you can now add an extra camera. So what I'm thinking about doing is having that one plugged in as well. And since apparently with my phone, I can have enough hotspot data to pull it off. So it'd be kind of cool to be able, if like, let's say a crowd comes, would be able to have a camera feed that would be like showing the surrounding area too, as well as the conversation. So fingers crossed. If it works, I think it'd be pretty fun and could be a big hit. Anyway, enough of my rambling. So I'm about to buy this great thing. Thanks so much, everybody, for making it easy for me to make this purchase and not have to worry about it financially. Thanks so much, folks. Continue, guys.
I just wanted to quickly address what Peter said. I think because he's young, he doesn't realize, and this macroevolution versus microevolution has been going on for a long, long time. Maybe he doesn't know that evolutionists are the ones who originally started using the term macroevolution decades ago, and they did kind of define it as, evolving new structures, organs, like Donnie was saying, massive changes from fish to amphibian. This is how they defined it, and now they want to redefine it to make it something much more palatable to the masses to try to get their foot in the door. And I don't think
exactly. And I don't think we should give that, because here's the thing with the evolutionists: you give them a hand, they want your arm. You give them your arm, they want your whole body. Like, it's never going to be enough. And in its most barest form, in how Dr. Dwayne Gish in his, I think he's the only one that's ever had more debates than Kent. I think he's had like 400 or 500, and they debated 400 or 500 times macroevolution, which is basically the development of higher life forms. Okay. So, but every change we see, again, from a wolf to a domestic dog, like a Chihuahua, or your dog variations, your felid variations, the variations we see are either reductions in allelic variability or epigenetic modification, like John was saying earlier, where we have a specific organism going into an environment and a genetic switch is turned on, and there's a rapid adaptive episode via environment. That's not adding net information. That's not expanding the gene pool. So yeah, I don't believe we should give them a hand on that one. Macroevolution literally means the type of large scale change that's going to take your fish to fishermen. We don't observe that. Reductions in allelic variability are not going to take a fish to fisherman. Go ahead, John.
Okay, so Doki says Dr. Rainbow, PhD in molecular biology and biochemistry, debated Kent not too long ago and admitted macroevolution is huge changes. And he sent me a link, so I'm going to play this real quick and see what he says here.
This was a good debate. I remember this is a classic one.
Make one last titanically important point about evolution. Now, what is it that you're all wondering the most about? This all makes a lot of sense. We know that this happens. Creationists freely admit that evolution takes place. They would say, however, that only microevolution can take place. I have no doubt at all that Dr. Hovind would agree with the fundamental essence of this picture, but he would say that you can only get small changes to organisms, like changing one insect into a different color or something like that. That's called microevolution. What you're wondering is, can you really go from things like a fish to an amphibian? Can you get big time evolution, big changes, big dramatic changes, which is called macroevolution?
Bam, right there.
And what I'm going to do here is try to explain the results of the field that I at least like to think of as my specialty, and which is called EvoDevo, or evolutionary developmental biology. And I'm going to show you some animations that show how you can
pause it real quick, John.
Create.
John, pause it real quick. See, right there is key. This is how, I mean, when I first came into the debate world, thank God for Ken Hovind, because his 3-on-1 debate with those 3 university professors, you know, Kent he's one of the best debaters out there. And
That
his
was
university
righteous.
debates
I
are
love that
pretty,
one.
oh yeah. I mean, that 3-on-1 debate is pretty much what converted me, because, you know, at the time I really wasn't that content or satisfied with the Bill Nye versus Ken Ham debate. I was kind of disappointed, but then I found Ken Hovind in his debates, and I was like, man, this guy's a genius. You know, he's destroying these university professors. But anyways, the point that I'm trying to make is, in all of these debates, when they would debate macroevolution, just like this professor here, Dr. Rainbow, yeah, they had no problem admitting macroevolution is large changes, huge changes, going from fish to amphibians to reptiles, reptiles to mammals. So when you have people like, unfortunately, you know, Todd Wood say, and I've seen his articles, Dr. Ken Hovind challenged him to a debate in the last debate on the horse series, which was pretty epic, but I don't think Todd Wood debates, unfortunately. And I think the reason why people like Todd Wood don't debate is because they're going to agree with nearly 99% of what the evolutionist is saying. I mean, Peter here was agreeing with evolution, which means he's agreeing here with Dr. Rainbow that is saying that macroevolution is massive changes. No, we don't believe in massive changes.
Donnie, one thing I disagree with you on, well, not necessarily disagree, I would change the language. You talk about fish to fisherman, and I think what really worries the evolutionists when we talk about frogs to princes. I'm sorry.
No, that's good. Well, remember, lots of time, you know, in my presentation, I made the joke, you know, the evolutionary community, they would agree with us that Superman flying quickly through the air, that's a fairy tale. That's not reality. But if Superman were to fly slowly through the air over lots of time, you know, suddenly, you know, that's science, that's reality. No, they're both fairy tales.
That's a straw man.
Yeah, no, it's not a straw man. The evolution.
I accept the theory of evolution, and that's a complete straw man. You know,
you don't accept. Listen, you don't accept that whales and pine trees are related. That's something you believe in, capital B. Okay, I mean, as Ken Hovind says,
no, I don't believe that. I can understand the evidence for that, and I accept the evidence.
Okay, what's your best evidence, real quick, right now on the spot? What's your best evidence for why whales and pine trees are related? Go ahead.
Genetics. I want to hear this.
Oh, genetics. Okay, so what part of genetics?
The elements of their genome that they share implies that they're related.
Okay, for one, that's non-discriminatory evidence, because shared genetic sequences can either be common ancestry or common design. But if you want to talk about genetics, how do you explain the mutation accumulation problem? Most mutations are nearly neutral, deleterious. Selection can't see them. They build up over time. What type of selection? Basic question, Grayson. You pointed genetics. You dug this hole for yourself. Present me, present the audience, present the panel, one type of selection, okay, that can effectively remove all of these low impact, effectively neutral mutations that are pouring in generation after generation. Don't dodge, answer that question. Go ahead.
So what's the evidence that a neutral mutations become deleterious over multiple generations?
No. 99% of nearly neutral mutations, which are 99% of the mutations that accrue, they are deleterious. Evolutionary population geneticists agree with this. I can share a screen for an hour if you want to and show you the documentation.
Grayson, read some of Michael Lynch's papers. He's a world-class population geneticist, a devout evolutionist, don't get me wrong. And he will explain it to you that almost all mutations are deleterious and they accumulate because so-called natural selection can't recognize them, can't get rid of them.
Well, if it's deleterious, then it's going to impact the fitness of the individual.
That's exactly the whole point. You literally just missed the entire point of the argument.
So I think I understood what you were saying, that individually it doesn't affect their fitness, but over time with populations, it does begin to, the effects pool together into some sort of deleterious fitness for a population, even though individually the mutation appeared neutral. That's what you're saying, correct?
No, that doesn't work. That's already been looked at. That's already been falsified. Okay.
I thought that's what you were saying.
Listen, you're trying to say that the low impact mutations build up enough over time. The selection can't see them, but eventually they result in such a significant genetic load that now selection can see them. Well, here's the problem. Okay, that is going to be extinction. That's going to speed up the degeneration process. For example, humans today, there's roughly 7 to 8 billion humans. We are all multiply mutant. We all have accumulated 100 new mutations per person per generation that our parents didn't have, or 200 that our grandparents didn't have. Okay, so
humans
at
is a
this
very
point,
bad example.
at this point, so are you going to say now selection is going to remove every single human being? We're all multiply mutant.
Well, no,
all
clearly we have
accumulated
medical
degenerative
technology
mutations.
to ensure that people can survive past all but the most fatal of genetics. So humans are a very bad example of this because we've so much we've differentiated from like a pure natural selection model.
Yes, we
so
have
much.
relaxed selection. Yes, we have relaxed selection. We take care of the sick. If we get a really big mutation, we're in the wild. Let's say in the wild, a zebra is born with a leg missing or a shorter leg. Well, in the wild, selection is going to remove that zebra from the equation because that is going to be dinner or lunch for the lion. But with humans, if a human's born with a leg missing, an arm missing, a shorter leg, well, you know what? We take care of our fellow human. You know, that human can still have kids and pass on their genes. We get it, but you're missing the problem. It's not about the big mutations. It is about the nearly neutral mutations that are only slightly deleterious that accumulate in humans and in cheetahs and in lions and in elephants. And you still have yet to present us with a type of selection that can remove so many deleterious mutations that are accumulating from generation to generation. So again, Grayson, what type of selection can you present us with here tonight that can solve this degeneration problem? Go ahead.
I mean, I have yet to see the evidence for what you're saying about these like near neutral mutations accumulating that can cause a catastrophic extinction event. I mean, if I'm going to take on faith what you're saying, because I mean, I think somebody suggested papers by Michael Lynch. I'm not familiar. I have heard that genetic entropy has been largely debunked, but I haven't looked into that. So
Just
no,
the
it
opposite.
hasn't even been begun to be addressed, but I'll share a screen. I got to pull it up on my PowerPoint here. I've got 500 slides. So,
hey, hey, Johnny, real quick before you continue. So, Grayson, are you a Evo atheist or a theistic evolutionist? What's your position?
Yeah, I lack a belief in God, and I do accept evolution.
Okay.
You don't accept evolution.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, we have yet another example of an individual who's like dogmatic that XYZ must be true. However, they simultaneously admit they've never actually looked into it for themselves.
Well, this is you bring up a problem that
which proves beyond all doubt, yet again, that a significant percentage of the Evo atheists, at least the ones on YouTube, like don't investigate anything for themselves, and yet have worldviews that, in this case, lacks a belief. I wonder if his position on evolution and lack of investigation would also correlate with lacktheism. Like, are you a lacktheist because you don't actually go and investigate for yourself?
Well, for starters, I reject your premise that I haven't done an inquiry into the science behind this simply because I have not like come across this niche issue that Donnie is bringing up, which I don't think
You're the one that brought
I mean,
up
he said
genetics.
I did not. I brought up genetics. Yes,
you said
I mean,
best.
I have
okay,
done
listen.
research into
I found
genetics.
I found the papers. John, share my screen, and we're just going to we're really going to beat this horse. Okay, so okay, here we go. Here's a few. Mutation in human exceptionalism, our future genetic load. The average newborn contains roughly 100 de novo mutations. Slightly deleterious mutations. This is Camorra. Under the present model, effectively neutral, but in fact, very slightly deleterious mutants accumulate continuously in just humans? No, every species. The rate of loss of fitness per generation, and you can go through all this, okay? So he is saying exactly what I'm saying, that your neutral mutations are no longer considered neutral because they're slightly deleterious. They're effectively neutral. And here's one more paper I'll go over. Okay. Iyer, Walker, and Keatley. It seems unlikely that any mutation, these aren't young earth creationist sources, is truly neutral in the sense that it has no effect on fitness. All mutations must have some effect, even if that effect is vanishingly small. Okay. However, there is a class of mutations that we can term effectively neutral. All right. And the fact that we have, and I can go over paper after paper, that the majority of the genome is functional, highly functional, over 80% evidence we have for genome-wide activity. That means you have roughly 80 deleterious mutations accumulating from generation to generation. Okay. And you need to answer this question. What is going to remove so many of these effectively neutral mutations that even these evolutionary population geneticists, like right here, are admitting that they decrease fitness over time? They degenerate over time. They lead to disease over time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that those papers are saying what you're taking away from them as your conclusion. I mean, you're reading like one individual sentence of an entire paper.
I've read the papers. I know exactly what rescue mechanisms they put forth: synergistic epistasis, truncation selection, super beneficial mutations, various forms of mutation count mechanisms. They've all been looked at. None of them work. They've been falsified. There's literally been thousands, and some of these have been published in secular journals, thousands of numerical simulations, okay, done, considering all of these things, considering synergistic epistasis, considering, maybe the genome's mostly junk, would that save the day? And no, every single time we consistently get the same answer, that degeneration is inevitable. So if mutation accumulation puts shelf lives on genomes, guess what? You can't take species back millions of years. That means whales and pine trees that you believe in are not related. Go ahead.
Have we ever observed a species going extinct or having some sort of mass die-off as a result of the accumulation of these near neutral deleterious mutations that you're speaking of?
Yes. And I got plenty of examples here. We have mammoth populations that have gone extinct due to a high genetic load. We have example after example in the so-called hominid
so you reject the idea that mammoths went extinct due to a changing climate and overhunting?
Right here, dying woolly mammoths were in genetic load. We observe an excess of detriment. Is my screen still shared? Mammoth had an excess of what look like bad mutations, consistent with genomic meltdown. So there's one. High genetic load.
That doesn't say what I just asked. I asked, like, in that example, that is not a mammoths going extinct because of the accumulation of deleterious mutations. That's just saying that when the...
Dude, what do you think genetic meltdown means?
Genetic meltdown?
This paper is literally saying genomic study of extinction in progress may offer insights for modern conservation.
Grayson, that's the most famous, the most highly respected evolutionary journal on the planet, Nature magazine.
Yeah, I'm not questioning the Nature magazine article.
Stop. Listen, you're so close-minded. You asked me for an example of a species that went extinct due to genomic meltdown.
Yes,
and here's
this is not an example of that.
That is an example of it.
No,
we observe an excess of deletions.
Can I
increase?
clarify?
No. I want to finish since you're dodging, and then you can take as much time as you need. We observe an excess of deletions, an increase in the proportion of deletions affecting gene sequences, and an excess of premature stop codons. Okay. Notice this: large numbers of olfactory receptors appear to have loss of function mutations in the island mammoth. And over here, they admit mammoth had an excess of what looked like bad mutations. One of the major reasons why mammoths went extinct was because of their high genetic load. And guess what? Mammoths existed in a small population. Humans exist in a large population. Small populations undergo genetic degeneration quicker than a large population because guess what? You have more recessive alleles in smaller populations like this that come to the forefront and lead to rapid genetic degeneration. In larger populations like humans, we accumulate more and more mutations over time to the point where eventually there will be an abundance of recessive mutations that are going to come to the forefront. And this is exactly why we see every single year thousands of mutation-related diseases popping up. That's not evolution. Go ahead, take your time.
Okay, perfect. So you've basically illustrated exactly what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with the article itself. I'm disagreeing that their conclusion is that genetic meltdown is why mammoths went extinct. Even in the sentence that you highlighted, it said one of the reasons, which makes sense to me, because if your population is impacted by changing climate, overhunting, etc., then you're going to start to, they even say small populations result in genetic deterioration. So we would expect to see a genetic meltdown in a small, heavily impacted population that, yes, would then contribute to an extinction, because they're less able to adapt if they have less of a variable, like species-wide genome that they can pull, that they can pull from. But this is exactly what we'd expect, and that's not saying that genetic meltdown is the reason they went extinct. I mean, they were not going extinct because of an accumulation
You
of
realize there's
deleterious
environmental.
neutral.
You realize environment affects the genotype too. So yes, the environment that a species that is accumulating many thousands of nearly neutral deleterious mutations are also negatively affected by the environment. That doesn't help you. That just speeds up the degeneration process that is inevitable. Okay, you still haven't explained how today in humans, we have this generation alone, 700 billion new mutations, 100 new mutations per person per individual. There's 7 billion people on the planet. That's 700 billion new mutations. Okay, we're degenerating. We're not getting any better. And selection can't see these. And you're going to say, oh, well, humans are undergoing relaxed selection. Selection has been removed from the equation. Not entirely, but there is relaxed selection. That just misses the whole point, because it's not about the big mutations. It's about the effectively neutral mutations that, just like I think it was Komura was pointing out, they continuously accumulate in species over time. And you haven't provided us with a solution. And I've already went over all the solutions that are provided in those papers. And guess what? They've already been looked at through numerical simulations, and they've been systematically falsified. So go ahead.
Hey, real quick, guys, before you guys continue on to this, we're going to take a quick comedic relief break. And apparently Jackson was playing with cottonmouth snakes. Now, Jackson, is this going to violate your probation?
No, just handling them is not. Keeping them would. This is just one that happened on the back porch, so I took it and released it. So that's all that it was.
Okay, well, now that we have the legal disclaimers and I'm not showcasing evidence of a evil reptile smuggler.
Oh, yeah, one question before you play.
Oh, I saw this, Jackson.
Pretty, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty brave.
Getting close to you.
Watch this.
Almost bit your dick off.
John, I have an anecdote on that. If you want to hear it, it's really, really sort of cool. When I was taking sociology,
Why would you stick your fingers in there?
Real quick, Dan, before you
No,
continue.
you need to do that to
So the real
close it
question.
properly.
So the real question to Jackson is, why did you have your pants rolled up? Like, why were you exposing more skin? Were you like trying to tease the snake and be like, ha ha ha, look at all this flesh I'm exposing for you, but I'm not gonna let you bite me? Like, what
pants
is?
don't help you.
I was walking through the wet grass. So I didn't want to get my pants wet.
Wait, is the cotton snake native to your area?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, good. Because like, there's a bunch of douchey snake people, like people who get piercing tattoos, who just buy snakes, and they can't. They figure out they can't handle them because they're freaking huge, and they just release them into the wild and they become an invasive species.
I did have.
Jackson, are you familiar with religious sects who throw rattlesnakes across the room at each other? I saw a movie on that.
Yeah, that's Satanist. Yeah, that's Satanist activity.
And I asked somebody asked the professor, what are they doing? He said, well, this is a religious ceremony. It was like from West Virginia or something.
A satanic ceremony.
Years ago. This is 50 years ago. So anyway, the preacher got bit by one of those rattlesnakes, the pastor, and in no time his hand swelled up like a balloon. And he said, I must have sinned this week. And the sociology professor said, your sin was picking up that rattlesnake.
Hello.
It was, I think he died, by the way. because they don't get treatment. They think, oh, God will help, God will protect them.
Yeah, people have died from that. I wanted to ask Grayson a question though. If we, I don't know if Donnie was finished with his line, but at some point I did want to ask my own question to him.
Yeah, why don't we
Donnie-
give Grayson the opportunity to respond to what I said, and then we can shift focus.
Yeah, so I went and I looked at one of the papers that you had cited as a source for this near neutral mutation, and I went back, I read what the paper said, I looked at the abstract just very briefly during that video. I can't claim to be a complete expert in such a short time, but I did look at the section that you quoted, I screenshotted it, and it's not saying anything of the sort of this near neutral mutations causing like a buildup to like become deleterious over time. I mean, that's just totally misrepresenting what they're saying.
No,
That's
no,
nonsense,
listen, you're
Grayson.
slapping and running. It's exactly what it's saying. It's very
How
basic.
am I running?
You're slapping and running because you're saying that I'm misrepresenting the paper. No, you're misunderstanding the paper. Okay. And so you not understanding the implications of these papers, it's not my problem. It's your problem, unfortunately.
They
Okay.
said that
Whales
it's
and pine trees aren't
effectively
related.
neutral.
It's not something that you accept. It's something you believe. These papers are very clear. Okay. The citations I provided are very clear. Mutations accumulate. They're effectively neutral. They're slightly deleterious. That's what it says. And
It does not
these
say
papers,
slightly deleterious.
yeah. Oh, really? Okay. So I guess I got to pull up the paper again. Okay, John, share my screen. So, I mean, listen, this time, open your eyes. Okay. Open your eyes. And then I'd love to, let me see whoops. Okay. So is it your position then that these papers don't mention anything about slightly deleterious mutations? Is this your position? Are you going to go on record saying that? You can unmute and answer.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. Yeah, I took one screenshot of the McGeary paper that you quoted from, and it does not say that they're slightly deleterious.
Grayson, look
Yeah,
at
that's
the
not the
side
point
chat.
that's
Look at the
being
side
made. The
chat.
point that's being made is just that, like, a sufficient amount of deleterious.
Okay, right here. Look at this.
will lead to
Kimura.
genetic problems.
Look at this. Kimura. Under the present model, effectively neutral. And now Kimura, a famous evolutionary population geneticist, not a young earth creationist, is defining what effectively neutral is to us, for us. Under the present model, effectively neutral. Well, what does effectively neutral mean? But in fact, very slightly deleterious mutants accumulate continuously in every species. The rate of loss of fitness per generation may amount to 10 to the 7 per generation. I mean, this is pretty clear.
Well,
okay, my
yeah,
6-year-old can
clear
probably
that he is
understand what this is
talking about-
saying.
It's clear that he's talking about a subset of mutations that appear to be effectively neutral, but that are slightly deleterious.
Yes.
Like, he's not saying that all neutral mutations are slightly deleterious. That's an extrapolation of what he's addressing the subset of
See, it just
mutations.
shows how out of date you are on the
It
basics.
literally says it accumulates continuously in every species. Right after that.
So how are you going to remove these mutants that are slightly deleterious, that are accumulating in species over time? How are you going to remove those? And here's the thing. These population geneticists, they believe there are...
I mean, just read the rest of that quote.
Whether such a small rate of deterioration in fitness constitutes a threat to the survival and welfare of the species is a moot point. Notice this, and I already addressed this earlier, but you're so out of date, and this is why, you evolutionists are getting boring, because you guys have no novel argument. There's no sophistication coming from your side, but this will easily be taken care of by adaptive gene substitutions. This has already been looked at. I mentioned earlier, super beneficial mutations as being one of their arguments, okay? Synergistic epistasis, truncation selection, it's all been looked at. It's been falsified. Just saying that adaptive gene substitutions is going to solve the genetic degeneration problem without demonstrating that empirically, that's a moot point. That's a story. Cool story, bro. There's been thousands of numerical simulations done. I can send you all the papers where they've looked at this. And it also turns out that the majority of the genome is functional. That means it's a lot more than just 10 effectively neutral mutations like they say. It's somewhere more like 80. That means degeneration is
I don't know. I mean, I've seen like papers in the 2020s that were showing that the majority is not functional.
Are you familiar with the ENCODE project that
Oh my gosh.
revealed that 60 to 80% of the genome is active, has evidence for
John,
biochemical activity?
John, I'm gonna have to leave. I appreciate the
Well,
time, but
okay.
this argument is going nowhere. I want, just for the record, I watched an after show a while ago, last week or maybe this week, where Grayson argued for hours on the same topic, and he never stops. And I think I'd rather sleep than listen to this argument. Thanks, Donnie, though. You're doing good.
Well, I
Everybody,
apologize then
I
if
love
I'm
you guys. Y'all
annoying.
take care.
Appreciate it, Dan. Get some sleep. Have a good night. Appreciate you.
Good
God
night.
bless, Dan.
Wait,
Let me say this and then I'll wrap it up. Listen, I want to say this and I'll wrap it up. Let somebody else take over, and I'll take a break for a bit because I got to get some food anyways. Because I jumped right into this after the debate. Haven't even refilled on coffee, John. Look what you're doing to me. But I saw my boy Peter in here, and I wanted to join. Thought we'd have some fun. Okay, these papers, these articles, 2021. Why is the so-called junk DNA important for us? Genetic education. Like, this isn't young Earth creationist resources. Okay, they're involved in so many different things: epigenetics, regulating expression of genes, maintaining genomic integrity, repairing DNA, aiding and folding and maintenance of chromosomes. Okay, I could go over an hour. The ENCODE results that suggest that 80% of the genome is active. Now, the argument that you're not going to be familiar with, we argue with PhDs on this, they'll say, well, that activity is mostly spurious. Oh, really? So it's just spurious, it's just noise. Then why in the world aren't genomic mechanisms suppressing all of that junk? And why aren't processes like selection removing it over time? Because it's wasteful of energy and resources to keep around all of this junk. If
Well, I
uh,
can
it's just
explain that.
noise, then remove it. The fact that it's there,
I can explain
the fact
that.
that it's active suggests that it's functional. So go ahead, respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, I could easily explain that. I mean, for example, so if you have to access one gene in one location on the genome, then you physically would not be able to suppress certain other neighboring areas, like just in terms of the architecture of the genome. Like, you're going to have certain areas exposed that are not coding, and therefore there would be some underlying activity there as it's interacting with like what's floating around in the nucleus. But because you do have areas that you do need to access, you're just going to have certain areas that cannot be like silenced.
No, that's just a load of nonsense. Okay, these areas are packed with functional DNA elements. Okay, like pseudogenes, like ERVs, like allele sequences. We see transcription factor binding.
Yeah, but if you add
function-
up all those subcategories, you're not going to get to a majority of the genome.
Yes, you do, because again, 80% of the genome's active, and you're trying to say that the majority of that is noise or spurious.
Well, that's
when
what the
in
expert
fact,
said.
no,
You
if that
just
was the
said that's what
case,
the expert said.
no, it's not what the experts saying, because they're not demonstrating it. Okay, not
You
all the
said
experts
that
agree
you're
with
talking about this with PhD experts, and they're telling you that the majority of that is like spurious noise, and you're just not
that. Yes,
accepting.
some of these evolutionary biologists that recognize if 80% of the genome is functional, then the reality of mutation accumulation means that evolution didn't happen. They require genomes of junk in order to absorb the vast majority of mutations, making them absolutely neutral.
Well,
Here's the problem.
according to your
I'm
own
going to say this and then
source-
I'll yield. If what you're saying is true, then guess what? This would all just clutter up the interior of the cell. If all of this was just random binding and noise, we would have a massive interference problem. And what
No,
we
you
would
wouldn't.
see is systems being gummed up. No, it makes sense that it's active because it's functional. We're seeing this with ERVs, pseudogenes, allele sequences.
No,
Okay,
the
I'm
whole
sorry.
point of a nearly neutral mutation is that it doesn't have this interference, and it can be like effectively it's not under selective pressures, because like if you're looking at like a random base pair, it can be any of the different base pairs, and it doesn't impact the overall functionality.
No. It's only because it's like rust on a car. Okay, your car accumulates rust over time. Mostly goes unnoticeable, but over time, it doesn't matter. You can change your tires. You can get regular oil changes. You can, treat your car like a prince or a princess. But over time, the rust will accumulate, and eventually, you're going to need a new car. And
Okay,
that's
so
what
this is
these
a great
slightly-
example, because you have not demonstrated, and I know you think you looked back at that and Those are only looking at the woolly mammoths in the last little island.
That's one example
went
I gave
extinct.
you. I could give
According
you
to the
hundreds of
article that
examples.
you linked about woolly mammoths that I just pulled up, that is what they're saying. It's only looking at that last little tiny island. But that's the point. In
Okay.
the
You
point
can
of
look at,
rust,
listen, no, John, I want to say this last thing and then I'm going to go get some food. Okay. You can look at any species, even bacteria you can look at. And what we see is degeneration, mutation accumulation, and we see mutations.
Show me the bacteria that went extinct.
Compromising to the organism. Even bacteria, yes.
Which
Lenski's
bacteria went extinct because of genetic meltdown?
Lenski's experiment on these 70,000 generations of E. coli bacteria, they are on the verge of extinction. They are weak. They've shrunken functional genome size. They've accumulated a ton of deleterious mutations. They've hit walls. The so-called beneficial mutations that have arisen, they're losing them.
So why do we have E. coli?
That's an example in the lab of bacteria subject to reductive evolution, genetic entropy. Even bacteria.
So then why aren't bacteria in the wild experiencing genetic meltdown and extinction?
You are so unsophisticated. How many bacteria species do you have in your gut alone?
A lot.
A lot. Trillions? So how many on this plate? You're really expecting every single trillions and trillions. You can't even put a number on the amount of bacteria that exists on this planet. You're expecting them to all go extinct? Are you kidding
you're
me?
saying that with every generation, and bacteria reproduce very frequently. They
Yes,
have
they
a
do.
lot
They
of
have
generations
extremely
in a
short
certain amount of
generation
time.
times. And they have
So
massive population sizes.
What you have to realize with bacteria is that their actual per individual mutation rate is much lower. So even if they have not a super low per base pair mutation rate, because their genome is much smaller, for every individual, they're not even accumulating a full mutation every generation. And they also have the ability to go dormant for who knows how long, and that wouldn't change the genome at all. And they can reintroduce fresh individuals into the population.
Right. But even
and the
if you
massive
look,
population size means that selection can be highly effective. Because
They also
okay, so you're saying that 100
hang on.
mutations per
You also have to factor in, with bacteria in this context, you also have to factor in horizontal gene transfer, where they regularly, in a coordinated fashion, eject genes they don't need and then just regain them later on from other bacteria that kept them. There's it's very fascinating actually. There's a whole pathway that's variety of functions that are built into bacteria that specifically for gene transfer.
And yet, in Donnie's example, he was saying that the E. coli are undergoing genetic meltdown, even with lateral gene transfer. So it can't be a solution in this case.
Okay,
if he's saying,
no, but that's
hang on, Grayson. In the context of the example that Honey gave, that you're talking about isolated populations, which is and goes in line with the point he was making from the paper he was reading. But those smaller populations, they're having the genetic meltdown. That was the whole point that was being, which is being substantiated now. Fast forward 30 years by the Linsky experiment, where the mortality rates of the different strains are higher than the original. Now, shifting to a slightly different topic, folks, and this it correlates to what we were talking about tonight, but a point that I've made many, many times is that there keep being papers where the authors talk about how, due to new developments, the stuff that we used to call junk is not junk, and how do we find out about it? So I'm just going to quote one. This is from a 2021 paper. Pseudogene functions. Pseudogene transcripts were thought to be non-functional transcription noise. One of the probable reasons for this perception of pseudogene functions was the assumption that these regions are in principle non-functional, which means that they were not studied in this regard. However, as is often the case in science, random results or the insight of researchers have led to more and more data pointing to the functionality of pseudogenes. It is known that some pseudogenes take part in many different important biological processes, such as immunological response, catalytic reactions, signaling pathway regulations, in the process of architecture changes of chromatin or genome, and functions as transcription and translation factors, elements of gene conversion, dimerization factors, stabilizing elements, or structural proteins. All of these underline that pseudogenes are important elements of the genome regulatory network. We now know that pseudogenes perform their functions at different levels, which include interaction at the RNA, DNA, and protein levels. And it keeps going. So my point is that everything that I just read there are things I have covered in many debates and in conversations and after shows with evolutionary activists who claim that everything I just said is false and the points that I've made are
Oh,
not
it's true.
and nobody says that. But continue, just like you, Grayson, to claim that you need to show me where we're finding that more and more of the genome is functional, and that I'm speaking rhetorically here, Grayson. You were dismissing the point Donnie was making earlier about the ENCODE project and the functionality and such. Now, what I'm now saying is just in general. So if the talking point used to be no more than 3 or 4% of the genome is functional. Then it was 10%. Then it was 15%. Then it was 25%. And then you've got them arguing over whether or not the ENCODE of 80% or 60%, all this kind of stuff. But then as the more research is done, the more functionality we keep finding, and things that were 100% have no reason. It's proof of evolution. It's just junk leftovers. Are now finding function. Let's go study those. And
in a small proportion. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interjected. I didn't mean to derail.
So, Grayson, this is the stuff that really, really freaking annoys me with individuals such as yourself. The whole point that I was making was that we have ignored whole portions of the genome because we said it didn't do anything. Then we randomly, as I just read from that paper, the authors of that paper were talking about, well, kind of, out of an accident, we figured out that there was something going on. And then we started looking at it. And it turns out there was, right? So we still don't even know what a gigantic number of the genes do. Okay.
Can I make a disregard?
So
when I was in high school, which was not that long ago, I was taught that only 1 to 2% of the genome has any function whatsoever, and that was in the early 2000s. And it never made sense because they just said it was the protein coding regions were the parts of the genome that are functional. Everything else is junk. What they found out through this ENCODE project, Grayson, is that all this other sections of the genome are actually involved in regulatory activity. It's just as important as protein coding regions, but for a long time, and I think up until like the 2000s, they were saying it was just the protein coding regions of the genome that was functional, which was like 1, 2, maybe 3%. Everything else was non-functional. And that was a lie. They spent over a century and a half, well, maybe just like a big part of a century at least, telling this lie and ignoring vast portions of the genome. And we now know it's all extremely important and just as important as the protein coding regions. So this is evolutionary theory obstructed actual science. This is one area where it's done that. So these people have been wrong for a long time. And yes, some of these evolutionary biologists know upwards of 80% of the genome has real function. It's not noise. So you're wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not really a lie. I mean, it's a mistake, but a lie would imply that they knew, like, that, they would imply some kind of intentional misleading from the truth that, they had some awareness of.
Snake keeps talking about evolutionary, and T-Jump keep talking about evolution's predictive ability, except when they get things completely wrong and they have to change their story like they do all the time. So I hear Snake and T-Jump, evolution predictions, it's a predictable. Evolution has predicted so many things wrong and hindered science for so long, and they completely ignore that. And this is one example of that.
I just don't understand how this is a prediction of evolution, right? I mean, this is something that they looked at the DNA. They were looking when they first understood the.
I'll tell you how.
Wait. Can I get this out? Can I get this out? When they were first looking into DNA and they figured out, that the way that DNA works, they first realized the function of DNA by looking at how it produces proteins. So then they looked at the DNA genome and saw that only a small percentage of the overall genes actually like code for proteins, and then they started artificially mutating it and seeing that this didn't have a large scale effect they were noticing. So they went to the conclusion that that was junk DNA, but that was not based off of the theory of evolution. That was not a prediction of the theory of evolution that they were positing from. And I would also just lastly point out that you said that evolutionary theory has hindered the progress of finding out about like these other kinds of roles that DNA segments can have other than just for coding proteins. But I mean that research has been done and is currently being done. We haven't, by scientists that accept evolution. I just don't see how evolution has impacted that.
Well, they have an assumption. They have an assumption of naturalism. Let me address this point. He made a claim that this was never a prediction of evolutionary theory. That's completely wrong. When they first started looking at DNA, what they said was, looking at creatures as they exist, we're going to have a whole bunch of sections of the genome that have fallen into disuse over evolutionary history. And that, this is basically what comprises junk DNA. And sure enough, at first, when they just thought it was protein coding regions, they're like, oh, look, just like we predicted, it was only 2 or 3% is functional. So they actually did, evolutionary theorists did very boldly and explicitly state that vast portions of the genome would be useless because it's like the vestigial organs of the genome. And this is indisputable. So you seem to be, again, pretty ignorant of what your side is claiming. Maybe you just kind of are reading more recent blogs since they've changed their story. But if you go back and look, they were saying that this stuff was evidence of evolution because look how much of the genome had just fallen into disuse because, it used to be when we were bacteria and, fish, then it had function, but it's deteriorated since then. It's become useless. This is and then they found out this stuff is actually guiding essential processes in these organisms, and they changed their story. And it looks like you haven't, you never caught up in what they were saying originally, which is why you're part of why you're deceived about this.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I don't see the necessary rationale. I know you tried to explain about like vestigial parts of the genetic code. I mean, I haven't heard of this. I mean, maybe it is my own ignorance, like I'm saying, but I don't see how that would be part of the evolutionary theory. And just to one quick thing about what John was saying. I mean, we are seeing like pseudogenes and different types of roles that this non-coding DNA can take on. That doesn't apply that this is the majority of non-coding DNA or that all non-coding DNA is like this, but it does show that there is more to be learned. I mean, I'm like,
it's an assumption.
What is the assumption?
The assumption that it took on a function. That's you're assuming naturalism. When you assume naturalism, you're assuming basically magic because the whole basis
I don't think that's
evolution,
what I'm saying. I don't think I'm making that assumption. I never implied that assumption in what I said. I was just saying.
The whole idea of evolution is that you have a natural cause. When you have a natural cause, that means you're excluding God. And when you exclude God, you believe in magic because nature can't explain nature. Nature can't account for nature.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think I'm resorting to magic, and I mean, this is just kind of a fun little anecdote. But in Chinese, the word for nature means
magic,
self-made.
All that stuff. It's just because you're rejecting the creator. When you reject the creator, you have to believe in magic.
I don't believe in magic, and I don't believe in a creator.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
How can you tell me what I believe? I mean, I don't believe in any of these.
Because you believe in a natural cause. When you believe in a natural cause, you believe in magic. Because
why couldn't it be a natural cause?
You believe nature made nature. That's a natural cause. That's a belief in magic.
Hey, John, can you share my screen, please?
Can I do what? Share your screen?
Can you share my screen if I share it?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet though.
All right, yeah, okay, let me do it then.
I see nothing magical about saying like that life could have risen through natural means.
It's magic.
Can you see my screen, Grayson? Can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can see your screen and I can hear you.
Okay, this is from Evolutionary News. Evolution News was written in 2006. It's called Junk DNA and Science. I'll just read the first paragraph. Over the years, many, though not all, Darwinists have stated that non-coding DNA is not worth exploring because it's thought to be mere evolutionary junk. In 2003, Scientific American explained, this is 2003, explained that the introns within genes and the long stretches of intergenetic DNA between genes, Maddox says, were immediately assumed to be evolutionary junk. John S. Maddox, director of the Institute for Molecular Bioscience at the University of Queensland in Brisbane, Australia, was then quoted saying this might have been one of the biggest mistakes in the history of molecular biology. And it goes on.
So where is that saying that evolution predicted this? I mean, I'm just seeing like that as them explaining what they're seeing in terms of evolutionary theory, but that's like them seeing it first.
Hold on. All right, so this is Scientific American.
Grayson, are you playing
Hold
dumb
on.
right now?
Am I playing what?
Are you playing dumb?
All right, let's read it again. All right,
Can you explain what you mean by that?
This guy's obviously quite slow. I'll read it again for him. In 2003, Scientific American explained that introns within genes and long stretches of intergenetic DNA between genes, Maddox, says, were immediately assumed to be evolutionary junk. So this guy, John Maddox, this is his quote, is the director of Institute for Molecular Bioscience at
Yeah, I can read that. I don't see how that's showing that this was a prediction of evolution. I see that as them saying, okay, we observe like these areas of non-coding DNA. He said the introns and exons and all that. And he's saying that this was explained as evolutionary junk. I mean, they're explaining their observations in terms of like their thoughts on evolutionary theory.
He said it was an assumption. They assumed naturalism. They assumed a natural cause. They assumed evolution.
No, they assumed that these areas of the DNA were evolutionary junk.
Let me explain.
Because they assumed naturalism. They assumed the natural cause. They assumed there is no God.
Even with still assuming naturalism, you can also still assume that this was not evolutionary junk and had a purpose.
Grayson, all right, listen, I'm going to explain it to you because I thought it would be easy for you because it's really clear, but maybe not. This guy Maddox.
That's just not what the paper is saying.
Hold on. He's a highly reputable scholar at this university in Australia. And he is quoted as saying that the introns were immediately assumed to be evolutionary junk. And that's a result, and that was a result of evolutionary theory, because they thought at the time that the protein coding regions were the functional part, and because of their presuppositions about evolutionary theory, they assumed, because they weren't detecting it at the time, that it was all. So they didn't look. Basically, they didn't look into it. They didn't realize. They didn't think it would have any function because we're seeing these protein coding regions. It's clearly doing stuff. The rest of the genome, it's not necessary. This was the logic. I gave you one example. The problem is, I'm not going to do your homework for you. I just went online. I searched for 5 seconds, and that popped up, and it clearly refutes. I can't go here. You need to do your own investigation. Clearly, you haven't.
Well, look, I'm saying that does not support what you're saying. I mean, I can understand how you read that, and you can read it as
explain to me how I'm wrong then. Explain to me how I'm wrong.
So you're saying that evolution made these predictions that the majority of the genome would be some sort of vestigial junk. Okay, I was asking, where are you seeing that evolution is making these predictions? And in response to that, you showed me that when they discovered these exons, which are like cleaved from like the functional, like the coding part of the DNA, and you're saying that this was assumed by many scientists at the time to be evolutionary junk. I don't see how that is supporting that evolution posited this like prediction that the majority of the DNA would be evolutionary junk. Now I can
Because that's what
understand
the assumption
that
is.
if there is non-functional parts of the genes, how that could.
All right, let me
As
try again. Let me try again.
No, you're just going to say the same thing again.
Oh, hold on.
Okay,
I don't
philosophy, hang on a second. Grayson, the prediction by the evolutionist was that there was no need to study these regions of the genome because evolution necessitates that it must be non-functional. That was
Why
the
would it
whole
necessitate
point.
that?
Oh my god.
That was
I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to frustrate
now
you.
you're getting into troll territory.
Okay,
It's
this
trolling.
discussion is clearly just not going anywhere.
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to make headway on this. I'm
All right,
sorry if
I
I'm
want to try
frustrating you guys.
one
It's
more
not my
time.
intention. I just don't see
Okay,
why
so
it would be
when,
like
let me try again,
necessitated
please.
that
Let me try again. Let me try
like that
again.
this. I mean, I see no reason to make the assumption that like not any non-coding like genes cannot have a function. They can't have any kind of regulatory or structural
All right,
like
well, let me
benefit.
try one more time. I'm going to try one more time. DNA was basically discovered in the early 50s. And when they first started looking into it, the first thing that they started discovering was the protein coding regions, which is a very small percentage of the entire length. And they didn't see at the time, because of the methodologies, anything else going on. So they assumed at that time, based on their presuppositionary evolutionary lens, that it made sense to think, based on that background, that this is useless junk material left over from evolutionary history, and it has no function, and therefore research was obstructed for decades into this regions because of evolutionary presuppositions. And this guy from this Australian university is saying that was a huge mistake because a lot of this stuff is really important. But because these early researchers seeing this had their evolutionary suppositions, they assumed it was junk based on evolutionary theory and thus ignored it for decades. And it was only until the last decade or so they really started looking into it and finding actually this is all doing stuff.
Right.
But it was evolutionary theory that created their mind frame, their mindset that, okay, all we see going on is the protein coding, the rest is junk. And that makes sense because, because of so much of Earth's history, when we were bacteria, when we were fish, when we were amphibians, when we were apes, we don't need that part of our genome anymore. It's useless. It's degraded. And it makes sense that it had no function. That was the rationale for ignoring this. I don't know why that's so hard for you to understand.
Okay, I basically agree with almost everything that you said at the start. In DNA, some sort of like vestigial DNA from when we were fish or something. I've never seen that take on it. I don't know. I mean, I agree with everything that you said about when we discovered DNA, we looked at the coding regions, and then in the non-coding regions, we noticed that there was no discernible function with the methodologies that we had, and we attributed it to it as junk DNA, and then we explained those non-coding, non-functional areas with an evolutionary framework. I can understand, and I can even like grant you that like that perception could have put us back, but I would also say that it's still evolution, like evolution accepting scientists that are doing the research in like the pseudogenes and these other kind of functions that these genes can have. I mean, I've taken multiple genetics courses, and like it fits right along with.
So Grayson, seriously, man. So did you just say that you've taken multiple genetics courses?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your position that the point that Ace Philosophy was just making about portions of the genome not being investigated because they are viewed as junk and evolutionary leftovers Are you saying that that is not the position that you were taught, or that there was just no position put forth at all?
Well, when I was taught, it did say that, like, it did go into the examples about how scientists are finding out that, like parts of the genome that used to be considered junk actually do have a function, and it did cast some level of doubt that this is all junk, but it doesn't say that there can be no such thing as junk DNA. I think that in reality, it's most likely that a lot, like some proportion of this previously labeled junk DNA does have a function, and some proportion still probably does not.
Okay. Now, when did you take these courses?
Between like 2013 and 2016.
Okay. So did you ever have you ever investigated what the positions were prior to the time you were in college?
No, I've never read genetics textbooks from like the 90s or something.
Okay. So I'm assuming you sure as hell have not gone back to the 80s or the 70s or the 60s.
Yeah, that'd be safe to assume.
Okay, cool. So would you agree or disagree that you are pretty much blind to what the positions were other than what you were taught in those two courses, and maybe some minor investigation since then, but you're pretty much blind to anything other than the supposed like current positions?
If by blind you mean unaware, then sure. I mean, I can certainly, you know, I mean, I'm not disputing that they said that there was junk DNA.
But you've been denying the relevance of the point that Ace Philosophy, myself, and others have been making in relation to, you're still clinging to evolutionary biologists doing all this great stuff, and it's just fantastic, and their focus and their predictions, all that kind of stuff.
I do accept
their predictions. Listen, if you actually, this is why I was busting your balls earlier about not going and actually doing an investigation for yourself beyond like the surface level talking points, is because if you actually took a short amount of time and went back not that long, you would find that the supposed experts were taking the literal opposite position, and they were arguing that anybody who said there was function was categorically wrong.
Yeah, I can accept all that.
Because evolutionary theory necessitated that it not be functional.
That is where I would disagree. I mean, I would say that I can totally accept that, like, scientists in the past, even the majority of scientists were saying that all this was junk DNA. It has no function. I don't see where it was necessitated by evolution. That's the sticking point, is that I totally understand how these regions like are fit within an evolutionary framework.
Okay, Johnny, do you have your slide from Dan Grauer? I forget the exact quote in relation to the
no, Donnie said he was going out to eat.
Grayson, they defended junk DNA for as long as they defended vestigial organs. They were vociferously put forth as evidence for evolution, and they fought tooth and nail to defend the idea. And that's why a lot of them want to hide the results of the ENCODE project, because it's so devastating for evolutionary theory. So you're just ignorant of the history.
But why is it devastating for evolutionary theory? That's what is the disconnect.
Because it disproves it.
Okay, Grayson, if let's say let's say that 80% of the genome is functional. Okay.
For the sake of argument.
Well, actually, I'm going to put this in our context. Okay, so the are the similarities in the coding regions of the genome, are those considered the foundational evidence in favor of evolution?
One of, sure, for like phylogenetics.
Okay. Is it recognized that the similarities are super duper important, because if they weren't, then the plausibility of evolution starts to tank big time?
You're saying like if there was absolutely like no nested hierarchy in like phylogenetics, then
I don't care about the nested hierarchy and stuff. I'm just talking about the straight sequence similarities. Is it recognized that they're like from a time factor, just the if there's all these like massive amounts of differences from a percentage perspective, that it's just not likely that there would be enough time for evolution to take place, the random mutations, all that kind of stuff, right? So I'm just going to look at genome comparison. So with humans and mice, for example, the coding regions supposedly are about 85% similar. Okay. However, if you look at the totality of the genome, it goes from there to 9%. 9% of the genome is quote unquote similar. Okay. If you now have to somehow account for 91% of the genome being unique, let's say it's 100% functional, right? You now have to account from an evolutionary perspective how the other 91% of the genome that's necessary came to be via evolution.
Okay.
Okay. If it doesn't do anything and it's just leftovers of failures and shit that broke and doesn't work and it just hung around but it didn't actually do anything, and you're only having to compare this little minuscule fraction, 85% of 3% is the same, therefore evolution is true, or is evident. This is evidence for evolution, right? Are you following why this is a problem if the majority of the genome is functional?
And by the way, function too, because the Neanderthals and stuff had a bigger genome than what we have today. So we've lost a lot of function.
Well, we didn't evolve from Neanderthals. But
let's argue it this way.
It doesn't matter. They're cousins.
Do you understand the logic behind vestigial organs from an evolutionary perspective, Grayson?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, it's kind of the same thing except for genes. So what evolutionary biologists originally claimed is the human body and all are filled with these leftovers from evolution that, when we were lizards and like mice and rodents and then, smaller apes and things like that, we had all these organs that were part of that creature's, life. But over time, we evolved, but we kind of kept some of them around. And now, in the early days in Darwin, they thought there were hundreds of these organs left over in the human body. They were just finding them all over the place. And they argued, well, this is kind of what evolution predicts. We'd have all these leftover organs from when we were apes and mice and lizards and fish, and it's all kind of still in there, but it's just useless. We know there's almost no vestigial organs, if there are any at all. And it's kind of the same lot. It's like, well, it looks like everything just has a function. It looks like everything in bodies has a role to play. Like if it was designed almost by some sort of creator to be that way. But with evolution, you would expect that there would be these things left over from our evolutionary past. So it's the same argument applied to genetics. They, like I said, they held on to vestigial organs for a long, long time. And they gave them up. And they fought tooth and nail for every single one of them. And finally, they got down to the appendix, and then they found the appendix has a role. So they just kept losing and losing and losing. Now they've given up. And it looks like the same thing's happening with the genome. So they keep losing all these battles, and you all just
I'm gonna read some stuff real quick. Okay, so this is Grauer. This guy was referring to who, if ENCODE, he's quoted as saying, if ENCODE was right, then evolution is wrong. Okay, that was his quote. Now, this is a paper published by him, okay, and some other folks that's supposedly proving this whole deal, right? So, new limits to functional portion of a human genome reported. Work suggests at least 75% of the genome is junk DNA. This is from 2017. Okay. An evolutionary biologist at the University of Houston has published new calculations that indicate no more than 25% of the human genome is functional. That is in stark contrast to suggestions by scientists with the ENCODE project that as much as 80% of the genome is functional. In work published online in Genome Biology and Evolution, Dan Grauer reports the functional portion of the human genome probably falls between 10 and 15%, with an upper limit of 25%. The rest is so-called junk DNA or useless but harmless DNA. Grauer, John, and Rebecca Moores, professor of biology and biochemistry at UH, took a deceptively simple approach to determining how much of the genome is functional using the deleterious mutation rate, that is, the rate at which harmful mutations occur, and the replacement fertility rate. Both genome size and the rate of deleterious mutations in functional parts of the genome have previously been determined, and historical data documents human population levels. With that information, Grauer developed a model to calculate the decrease in reproductive success induced by harmful mutations, known as the mutational load, in relation to the proportion of the genome that is functional. The functional portion of the genome is described as that which has a selected effect function, that is, a function that arose through and is maintained by natural selection. Protein coding genes, RNA specifying genes, and DNA receptors are examples of selected effect functions. In his model, only functional portions of the genome can be damaged by deleterious mutations. Mutations in non-functional portions are neutral, since functionless parts can be neither damaged nor improved. Because of deleterious mutations, each couple in each generation must produce slightly more children than two to maintain a constant population size. Over the past 200,000 years, replacement level fertility rates have ranged from 2.1 to 3.0 children per couple, he said, noting that global population remains remarkably stable until the beginning of the 19th century, when decreased mortality in newborns resulted in fertility rates exceeding replacement levels. If 80% of the genome were functional, unrealistically high birth rates would be required to sustain the population, even if the deleterious mutation rate was in the low end of estimates, Grauer found. Can just keep going on. But anyway, the point is that number one, that is clearly substantiates the point that we've been making regarding the establishment position, even up till this current day, in relation to functional portions of the genome, and claim that it doesn't do anything, even though we keep finding more and more functions for these regions that supposedly don't do anything. But in relation to the timeline problem of, and I think Donnie goes on diatribes with us all the time, it's like, yeah, dude, your argument about the extinction problem is true. You're right. If you're dealing with the time load that you're referring to. Oh, 200,000 years, we'd be toast. It's like, yeah, well, how many times have people like Sanford made that exact point in relation to, on Age of the Earth and such, of like, this is what we're observing in terms of the mutation rate. Here's how much time we possibly have. But
yeah.
Last point I want to make on this is, I don't understand how you took classes in between 2013, 2016 or whatever, and in 2017 we still have evolutionary biologists arguing that the majority of the genome has no function. Yet fast forward to 2022, and there's paper after paper after paper coming about all these different regions that have been called junk by dumbasses like Grauer and his ilk, claiming and teaching students these things don't do anything, while simultaneously papers being published telling people to stop calling it non-functional portions of the genome, and how it's been holding back the discoveries we could have made. But then people like you are still simultaneously claiming that in no way, shape, form, or fashion have these mental positions of evolutionary biologists been impacting discoveries, like and predictions, all this kind of stuff. No, they've been predicting the polar opposite of what we're finding out to be true. Go ahead.
So I actually did grant that. I mean, it totally makes sense to me that like this could have harmed the progression of science, and like this was a mistake to view like these things as not worthy of study for their functionality because they're non-coding. And I do recognize that like that could totally have been a hindrance to the. I already granted that previously. That in regards to what his prediction was just then, to my understanding, right, he wasn't using any evolutionary principles. He was looking at the mutation rate and looking at, if 80% of the genome was functional, given the mutation rate that we know happens, then we don't have life as we know it, because like there would be so many deleterious mutations that life would just die out. I mean, like whether or not you assume evolution or not, I mean, that would be the case regardless. I mean, it doesn't seem like a prediction of evolutionary theory, but more of a prediction of like based on what we know about mutational rate, right? I mean, is that not how you read it?
What? Okay, no.
What?
But the mutational rate argument is literally what Donnie was referring to.
Well,
in his argument,
talk about the
and
article that he
also
just
the
read out loud.
mutation problem is only a problem if we assume that life
Like
has
the
been
rationale
around
for the article saying that we can't have 80% functional genome, he didn't use any rationale with natural selection or with evolution. His rationale was based on the mutation rate and saying that if we had that, like the amount of mutations that we have every generation, if there was 80% functionality of the genome, then like the birth rate that we would need in order to have enough offspring that weren't going to just die off because of like their deleterious mutations would be much higher than is observed. I mean, that's
but
what
do
he
you
was
not
saying. I mean,
re-
that doesn't have anything to do with evolution, strictly speaking.
Yeah, it does, because
Yeah, but
that's
do you
the
not
assumption
recognize
is
that the
evolution.
mutational buildup is really only a problem given enough generations, aka like an old Earth long time span, which is the evolutionary time span of, say, hundreds of thousands, millions of years. And
Well,
that this
not
will
according
not
to
be
the
a
article he
problem
just read.
given the young Earth creationist timeline of just a few thousand years.
Well,
Wait, I want to go
according to
back
the
to my
article that he just read, is that
Grayson. Think about it this way: no one believed in vestigial organs until evolutionary theory came along. When Darwin proposed his theory, it was then they were like, you know what? I bet there's a whole bunch of leftovers from when we were apes and rodents and things like that. And that was kind of the same logic behind what they were looking at in DNA. It was the same exact law. No, there was no because it was mostly theists before Darwin, and no one's going to say God's going to design humans with all these useless organs. It was only when evolutionary theory came along that people literally went looking for vestigial organs. And what do you know? They found hundreds of them in the human body alone. I think at least 100 of them. And it turns out they were wrong on just about every single account. When they discovered DNA in the 50s, it was the same thing. They went look. They applied their evolutionary lens, and they said, "No, this whole thing it's going to be a bunch of junk because we evolved from all these lesser life forms, and most of it's going to be devolved, useless sections that used to have functions when we were previous life forms." So, just if you want to understand why it has to do with evolution, just recognize, vestigial organs weren't a thing until evolution came along. Likewise, junk DNA probably wouldn't have been a thing unless these scientists had their evolutionary, bias in their lens looking at this stuff. It's kind of how it works.
I mean, maybe this is a result of of me being blind towards how this stuff used to be talked about in the 60s or whatever. But I've never heard an explanation that junk DNA is like vestigial DNA from previous ancestors. That is new to me. So I'm not saying it's wrong, but
Grayson, serious, dude, are you are you playing dumb, dude? Seriously, just be honest.
No,
man.
I'm not. I mean, when we
why would it be there then? Why is it there?
That was not the explanation.
Okay, well, first, before we continue on this, so I just want to make sure I was not misunderstanding you. Okay, so the thing I was reading to you, are you saying that had nothing to do with evolution?
Well, from what you read of it, I just saw him talking about mutation rate and birth rates and the amount of deleterious mutations.
What do you think population genetics is like analyzing and such? And I mean, you don't think that he's publishing it in Genome, Biology, and Evolution? That's the freaking journal that it's published in.
Okay.
Like, you don't think that has anything to do with evolution?
Well, I mean, it has to do with mutations, but it doesn't mention anything about
okay.
selection.
I've got the paper pulled up right now. Many evolutionary. This is the introduction. Many evolutionary processes can cause a population to have a mean fitness lower than its theoretical maximum. For example, deleterious mutations may occur faster than selection can get rid of them. Recombination may break apart favorable combinations of alleles, thus creating less fit combinations. And genetic drift may cause allele frequencies to change in a manner that is antagonistic to the effects of natural selection. Okay, so just from what I read there, do you think that paper is not about evolution?
Well, you did not read that part of the paper before, right?
Dude, okay, folks, I'm gonna pull the other part up and reread. Are you? I mean, seriously, Grayson, are you? Dude, honestly, dude, are you a freaking troll?
No, I'm not a troll. What
Because
you just read?
Are you? Because you are
obviously. I'm not trying to like fuck around with anybody. What you just read was clearly in reference to evolution.
It's so obvious.
Why?
It's just so obvious. Why does he have to go read the other part of the paper?
So
because the part
you need to be able to put things together for yourself.
Okay, well, I was not reading the paper. I don't have the paper in front of me. He was the one that elected to read the paper, and from what he read earlier, there was nothing
I'm going to reread what I said. Okay, so here's the title. This is what I read earlier. Okay, new limits to functional portion of human genome reported. Work suggests at least 75% of the genome is junk DNA. An evolutionary biologist at the University of Houston has published new calculations that indicate that no more than 25% of the human genome is functional. That is in stark contrast to suggestions made by scientists with the ENCODE project that as much as 80% of the genome is functional. In a work published online in Genome, Biology, and Evolution, Dan Grau reports the functional portion of the human genome probably falls between 10 and 15%, with an upper limit of 25%. The rest is so-called junk DNA, or useless but harmless DNA. Grauer, John, and Rebecca Moores, professor of biology and biochemistry at UH, took a deceptively simple approach to determining how much of the genome is functional using the deleterious mutation rate. That is, the rate at which harmful mutations occur, and the replacement fertility rate. Both genome size and the rate of deleterious mutations in functional parts of the genome have previously been determined, and historical data documents human population levels. With that information, Grauer developed a model to calculate the decrease in reproductive success, induced by harmful mutations, known as the mutational load, in relation to the portion of the genome that is functional. Now for this next paragraph. The functional portion of the genome is described as that which has a selected effect function, that is, a function that arose through and is maintained by natural selection. Protein coding genes, RNA specifying genes, and DNA receptors are examples of selected effect functions. In his model, only functional portions of the genome can be damaged by deleterious mutations. Mutations in non-functional portions are neutral, since functionless parts can be neither damaged nor improved. Because of deleterious mutations, each couple in each generation must produce slightly more children than two to maintain a constant population size. Over the past 200,000 years, replacement level fertility rates have ranged between 2.1 to 3.0 children per couple, he said, noting that global population remained remarkably stable until the beginning of the 19th century, when decreased mortality in newborns resulted in fertility rates exceeding replacement levels. I think that's where I cut it off last time.
So
I don't understand how it's remotely. Hang on, I don't know how it's remotely plausible from what I just read to think that this whole deal, based on the context of the conversation and what I just read 2 times now, how could that not be about evolution and population genetics?
Very simply, the only 2 inputs that he's using in his equation are the mutation rate we observe currently versus the fertility birth replacement rate. So whether or not evolution is true or not, it doesn't change his calculation of the amount of the genome that would be functional. I mean, do you acknowledge that?
Dude, we're going to get back to how the flying F does that not. Is that not about evolution?
Grayson, let me ask you, what is evolution? What does evolution
I just
mean?
explained how it's independent of evolution, because even
what
if
is
evolution is false, does that change his analysis at all?
Dude, that's Grauer's point. That's Grauer's freaking point, dude. Okay, listen carefully. Grayson, listen very freaking carefully, okay? Try to focus, turn on all of your freaking neurons, okay? Grauer's point, and the whole reason he wrote the freaking paper, was to prove that the arguments made by ENCODE that 80% of the genome is functional. The whole reason he did it was to show that no, these guys are wrong, because if they're right, then evolution is wrong. That's his own freaking words from 2013, I think it was, where he said, if ENCODE is right, then evolution is wrong. That's his fucking words. Okay.
But John, please.
Shut up. So the whole point of the freaking paper was to substantiate his argument to supposedly debunk ENCODE and the greater functionality of the genome, because if it's functional, then evolutionary theory implodes. And it's not just Grauer saying this. This has been argued for. This is why I'm flipping out on you, is because I'm just astonished. I don't know how anybody who actually gets up and has conversations about this topic can be this freaking ignorant about what the established positions have been and are still held by many people in academia that are just being obliterated left and right. And how can you possibly be this blind? I yield.
Okay, John, because how you described it, or how you read it out loud in the article, was that he has created a formula to predict the amount, the upper threshold of functional DNA within the genome, right? And in his algorithm, the only inputs are the current mutation rate, and then the the amount of I think you said it was a ratio of the deleterious to the total genome, and then what birth rate you would need to compensate for the amount of deleterious mutations. And whether or not you make any assumptions about evolution, right? If you have no concept of the evolutionary theory, that algorithm would still have the same inputs and would still have the same result. I mean, correct? So tell me if I'm incorrect in that.
Okay, Grayson, here's what you're missing. So let's say you accumulate deleterious mutations. We're not going to expect the population to go extinct from like one deleterious mutation. It's going to take an accumulation, a buildup over many generations. Now, if the evolutionary theory is the paradigm, then we will assume that there have been hundreds of thousands, millions of generations going into the past
Right.
to account for these things.
This doesn't have anything to do with that.
But if
That's
young
an
Earth
assumption.
creationism is true, if evolution is false, then there's only been a few hundred generations. In which case, even though the mutations are accumulating, there just hasn't been enough time for us to see the major effects of extinction.
No, you would be able to see that. I mean, that's what his algorithm is showing, is because you would see many, many, many more deaths of individuals due to genetic mutations.
Okay, you clearly didn't pay attention, okay? The foundation of his math and the fact that you couldn't be alive and there'd be too many, all this kind of stuff, is dependent on at least 200,000 years. Okay. And I'm looking at the paper right now. Although the oldest Homo sapien fossil is 350,000 years, the common ancestor of all modern human populations is only 100 to 200,000 years old.
Oh, okay.
So all of his math is dependent on that timeline.
Where are you seeing that? I mean, I know that you just said that in the article, but where are you math is dependent on that? I fail to see that relation.
Because again, mutation, like if you get one bad mutation, you're not going to instantly keel over and die, obviously, right? Our body is able to account for some amount of mutations. It's the accumulation of many mutations, which takes, a long period of time, many generations to accumulate, that will present these major problems. So our bodies are fine with, let's say, 100 generations of harmful mutation buildup because they're well designed and they're able to adapt to these things. But it's not okay with, let's say, 10,000 generations of the same rate of accumulation because you're dealing with 100 times more mutations.
In our current understanding, that depends on what area of the genome is mutating. I mean, like if you have a highly functional, highly coding, highly conserved sequence of DNA, one single mutation is going to result in a death.
Yeah, of course. I'm not talking about like in a super specific, minute way. I'm saying in a general sense.
Well, I mean,
right?
that general sense implies that the majority is non-functional, or at least the majority is able to accept or adapt to a single point mutation there, which is kind of an assumption of saying that it's less functionally impactful in those areas.
Yeah, I get that there are some areas where like a single mutation is really bad, but what I'm talking about is the average mutation, okay?
But doesn't that imply that the
like,
majority of
specific
DNA
mutation.
is...
I'm just saying in a general sense.
Right,
More
but that would
mutations
seem
are
to
gonna make the
imply
problem
then that it's
worse.
only a very small portion of the DNA that is like, that a mutation is going to be highly deleterious, like, and result in death. But I don't know. I mean, maybe you have a problem with his math equation. I'm not saying that his math equation is perfect or I necessarily agree with it. I'm just saying that I don't see like the problems in his math or where his math relies on evolution, because from what I see, it's just relying on what we observe in mutation currently, like not assuming any old Earth, not assuming millions of years or generations. I mean, it's just looking at the mutation rate for each generation.
Evolution
his math
assumes
entirely has
hundreds
to
of
do-
thousands of years. It assumes 100,000 of years. That's what evolution assumption is.
Yeah,
That's why
his math gives us a rate of deterioration, let's say, if a certain percentage of the genome is functional. But this rate only matters given a certain amount of time, right?
Well, no,
So
he's saying that if
decay in
80% of the genome
physical
is functional, then that rate would be so high that we would need way higher birth rates than we currently have in order to compensate for it. That's what he's saying in the article.
Under young Earth creationism, we don't have to compensate for it.
Right.
We're actually not compensating for it. We
No,
are
he's
getting
saying
worse
every generation would have to make that compensation. One generation,
No, he's not.
like, in like
He's
40
saying
years.
he's saying that the compensation has to be made because there have been a lot of generations.
No.
right?
Like, read the article that he just was reading. It's for each generation, the birth rate would have to be higher than, like, what do you say, 3.1 or something, in order to, like, he's talking about for one single generation. Like, he's not talking about thousands of years or thousands of generations or anything like that. He's talking about one generation at a time, the current
Grayson,
present
think
moment.
about this. What would be the effects of not compensating for these changes? What would be the effect of not compensating?
You would have massive amounts of deaths due to mutations.
Yeah, but it would not be in a single generation.
Well, no, that's why the article is saying if 80% of the genome was functional, then that is what we would see, is
Your
these massive
position is
amounts
that
of
the
deaths from
article is
mutations.
saying that in a single generation he is expecting large amounts of extinction. Is that your position on what the article is saying?
Yes, if 80% of the genome was functional, that is what he is saying we would see.
Okay, John, pull up the article. There's no way that's what that says.
Like, he literally says that if 80%, like, he said that the reason that 80% of the genome cannot be functional is because our birth rate would be too low to support our population, like, because there would be a buildup, like, there would be so many deleterious mutations that our population would collapse.
Our birth rate is too low for hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting the point. The mutations, like, if one mutation, let's say, gives you a slight decrease in fitness, and that accumulates onto the next generation, then it follows that the next generation will have a further decrease in fitness, and so on and so on and so on, such that the problem will be worse the more generations there are.
Okay,
And
what do you
if
say?
that's the
Okay.
case, then the problem would be less if there's fewer generations.
If
Right? I
80%
think
of
we
the
can accept
genome,
that an accumulation of deleterious mutations is not as bad in 100 generations as it is in 10,000 generations.
okay, so what Grauer said, and Grayson, pay attention. If 80% of the genome were functional, unrealistically high birth rates would be required to sustain the population, even if the deleterious mutation rate were at the low end of estimates. For 80% of the human genome to be functional, each couple in the world would have to beget on average 15 children, and all but 2 would have to die or fail to reproduce, he wrote. If we use the upper bound of the deleterious mutation rate, 2 times 10 to the 8th mutations per nucleotide per generation, then the number of children that each couple would have to maintain a constant population size would exceed the number of stars in the visible universe by 10 orders of magnitude.
That's
This
what I've been
proves
saying.
evolution. And this
Okay.
proves evolution.
So the point that's being made is he's saying, well, we observed that the population stayed basically the same, and we weren't having these crazy high rates. So based on what we see in terms of mutations, if the genome was 80% functional, then the only way they could survive, the only way they could possibly be here, would be having more kids than there are stars in the universe, is what he's saying. So
John,
therefore,
did you hear
what?
Did you hear what the discussion I was having with Grayson?
Yes.
See, that's why you believe in magic. That's why you believe in magic, because you believe in something that can't possibly occur.
Grayson's position, I've confirmed this, is that the article is saying that within a single generation, the problem that Grauer is talking about will manifest itself.
Yeah, he just said that
not
if
a
the
buildup
couples are
problem.
having 4 kids, half the kids would die off due to genetic mutation. That's what he just read out loud.
No. What he's saying is that we actually want 4 kids to die out, or 13 kids to die out of 15.
What?
And that's better because that's going to select out the negative mutation.
That's actually not at all what he just read.
Yes, it is. He's saying that only 2 would be allowed to survive. That's what it was, right, John?
Yeah, because the other 2 would die due to their mutations.
That's not what it's saying.
That is what it's saying. I mean,
So,
John,
read it again?
do you see that?
John, read that part again with the 15 kids part.
Okay, hang on.
I mean, I don't know how else you can interpret that as him saying.
Because of deleterious mutations, each couple in each generation must produce slightly more children than 2 to maintain a constant population size. Over the past 200,000 years, replacement level fertility rates have ranged from 2.1 to 3.0 children per couple, he said, noting that global population remained remarkably stable until the beginning of the 19th century, when decreased mortality in newborns resulted in fertility rates exceeding replacement levels. If 80% of the genome were functional, unrealistically high birth rates would be required to sustain the population, even if the deleterious mutation rate were at the low end of estimates, Grauer found. Quote, for 80% of the human genome to be functional, each couple in the world would have to beget, on average, 15 children, and all but 2 would have to die or fail to reproduce.
Yeah,
He
so
wrote.
pause right there. Right? He said he did not say that all but 2 will die because the mutations are so bad. No, he said that all but 2 would have to die. That's actually better that all but 2 would die. Because in that case, the 2 would be the healthy ones. And the 13 with the hidden, slightly deleterious mutations that build up over time would not be able to reproduce. That's the point that's being made.
Okay, that was not my interpretation. John, was that your interpretation of that sentence with the 15 and 2?
You're not getting it.
He's saying that this is what would have to happen if 80%. This is why he can't handle it. He's saying, like, based on the mutation rate, this is what would have to happen if 80% were functional. He's not saying that is what is happening. He's saying that's what would have to happen from his model.
Yes.
In order for this to take place. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, and if something would have to happen, that means that's the ideal case. He's not saying that all but 2 will die because their deleterious mutations will be so bad that they can't reproduce. But what he's instead saying is that they would have to die by some other means, even if their mutations aren't bad enough.
The rest died
because their mutation would pass down if they were to reproduce.
Yeah, in order to have an 80% effective genome, that's what he said would have to happen.
Yeah, I agree with Jungle Jargon. I mean, like, according to his equation, if 80% is functional, again, according to his equation, then people would have to have 15 kids to be at a replacement for 2 kids to survive to carry on the population size.
But that's clearly
that's not
what
what he's
happened.
saying. That's not what he's saying at all.
But
he's saying that people would need to have 15 kids for 2 kids to not have deleterious mutations. The deleterious mutations will not immediately kill off whoever has them, but rather they will accumulate harmful effects.
No. He was talking about to maintain a constant population size, right? He wasn't talking about, like, you still have a big population size if they have deleterious mutations and they're still surviving to breed. But no, I agree with Jungle Jargon.
80% functional, to maintain the 80% functional genome, you would have to have that high birth rate.
Yes, no, Jungle Jargon is right in that case, but he's the article is using it to say why we can't have 80% functional genome.
Well, yeah, but we do have 80% functional.
Well, again, I don't know if that's proven. I mean, you can talk about the ENCODE project, and they're saying that 80% is active like chemically, which doesn't imply that is functional. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that it's saying what Godzilla Freak is talking about. But I mean, this is a good conversation. This is all stuff that I'm gonna read up more about.
Yeah, I'm gonna just try to find it. Wait, John, can you just put the paper in private chat so we can take a full look at it?
The thing is, we don't have that high birth rate, and we don't have hundreds of thousands of years.
Right. Yeah, we don't have that high birth rate because we don't observe deleterious mutations on that scale, which he's using to imply that 80% is not functional. Now, I haven't read his article, but I would say that, like, the question that I would have about his equation is whether or not a deleterious mutation would result, like just any deleterious mutation to any region of, like, he's basically implying that, like, the rate at which we see, like, deleterious fatal mutations that are not passed on and result in like death or severe lack of fitness in coding regions would have to be the same in all functional regions, which I do question that assumption if he is in fact making that assumption. So that I think is valid to question. That's where I would pick apart his math if, just being skeptical.
Oh, so you doubt his math now?
Well, I'm inherently skeptical about all positions. Yeah, I mean, I would want to see. Again, I haven't gone through his exact article.
But his math is having the evolutionary assumption of hundreds of thousands of years, and
well, no, that's not in his math. I don't believe.
Yeah, because you would have to have a high birth rate to maintain.
Yeah, we would see that effect in one
the
single
functionality.
generation. Like we would see that effect that he's talking about in one generation. I mean, you don't have to assume thousands of years.
No,
do you agree
can't
with
see
that?
it
I
in
mean,
one
if he was
No,
right,
of course. Okay, here, think about it. Right now, we do still experience harmful, deleterious mutations, but they're not dramatically affecting our fitness in a
well, they
super
are
measurable
to
way.
a lot of people, yes.
To some people, yes, but like as compared to just the whole of people who experience some kind of harmful mutation, a very small percentage has a large effect on fitness. I'm gonna try to see if I can find the Kimura paper on this.
I mean, I agree with you that a lot of mutations have like very slight, if any, effect on fitness. But I mean, a lot of there are deleterious mutations that I mean, a lot of them result in death and or sterility and or like lack of fitness that would impair your ability to reproduce.
Right, there are those, but compared to the
And
whole
he's saying,
totality of
he's
harmful
making the
mutations,
argument
it's not very
that
much.
his argument is that if 80% of the genome were functional, we would see so many more of these that we would need such a high birth rate to compensate for it in order to be, at replacement level. So under his framework, with his math, we would see these effects in one generation.
No, he's talking about a 15 child birth rate.
Yes, and if you don't have that 15 child birth rate, then you're not going to be at replacement rate. And this is not what we observe. So he's using that to imply that 80% is not functional.
But it's over 100,000 years or whatever.
No, not necessarily. There's nothing in the article that implies that to me. I mean,
yeah, it's because he's assuming hundreds of thousands of years.
I don't see that in the math. I mean, in the equations, in the inputs that he's using, he's only looking at birth rates and mutation rates for one generation at a time.
No, he mentioned hundreds of thousands of years.
Okay, but how is that relevant to his math? You have not demonstrated.
Yeah, because that's what he took into consideration. That's what he
was.
But
How, though? You have not demonstrated how that is in his math.
Because you would need a birth rate of 15 children per generation in order to have that hundreds of thousands of years.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
No, it's not what he's saying.
If the 80% functional genome is correct, then you would have to have 15 children and only 2 surviving for hundreds of thousands of years. That's what he's saying.
Yes, now you're getting it, that you put in the if 80% of the genome is functional. That's his whole point, is that if you assume 80% is functional, then the mutations we would have would require such a high birth rate.
Right. So he's assuming evolution, though. He's assuming hundreds of thousands of years.
Where do you assume? I don't understand why you think he's assuming that. Where does that come into his math? I mean, okay, so do you agree? Wait. Do you agree that if his math is correct, that's for argument, if we assume that his math is correct on this, then if your generation had less than 15 kids, then the population would be shrinking. It would not be at replacement rate.
No, he's talking about the amount of the genome that's functional. In order to have an 80% functional genome, you would have to have 15 children every generation, 2 surviving for hundreds of thousands of years. That's what he was saying.
And that is not, yeah, exactly. That is
That's
what he's saying.
assuming evolution. It's assuming hundreds of thousands
It's not
of years.
assuming anything other than his assumptions about the rates of mutations in like, and their impact in functional areas of DNA. Those are his assumptions. What about those assumptions? I mean, those assumptions are independent of evolution. Those assumptions are independent of timescales. The assumption that he's making is that if you have a deleterious mutation in a functional region of DNA, then there's X% chance that that is going to be fatal to or is going to impair reproduction. That is his assumption. And that assumption has nothing to do with thousands of years of evolution.
Yes, he's assuming hundreds of thousands of years.
Okay, just because you're saying it doesn't mean you're demonstrating it. What about those assumptions implies?
He wrote it in the paper hundreds of thousands of years.
But
that's what his assumption
he
is.
did not write that. Okay, that was in the article talking about his paper. But besides the point, if you read how it was brought up in the paper,
dude, the second part I read directly from the paper. Okay, among the oldest Homo sapien fossils is 300,000 years. Although the oldest Homo sapien fossil is 350,000 years, the common ancestor of all modern human populations is only 100 to 200,000 years old.
Yeah, okay. I don't understand how that's factoring into his math.
What the what do you mean? How
you think
it's not factoring into his
something completely irrelevant to what he was talking about in the paper?
Yeah, what he just read is irrelevant to the math that he's demonstrating.
Okay, no, why would he put in the paper if it has nothing?
You do understand that he's
you
an
literally just said the opposite a second ago.
Yeah.
Wait, when did I say the opposite?
You said it didn't have any relevance, and I just quoted from the paper directly. You said in the article it didn't say anything about that, and I'm like, well, yeah, it did, and then I quoted again from the paper. Okay, what I just read is directly from the paper.
No, I was saying it doesn't have relevance to his equation, his calculation.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Hey, LPP, it does.
John, I respect
he's
your
an
intelligence, so I would
evolutionist
like
writing
for
the
you
paper.
to explain it. Like you read his math equation, right? Where the only assumptions he's making, right, is like the mutation rate. He's making an assumption about the deleterious, like the effects of deleterious mutation in functional DNA having like a certain percentage of impact on fitness, which would like cut your chances of reproducing. Right? Those are his assumptions that he's making.
He's not assuming, he's calculating what would be required.
Yeah, no, I mean, those are not mutually exclusive things.
Well,
but
on top
John,
of that,
I really want to hear from you because, like, I feel like you have a better grasp of what the paper is actually saying.
I feel like you're just being a troll and you're trying not to understand your brainwash.
Number one, on top of that, the guy is an evolutionist writing a paper against the ENCODE project. So therefore, the problem is he already assumes the evolutionary timescale of time equals God. You know, basically,
but
that is
how does that factor into his actual methodology? That's what I'm asking.
Because that's what he's calculating. He's saying from all time, you know, people were giving birth to 2 or 3 kids. Well, that's not true in ancient times. They're giving birth to 10, 12 kids all the time. You know, they had large families. That's how the population grew.
Right.
And then as you come into the Middle Ages, they had less children because the Catholic Church prohibited a lot of children, to be honest with you. And then as you come through, you have at the turn of the century with the Industrial Revolution in the late 1800s and into the 1900s, you have kids. Our family, my grandparents had 13 kids. My great-grandparents
I understand
had 13
all
kids.
this.
So that's the model that he's saying into the future to keep down these mutations. You have to have a large family so that some survive. And that's what it
Yes.
is. Survival of the fittest, is it not? Can you read that into it, Grayson? Gosh,
I agree with everything you just said.
yeah, I spent 20 minutes on you, and you couldn't get the whole scale of who bought the farm or bought the who bought the grave for the
Well, I just
fill the
agreed
blood.
with everything that you just said. I don't
Right.
see how
So
any of that.
therefore, you should agree with what's going on here. In this, they're trying to shut down the encode problem. That's the same thing with the whole thing with Berkeley. They lied for years, and what they call junk DNA, they just found out, oh, they got ERVs, which are endogenous retroviruses that have stayed in the body and saved our lives for hundreds of years. They had to change their thing because they lie in order to get the grant money, and you don't understand how that just upsets everybody. Millions and millions of dollars
I
spent
don't
on a
know. I mean,
freaking
now you're
E.
getting into
coli thing that
territory
we
I
knew
think is a
60
stretch.
years ago. We already knew the end of that thing, but he pocketed millions of dollars every freaking year, Mr. Lenski, for nothing. And he used other people's E. coli. He didn't grow his own. That's the best part of this
No,
whole
it's
thing.
pathetic.
It's all a sham. 100% a sham. He used my freaking E. coli from University of Houston. He used it from Long Beach State. He used it from everywhere. I mean, come on, man. This whole evolution thing is the biggest lie. I'm sorry you're an evolutionist because you can't accept God. Couldn't even accept that the field of blood was bought by the priests because they cannot return the blood money to the coffers inside the priesthood when he dumped it in front of 40 people. We went through what? Almost 2 hours of that. That was
Yeah,
just
I
crazy.
don't see how it's relevant here, but
Oh, it is, because you won't even understand this when it's spelled out. LPP is a very logical guy. Very logical. I mean, you just
that's
keep
why I
going
just was
back and
asking
back.
him
Oh,
on
I
his
don't get the
thoughts about
math.
this.
That's like me saying 2 times 2 is 19, but only in a vacuum. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? Nothing. What vacuum? Hoover? What? You got a Dyson? I mean, come on. In a vacuum, everything's possible. Is that your stance? Everything's possible in a vacuum? We're not in a vacuum.
No.
We're on a live stream right now, and you've been going over this for an hour. And I was debating whether to come in or not. But that last time that you came in, this is the 6th time that you've gone back and forth on this. In the paper, his math is wrong. He's an evolutionist. What do evolutionists believe? You got to answer that first. What's the foundation and basis of evolution?
They believe in magic.
Well, it's not just the magic, Jungle. It's the fact that they believe in time. Given enough time and enough mutations, we can become God.
Which is magic.
Is 100%.
Well, I don't believe that.
Yeah,
Well, of course
do.
you wouldn't.
You believe in evolution, you believe in magic.
Oh, yeah, 100%. There is no
I
proof of
don't believe in
evolution.
magic, and I don't believe that.
All right, one
believe
proof of
in
evolution.
magical morphin monkeys, magical
one sec. Let
matter.
me just get back to the original point real quick. Okay, I did some
Believe
digging.
mistakes,
I looked
right
through some
instructions.
references.
All right,
in the
Godzilla
paper
Free.
we were looking
You did
at.
some digging.
Yeah.
Go for it, bro.
Okay, so if you click on the reference to the paper that John was referring to, it gives you sort of a table of all the different data points that Dan Grauer was using in his calculation. And according to this, even on the low end of the mutation sort of estimate, right, per generation, per nucleotide estimate, and on the 5% functionality he believes in, right, not the 80%, the 5%, there is still about one deleterious mutation which is going to show up per generation based on this table. But of course, if there's only one on average, there's going to be like a percentage of the population which doesn't receive it and a percentage of the population who does. But if it were the case that a single deleterious mutation were fatal or had a very significant fitness effect on the organism, it would be the case that even under what he believes in, even under 5% functionality, we would see a significant amount of the population, we're talking like 50%, suffering from major genetic deficiencies due to these mutations, which obviously isn't happening. And this is obviously because a single harmful mutation, even in a functional part of the genome, is not actually that significant, right? It's going to have some significance in the long term, but simply in a single generation, a single harmful mutation does not have a huge effect on fitness. It's just not the case. Most mutations are not that bad. But the problem arises when these mutations accumulate over many, many generations. And if only one accumulates per generation, it's not a huge problem. We can get by through maybe thousands of generations, and that won't even show itself. And selection can get rid of them along the way. The problem only arises when you have a significant amount of mutations accumulating every generation, and this keeps going for thousands of generations. Otherwise, it's simply not a problem. Otherwise, we would be seeing, even on the lowest estimate, people dying out all the time through genetic problems at a very significant rate, which we simply don't see. So this only is a problem when you have many, many, many generations.
So you're saying that his own math predicts like a reality that we just flat out do not see, even at the functional percentage that he assumes.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that his math does not suggest. His math suggests that at the lowest level there is some mutational buildup that can be dealt with through purifying selection. That's what it suggests, because mutations are just not that bad, even under his math.
So I don't understand how
aren't
that's
that
not what I
bad based
just
on
said.
observation, right? We
With
see
the high
that
birth
people
rate.
are experiencing certain harmful mutations in their genome, but they're not immediately dying. These aren't all fatal, but rather most of them have somewhat minor effects.
Hey, Godzilla freak, maybe this will help him out. Okay, so I'm a type 1 diabetic. And the reason I am a type 1 diabetic is because I had the measles shot when I was in grade school. In 3 years, it materialized. Basically, my T cells attacked my beta cells. And that's what happened is it's an autoimmune disease. So I do produce insulin, but it's killed right away. So the beta cells are eaten, and that's the way it goes. So I have to take insulin in order to survive. All right. I have 2 children. None of them, both of them do not have type 1 diabetes or are precursed for type 1 diabetes. So therefore, not only did the vaccination prove that's how I got the diabetes in the first place.
Oof.
My dad, being a doctor, found out that what they used inside that vaccination for the measles also clicked into my immune system, which then triggered the type 1 diabetes. Therefore, I produce children and they don't have diabetes. So that mutation was killed at that point because it was man-induced.
All I'm hearing is that you're just saying diabetes is not a genetic mutation.
No, not at all. No, it's not just a genetic mutation. It can also be manipulated in the body with immune. Guillain-Barré is another one. A lot of flu vaccination people are getting Guillain-Barré, if you understand what that is. It's where basically your nervous system goes on haywire, so you can't even sit down. You know, you feel like you're a buzz all the time. Guillain-Barré has been triggered by flu vaccinations. So that's why I don't get sick. That's another thing. You know, I haven't had the flu. I get allergies. That's it. It's not being sick. But I have type 1 diabetes. And endocrinologists suck because I know more than they do. I hate going to internal medicine guys because they always try to say, oh, well, you need to be taking this. I said, no, let's go work out. I run around. I burn my calories. I do this, I do that, and I take my insulin. Sometimes I have a low blood sugar. That's what happened the other night when we were talking about that other stuff. I had to get something to eat. But anyway, it's so they can manipulate the genome, and it's been noted a lot. So what attaches inside the body and how it reacts. It's just how your immune system works. If something slides by, then it attacks, and then it becomes a bigger problem.
So what is the point of what you're talking about?
The point of what I'm telling you
evolution.
about
The point is that all of it disproves evolution. Is the point?
Number one, it does disprove evolution, but the fact that the mutations that we have don't always come out. A lot of them are suppressed unless something triggers it.
Well, a lot of them are in hidden recessive state.
Yes.
And I was listening. Yeah, that's good, Alec. I was listening to this last hour while I was eating and having a coffee, and to Grayson, I think you're missing the point, and that is based on the ENCODE results and follow-up projects. I mean, there's been a lot of follow-up projects since then, independent of the ENCODE project. But Dan Grar has been a pretty prominent and militant critic of the ENCODE results, where he still holds to the genome being between 10 and 20% functional. And so he's demonstrating that if the genome really was 80% functional, and this is what I was getting at earlier, they've done numerical simulations assuming the majority of the genome is junk, just to see if deleterious mutation accumulation still degenerates biological organisms. And it turns out that even if the genome is only 10% functional, that's still too much for evolution, because that's
Correct.
still so that's still 10 deleterious mutations accumulating from generation to generation. So you can imagine if the genome is 80% functional, that's it. Evolution can't happen. So Dan is trying to point out, okay, if we go back hundreds of thousands of years to, the out of Africa scenario prior to humans spreading out in all parts of the globe, and before that we have Erectus on the globe for 1 million years. Before that we have, Homo habilis, back to the Australopithecine like ancestors. We would need, each person would need to have a lot of offspring just to offset the genetic load. But the point is, it's not an issue for us as creationists, because mutation accumulation puts shelf lives on genomes and demonstrates that biology is young. And biology is also reflected in the fossil record, which means extant and extinct biology is young. And this is proven by deleterious mutation accumulation. And Grar is very active in trying to push this junk DNA paradigm in order to save the day for evolution. I'll yield there.
Okay, so I do find this to be a very interesting topic, and I am going to do some further reading on this. So if you could point me towards, I think Michael Lynch was brought up earlier, but if there were if there's a paper that I should read about this buildup of deleterious mutations, or is there a direction that you'd point me for that?
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely send you a bunch of papers if you'd like to. There's a book called "Why Are We Not?" I'm just going to pull it up. Dead.
Why Are We Not Dead 100 Times Over? I think it's called.
Right. Yeah. Why Are We Not? By Alexei Kondrashov. Now you have to. Here's the thing that I find the evolutionists lack on is you have to have critical thinking skills. Read these books. Read these papers. Read what Grar is saying, and then don't take the conclusions or the hypotheses put forth by these evolutionary authors in these papers as gospel. Critically think. Okay, when you read these papers, for example, I went over a few citations earlier where they talk about how effectively neutral mutations that are slightly deleterious, they build up, but they should be counterbalanced by adaptive mutations or mutations that compensate for the damage. Don't just blindly believe that. Are they testing this? Are they demonstrating this? Is there any validity to this? Because 99% of the time, they're just throwing it out there. Oh, yeah, mutations accumulate. They're mostly deleterious, but, purifying selection will deal with it over time as they accumulate.
Well, I think
go ahead.
I think if you go back in the conversation just a little bit, I'm not sure if you were listening for this part, but I did at least express skepticism towards was it Gower, whoever's article we were talking about with the equation of calculating mutation rates and what birth rate would be necessitated by them, depending on the percent functionality of the gene. I did express skepticism about his assumptions.
Yeah, you're getting too much credit, though. All these systems already exist.
a 1% functioning system actually disproves evolution anyway. You don't want to use the term irreducible complexity. It's actually irreducibly necessary. It's actually an irreducible necessary antecedent. That's why, like when Alec Cox earlier asked, what's your evidence for evolution? You don't get an answer. There's actually no longer a claim for evolution. You can't find anybody that even has a claim. They literally just go off into the weeds and hide from their claim of evolution because there is none. It's over. That's why they have now submitted to the law of monophily, which is really awkward, which means it stays the same. So they're literally, it's such a psychotic religion, they don't even have a example of it. If you were to ask them even just a hypothetical example of evolution, you will not get one. Try me. Thanks.
Okay, Grayson, are you still holding on to your position that Grauer is arguing that any buildup of mutations will result in fatal or super significant effects to fitness within a single generation? Are you still holding on to
both?
that
Well, both options eliminate evolution, so it doesn't matter. Both options disprove evolution. So what difference does it make? Both options disprove evolution. It's that easy.
And also his 15 kids per generation per family is a non sequitur, because if you look at Europe, I think it's 1.5 children. The United States is getting there, especially with this new come upness with transgender and a lot of mutilations of bodies going on with little kids. So where are we headed? We're headed towards not even half of a child per family per capita per nation.
That's actually the actual true byproduct of this evolutionism religion, is that what you just described, which is too perverted for me to even repeat. That is that is the highest level of evolutionism. Congratulations, guys. Thanks.
Amen, XO. Good to see
I
you,
don't
brother.
really know what that stuff has to do with evolution, but I'm saying that
That's the
Gower,
point. Exactly.
wait,
You're
wait,
trying to justify your lifestyle. Yeah, that is evolution. Literally, that's your religion. Yeah, that's what you think is okay, right?
With no
And they
God.
think as long as society agrees with it, guys, Jungle and Alec, it's okay. As long as society agrees, right? It's all right.
Yeah, with no God, everything. With no God, anything. With no God, you are God.
To me, those are just different concepts than evolution. But
evolution evolutionism is all of it. Evolutionism is let's ignore reality, ignore all of science, and just magically believe everything came from the same organism.
Hey,
yeah, you ignore everything.
Grayson, you need to read some stuff on Thomas Huxley. This is cousin or whatever it was, brother. I don't know. But anyway, you need to read some stuff on him and transhumanism. That's the next level. And we're not just talking about trannies in the parlor. We're talking about actual differentiate between the cross of making people better by introducing animal cells into them and things like that. It's way off the charts. It's it's black magic.
But that's
now.
not
It's
evolution. I
Frankenstein.
mean,
Yeah, there's no such thing. Exactly. None of it's evolution. Correct.
Right.
None of it.
Exactly
No such thing.
right.
That's that easy.
But they
okay,
will
then
say,
you just disproved what you were saying. I mean, if all this stuff is
No,
not
you're obviously not
evolution-
listening. There's no such thing as evolution. Watch. If I ask you for an example of evolution, all we will get is crickets. You don't even have a claim. There's no such thing. You can't even tell me where it is. Where did it happen? Who documented it? Didn't happen. It's just a religion in the imagination. That's where it lies.
Yeah, no micro, no macro evolution.
You got it.
All magic.
Bingo. No micro either. Exactly, Jungle Jargon. That's a big thing that even a lot of Christians are waking up to. There's no such thing as speciation or micro evolution, let alone macro. It's that easy.
Speciation is typically considered macro.
There's no such thing.
but-
Watch this. There's no. Watch. Give me one
Yeah, but
example of
that's
it.
not
Wait. Watch this.
evolution.
Give me one example. Watch. You're right. Watch. Give me one example of speciation right now. Watch this.
One example of speciation.
Yeah. You have to look it up because you don't know any. So start typing and do a Google search because you don't know of any. That was easy.
No, I mean,
watch
Yep, that was easy. Notice how we don't have an. Listen, guys, wait a second. Do you notice we do not even have an example of speciation? Watch how long it takes them to get an example of speciation. Watch this.
Yeah, the wall lizard. But even variation
too easy.
is not evolution. You can have
That's right.
variation. It's not evolution.
That's right. I'm different than both of my parents. I'm taller and much louder than my mom and dad, and I'm still 100% a person, a man. That's it. No speciation.
Yeah, I would
Because you're
agree with
bits
that.
and pieces of your ancestors. You're bits
That's
and
right.
parts of your ancestors.
That's right. Like a
Right.
pug, like the skull of a pug and the skull of a wolf
are very different, yet they're considered the same species. It's that easy.
Okay, yeah.
So that's the point. There's no claim for speciation. There's actually no claim for adaptation. Give me an example of adaptation in nature. You'll be the richest man under the heavens. Best of luck.
An example of adaptation?
Yes.
What
Since we know you
about
can't give one of
the
evolution, no
Italian-
speciation.
Okay,
Right,
what
so you're
about
already
the-
right. You're already
I'm trying to
conceding that there's
answer, you're
no
just
no.
talking
You're just
over me,
making
dude.
stuff up. Just listen. You're already conceding there's no speciation, right? You've already conceded
No,
there's
I'm
no
not
speciation.
conceding that, man.
So
You're
you're
just
hiding
talking
from
over
that.
me.
I
You're
know
not
you're
letting me
scared. It's
answer.
okay. You know. So you said you could give an example of speciation. So you're admitting you cannot. Now you can move to something
No,
else.
I
Go
didn't
ahead.
say
Give us an.
that.
Now you
You're
can
putting
try.
words
I
in my
know you're
mouth,
nervous.
dude.
It's okay, princess. You're nervous. Now give us an example of adaptation in nature. Go ahead.
Okay, Italian rock lizards or whatever was
Oh,
that
what did
example.
Italian rock lizards come from?
Where did they come from?
No, what animal did Italian rock lizards come from?
Lizard. It's a lizard.
Well, this is
No,
an
hold on.
example
Watch.
of an adaptation.
Nope, wrong. You can't even tell me what they came from. What do Italian rock lizards come from? It's a very simple
It was not
question.
a speciation event in this case. It was an
I'm
adaptation.
still waiting. What did the Italian? You can't even tell me what
Bro,
they came from.
my
What were the
answer
parents?
was answering you. You're
You
just
don't even
talking
have
over
an
me.
answer. What did the Italian rock lizards come from?
Okay, so if I say this was not a speciation, then
You
that
don't even have a
implies
claim.
that they
You
came
can't
from
even
the
tell me
same
what they
species.
came from.
I'm
What did
answering
the
you.
Italian rock lizards
From
come from, kid? It's
existing
very
information.
yes, from the
Do you not
exact same
understand how
creature.
what I'm saying
Yes,
is
they,
an
yeah,
answer
that's
to
the
you?
point. They already had the ability. You don't even have a claim. The
They
Italian rock
already
lizard
had the
already
information.
had the ability. No adaptation, sunshine. Thanks for playing.
How is that not adaptation?
Yeah, they already had the
Because it
ability. Genius. Yes,
activated
you
They
have to
did
be a
not
brain
have
dead
sequel.
retard. Yes,
They
if
did
you're
not have
brain
sequel
dead,
battles.
it already has the ability. You don't even have a claim. They
No,
already
look,
had. Okay,
an
did they
adaptation
die?
is a
Oh yes,
change
they
in biology
already
to
had the
environment.
ability. Nope, they already had the ability. If I move to a warm environment or a cold environment, and if I survive, that means I already had the ability.
The
It's that easy.
information was already there, Grayson.
Yep, you don't
It
even
was
have a
already
claim.
there. The
There
Okay.
is
information
no
already
claim for
there.
adaptation. You don't even have a
That
claim. Show
no,
me the
you guys are
citation.
changing the definition
Nope,
of adaptation.
you're lying. I'm sorry,
Hey,
you're scared. Nope,
XO,
doesn't
he
work that
just
I'm
way.
not
reverted.
scared, man. You just
He,
won't let me
he just
answer without
reverted back
talking
to the
over
Yep,
me.
he's
picture.
scared to death. He's scared to death of his own religion. You don't even
I'm
have an
really
example.
not, man.
It's that easy. They're
You're,
scared to death. They don't even
You're
have a
just
claim.
being
You don't
obnoxious
even know
and
what
talking
words
over
mean.
me.
You need hooked on phonics, bro. You need me to
Okay,
give you a first grade reading
here.
lesson.
What I mean by
Adaptation means it
adaptation.
gains a feature to stay alive. You don't even have an example of it.
Yes,
If
I just
anybody
listed
moves,
one.
yes,
The
there's no
the
such
sequel
thing. That's why you
valves of
have no
Italian
example.
wall
You can't tell
lizards.
me their new ability. You can't
The
show me a citation. You were
information
not
was
there. You've
already
never
there.
experienced it. You don't even have a claim. You can't even tell me where I can get the information from. There is no claim. That's how
It
easy
was
it is.
No,
already
I
there.
can literally give example. Okay, look, I hear
You
you saying the
can't. I'm
information
sorry.
is
You
already there.
can't do it.
Can
You
I
can't
answer
do
the
it. No, you
fucking
can't. That's the
question?
point. You can't. You can't. You have nothing.
No,
There's
I'm
nothing there.
trying to.
They
You're just
admit, no,
talking
I'm
over
sorry. Then
me.
you're lying because they admitted they don't have an example of adaptation. 2009, Douglas J. Futuyama. For now 12, 13 years, they admit there's no adaptation. I'm sorry. You don't have a claim. You're not a scientist. You've never done it. You're just a religious zealot spouting your religion. It's okay to just say, you're right, I don't know. But no, you have to lie because all evolutionists have to lie to justify the religion.
If you weren't talking over me, you would have heard me
You
say,
don't
"I
have
don't know."
no. You're lying. You don't
You
have an
guys, let's do
example.
this.
You
Let's do
never
this.
tried
I'm
to
getting,
say
no,
I
no,
don't know.
stop. Exo, stop. Okay, let's do this. Grayson, provide what you believe is a good example. Take as much time as you need, and then we'll allow XO to have as much time as he needs to respond and give his reasoning as to why it's not a speciation event. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Grayson.
Donnie. I appreciate that. My example with the Italian wall lizards as an example of adaptation. And yes, I understand the point you're saying that the information was already in their genome. I'm saying the adaptation is to switch that on to begin producing sequel valves that were not present at all in any way, shape, or form in the
That's a lie.
previous Italian wall lizards. I mean, if you want to say
That's
they
a lie.
existed,
You didn't experience it. You're just lying. You never
Okay.
saw that happen. You don't even have a claim. You never saw that happen.
Okay.
You're just lying.
Hang on.
It's that
hang
easy.
on. So I walk back into the freaking lizard argument. Grayson, they discovered after the fact that those valves are already there. They were just deactivated.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, I know.
So that was not evolution,
insanity.
dude.
I wasn't making.
It's not even adaptation. No, it's not adaptation. It's not.
Well, I was making the
I
claim
don't know
that it was.
I don't know what you got to argue about right now in this context, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, I get so
John,
irritated.
I'll tell you. I was just
people
saying
try
that
to
it was
use
an
evolution.
example. All I was saying was that it was an example of an adaptation
Yeah, it's not.
to a
That's
change in
wrong.
environment.
Yes, that's never. You've never experienced it. It's in your imagination. They admit that they made it up. Go look up the article and talk to the scientists. There's no pictures. There's no video of the parents of the creatures not having the features. I'm sorry, you don't even have a claim. It's just a story in your imagination. It's that easy.
Well, all right. Well, I don't know what you like to argue about in that context, but like the adaptation concept here doesn't, in no way, shape, form, or fashion, is it evidence in favor of traditional, like the evolutionary model, because it's precedingly existent function that's deactivated and then gets reactivated in certain environments, and then when you take it out of that environment, it goes away again. So so in the context of supposed evidence for evolution, it actually just showcases that there's pre-programmed functions that can be turned on.
It's already there.
So
that's
it's no adaptation. It's already there. It's like if I go to a different environment, LPP, and it doesn't matter. It's already there.
Well,
right.
I was just saying it's an example of an adaptation.
No, it's not. It's not adaptation. They already have the ability. That's the point. You don't know what you're talking about.
So you keep talking over me.
I know you
when I'm
keep saying
trying
the
to
same
answer.
lie. I know you keep pushing your religion. It didn't happen. It
No,
never
I'm just saying
happened.
that
Yes, you weren't there, bro.
I
You
really
never
can't
even
even
you
say
don't even know what
anything.
you're talking about. You're just lying. It's fine. You just have
You're
to lie.
not letting
keep
me
going.
finish a
Just keep
sentence.
lying. You just keep lying. Go ahead.
I'm saying it is an example.
Yeah, it never happened. It never happened. Yes, it never happened. You weren't there. It didn't happen. Thanks. It's over. You can stop lying now. You weren't there. Thanks.
This goes back to Darwin's finches. There's still a finch, and we know that the family was there for 40 freaking years, and they didn't see any difference between the finches other than one would give, birth to more babies with a bigger beak, and then later on, the other family would give more babies to the weaker beak. That's there's still finches. Just like the lizards.
But these stories are made up. There's no such
100%.
thing. Watch, but listen, guys, the point is they didn't track the parents to see if the parents were different. Good luck finding its parents. There's no such story. They just make up these stories and people like this believe it. There's no such thing as a kind of a creature giving birth to a different kind of creature at all. And if it comes out a different color or is albinoism, yes, they're still the exact same species. There isn't even such thing as a speciation event. It's that easy. There's no such thing.
They did document the parents. To be fair, it's in the
no,
original
they didn't.
article that the
You weren't there. You
the
didn't see it. You weren't there. You're just
intentionally-
making stuff up. You don't even have a claim. You haven't have it as resource. You don't have a gift citation. You have nothing to claim, man. You're just making stuff up. It's in your imagination.
Study that published
Yes, that's in your imagination. There's no evidence. You don't have any
didn't just
evidence.
imagine this study
Yes,
out of
where's the
nowhere.
evidence? Okay, show the evidence. I'll give you $1,000 right now. Show me the other evidence. Take your time.
Okay, you want me to show you the study that
You
shows
can't.
the
You'll never
parents
show
not
the
having-
evidence. The evidence.
I'm trying
Child.
to clarify what you
Psychopath.
want.
My goodness. I already asked. Yes, for the evidence. You're an evolutionist. You don't believe in words. Should I show you what
Okay, I'll
ABCs
go
mean?
do it.
You don't have a claim. Yes, best of luck. Let me know when it's documented that they tracked down the parents and saw that they were different for the first time ever.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do
Enjoy
it
your
right
Nobel
now.
Peace Prize.
I'll do
Best
it
of luck.
right now.
Yep.
So you
Have
believe
fun.
in magic. You believe in magic that the information got there from making mistakes. That's magic.
Yes, words on paper are not evidence. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Got bad news for you, evolutionists. Words on paper mean nothing. You have nothing. Get a life. Thanks.
And if you don't believe in God, you believe in magic. You believe it's called idolatry.
That's right.
In the Bible,
That's right.
It's idolatry. Because you're giving glory to mindless matter that's not able to do anything of its own.
Did SFT just dip?
Delusion to believe a lie.
It's just like Ken Hovind used to say, there's lines on paper, kid. What is your point? Lines on paper are not evidence. You have to be psychotically inept to think that's even evidence, bro. Listen, I was dumb enough to believe in evolution 20 years ago. I didn't know that this stuff was out. This was before the internet. These kids these days have no excuse. It just shows you can't trust them around your kids, let alone, I mean, these people are psychotic. There is no claim. This guy's going to go find me now. He's going to find me ink on paper. He's going to say, here's the evidence.
Yeah, for a $3 paper that was given $1,000.
Wait, what else
because
do
he
you
turned
want
it in.
besides a study?
How did I know? I knew it. You think ink on paper is evidence? That shows that you probably need to stay locked in your home with a gas mask on the
It
rest of
is
your life,
evidence.
bro. You need to wear a helmet. You can't be that stupid. You think that's evidence, bro? You don't even have a claim. You're living in a fantasy. That's my point. You have no evidence. Ink
I mean,
on
studies
paper.
are how we
Ink
do all
on
science.
paper is not
Okay,
evidence.
okay, gentlemen, guys, quick comment for a second. Hey, Donnie, now that you're back, did it work?
Yeah,
Are
it
you
worked.
okay? Good.
I'm taking over, John.
All right.
Got
Okay,
the mute
so
button.
yeah, okay, so before I call tonight, because I got a function tomorrow, and Donnie doesn't go to sleep until 7:35 in the morning. I had messages from him at 7:35. Oh yeah, I'm going to sleep now. Hit me up in like 7 hours. This is at 7:35 a.m., folks. Okay. And he is an hour ahead of me. So if it was 7:35 my time, that means it was 8:35 a.m. his time when he was.
I
Quote,
woke up
going
just to
to
message
bed.
you, John, because I missed you.
Yeah.
I
So
set
he
my
was-
alarm every morning at 7 just to shoot you a quick text and then go back to bed.
So
It's
so at
part
thi-
of the advanced trolling we do.
so at this point, it is extraordinarily likely that Donnie is having coffee with his cocaine and is having very late nights. Like
I'll get a
watching-
large coffee, 1 sugar, and 1 cocaine, please.
But okay, so before I wrap it up, and you guys can keep going, but I'm gonna call it night. So before I do so, I want to say thank you so much to everybody who supported my little mini fundraiser here. Well, I've already ordered the stuff that was needed. Thank you so much to everybody. Appreciate it very much. Hopefully this will result in multiple atheist streams about how I'm a grifter and just proven beyond all doubt. And the only reason I have my YouTube channel is to grift. So
I mean, it's just like how Alex Jones admitted that he was whoever the other guy was, right? Undeniable.
Yes. Also, thanks everybody for engaging in the poll on should my first stream in the park be members only. It looks like the answer is no. However, Doki Doki had a excellent idea, which was I'm going to do a members only stream, like a short one, before I go to like live for the main one, right? And check, audio, talk, and whatnot, and then we'll try to do the stream in the park.
You should start it on a non-member so Doki can make everyone a member, and then you make it members only.
That's a good one. So I'm gonna shoot for this Saturday. Is my plan. I may do it Friday, but I'm gonna shoot for Saturday. We'll see how the weather is looking. Right now, it's looking good overall on the weather, so should be good to go. But oh good lord, the whole Alex Jones is Bill Hicks thing. I did a whole stream on that. Not the whole stream, but like we played the videos of all the people claiming that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. That was just ridiculous. That was hilarious. But yeah.
How's his new book, John?
The Great Reset and the War for the World.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. So here's the thing. I already knew a lot of it, so it hasn't been most of it hasn't been like just revelatory for me or anything. Right. But it's a very nice compartmentalization of all things into a very aggregated form, which I think for the average person who's just blissfully unaware, their minds will be blown if they take the time to read it. I mean, it'd just be it's the same thing with Kennedy's The Real Anthony Fauci. That was a freaking mind blower for me. I mean, wow. And then Hunter Biden's The Laptop from Hell. That was a mind blower. And what's another one I've read recently? It's crazy. Well, there's a bunch. And I tell you, people should. I was talking with my parents about this the other day. So I've been reading. Well, I would say for the last 15 years, I've read every Michael Savage book, Mark Levin, Dinesh D'Souza, who else did I read? A bunch of other folks, right? And it's fascinating to me now with what we're observing. Like Michael Savage actually was probably one of the most prophetic of all the big name like talk show hosts and stuff. I mean, Borders, Language, Culture. That was his ongoing over and over. Borders, Language, Culture.
Red diaper doper.
Red diaper doper babies. Yep, they're coming for borders, language, culture. And I tell you what, his book, The Coming Civil War, was an excellent epic, and he just straight up predicted so much.
Oh yeah, he had that stuff way out front. I've been listening to him for I think he's been on 18 years, probably 15 years. I've been listening to him. It's crazy.
Yeah, he was quite impressive, but I haven't listened to him much since he kind of like semi-retired and does his podcast.
Well, also the inventor of Monster. So there you go.
Yeah, but yeah, it's so interesting what we're observing coming into fruition right now. I mean, it's just happening before our very eyes. I tell you the thing, I talked about this the other day, but the fact that the Queen died and now Charles is king.
Charles in charge.
We're so screwed, folks. Like the globalist little kingpin is now the king of the United Kingdom. I mean, it's just he's got 88 billion. He's in control. Like the publicly acknowledged family wealth of the Windsor family is 88 billion. So he's the king of the UK, and he's got $88 billion at his disposal. And they're sure.
And Scotland's running away as we speak.
Yep. I mean, it's the guy, folks. For everybody who's not paying attention to my diatribes recently, Charles is on video stating that we need to depopulate the planet, and that they're going to put somebody in power with the strength of war, with trillions of dollars at their disposal to, battle climate change. I mean, talk about creating the king of the world. Like, we're going to let you control everything economically to quote unquote save the planet. And if people don't behave, we're going to use our militaries to force them. Like this is not hidden. They say this out loud. It's written down.
Yeah.
So anyway, enough of my diatribes.
Yeah, that guy's name may or may not start with S and end with Aton,
Yeah.
May or may not. Who knows?
That's actually the highest level of evolution is Prince Charles right there. Or whatever his name is.
So I was reading a thing today. So Charles doesn't even put his own toothpaste on his toothbrush, and it has to be his valets have to measure how much they put on there. So he gets an inch.
We literally live in clown world, like
of toothpaste. He has velvet toilet paper. They have to heat up his biscuits to a specific temperature at the end of the day.
Man, he's got to be uncomfortable in hell. Sucks for him.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like off the chart. I was reading through this list of all the things they have to do for him and like how picky he is. I'm like, so you've been the epitome of a spoiled brat for your whole life, apparently. And I mean, you have velvet toilet paper, ladies and gentlemen. He has velvet toilet paper made by.
He could feed a family of 5 for a week. I bet what he pays just for that one roll, LPP.
Probably. I mean, it's just it's a stone.
And if you see the movie Blue Velvet, it will change your life. Don't see it.
That's evil. Again, this is what this evolution religion is so dangerous. It's led to these people thinking they're the most evolved because they're the royalty, and it's led to this world of death, destruction, mass murder, genocide, wars, and disease. That's what it's all led to. That's what evolution has brought us.
They believe they can be their own saviors. Is what it is.
You got it, Jungle. That's right.
They believed all that way before evolution was ever posited.
Nope, it was the same religion. Nope, they believed in
it's all
evolution.
magic.
They said, nope, same religious belief, same exact religious attitude as well of evolution. It's the exact same spirit. But if you're an evolutionist, your goal is to already just hide from morality. So that's why they can't understand or even answer to their own belief system. It's just a psychosis, like they're brain dead zombies.
Doki just posted a funny Babylon Bee. America says offer to trade Biden for the Queen still stands. That's a good one. So I'm about to bounce. What was I going to say before I left? There was something I was going to say before I left.
You made sure to give Donnie the car keys and the code and everything, right?
I did.
This
Amen,
is my
dude.
channel now, John.
We need some animal control, Donnie. Good. Thank you.
Man, I was going to say something to Big Bag Mama. I forgot what it was now.
Big Bad
Oh,
Mama, the
poor Big Bad
world's
Mama. You actually
leading
referenced that
keyboard
person? My
Karen.
goodness. That's the shining moment right now, Big Bad Mama. You're famous.
Oh man,
Congratulations.
I've played 2 of their videos because they're compilations. I'm so listen. I am so egocentric that the compilations I just couldn't resist. I mean, being able to watch myself make fun of atheists in like a compacted fashion was just too good. The other thing I was gonna say, I remember now, is apparently have also just hit 2,400 subs. That's awesome.
That a boy. Congrats.
Congrats.
20. Yeah, I've been slacking.
Atheists
John,
have a
you've
purpose after
officially
all.
made it in life.
I'm pushing 300.
Oh,
Well
nice.
done, atheists.
Which is crazy when people have abandoned their YouTube for 7 years and they still have 65,000. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, people don't unsubscribe very often.
Well, now that YouTube has the whole deal, like if you don't go check things out on a regular basis, they just stop giving you notifications. So if you stop getting notifications, you don't need to go unsubscribe.
I suppose, yeah. You just like forget that they even exist.
Yep. Side chats are cracking me up.
If you want thousands of Big Bad Mama keyboard ninja / Karens, Facebook, these Facebook groups, John, I'm sure you see it. I'm in a bunch of these Facebook groups, and it is like it is flooded with just hundreds to thousands of evolutionist keyboard warriors. So many trolls. I mean, and you know they're a troll just based on their profile picture is usually of like Yoda or a dog or something, you know, like not even a real person. And they just talk so much trash, but yet you'll never see them in a debate. You'll never see them in an open mic. They're just full-time Facebook warriors. I think that's where Big Bad Mama got her PhD over Facebook.
Yeah,
Is Big Bad
Facebook
Mama
PhD
actually a
is so
mama, or
weird.
is this another crisis identity issue?
Could be a papa. It definitely could be a papa.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah.
Alter ego.
Alter one of 30. You have 36 genders to choose from, gentlemen.
Sybil had nothing
Nah,
on
something
Big
like
Bad Mama.
98, okay? Real.
And to think we have PhDs like Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal that can't even understand the
You're
fact
a
that there's
scientist?
three
I don't
genders.
believe you. What paper have you published? Please link one.
Oh my gosh! If you so scientists never existed until papers were being published. Boy, you're a sycophant. My
Nah, that's
goodness.
not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about
Do you know how
My
many
good- bro, you
scientists?
sound like you're drowning in peanut butter. This might be too
Well,
much for you.
The amount of scientists actually publish papers other than their thesis, that's about it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
good enough.
Insanity.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the
Insanity.
hierarchy that's just the diploma mill of diploma mills, and then you have the ones that are told, hey, we got $10,000, write a couple scribbles on the paper, pretend you did a study, just put a bunch of things in there. Nobody's going to read it anyway. They're just going to read the abstract and the conclusion. That's it.
Hey, you guys are missing my point, though. I'm not talking about SFT. I'm talking about Big Bad Mama in chat, okay? They're claiming that they're a scientist, so... And they're
Remember,
obviously
Well,
using the
yes,
remember
you
T-Jump?
definitely knew that wasn't true.
Remember T-Jump in his last debate with Kent, where he played Jackson Wheat, the quote-unquote scientist video there as his opening statement. Big Bad Mama. Then it's time to start, entering the debate octagon. I just had a question for.
No, I'd rather not.
I just had a question for Grayson. Grayson, are you familiar with? Because we were talking about genetics earlier.
Oh, good old argument.
Yeah,
Love
this
it.
is good.
Is Grayson still here? Yeah, I'd be curious how he dodges this one.
Here comes another hour.
Real.
Grayson.
Wow, big crisis in your chat as well. You got to keep up moderators. Make sure you're doing the right thing out there. Shout out to Praise I Am and Olive and Sparrow and Jace and Cheryl. Thanks. Where's the moderator?
And to Jamie Russell out there, I'm sorry for shedding some tears with my refuting preterism video this morning. But anyways, here.
Amen. I missed
Amen.
that.
Amen, brother. These preterists got to be pulverizing preterism.
Poor guys. My goodness. They think there's no sorrow right now. There's no nighttime. If you look outside real quick, thanks.
What about post-millennialism? They think they're bringing in the kingdom. They think things are getting better. Your Jeff
Bro, they
Durbins
think
and
there's
James
no
White.
more sorrow. They think everybody's happy and holding hands right
Yeah.
now. What the
We're
heck
turning
is
the world
going on?
Christian, they're saying. It's like,
Holy moly. Did you tell God that he made a mistake yet in the Bible? Because it's Revelation 21. Thanks.
I think they need to read the Great Reset if they think that
Oh
the
my
one
God.
world order is just not around the corner. I mean, wow.
Oh yeah, everybody has to
talk
cover
about
their
living
mouth
under a
now.
rock.
Yeah, for some reason. Yeah, in China, they have the same laws in China, South America, Korea, Russia, and America now. Yeah, I don't see a one world government. What are you talking about?
We're turning the world Christian, post-millennialism / Calvinism.
Yeah, we're
so
Christians. Put your mask on.
Definitely, yes.
So Grayson, are you familiar with this is a famous paper here. Chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes are remarkably divergent in structure and gene content. So you believe humans and chimpanzees are related, correct?
Yeah, they share a common ancestor.
And how far back would you say that common ancestor is?
Well, the abstract you're showing on the screen says about 6 million years.
Okay. So 6 million years. Are you familiar with what uniparentally inherited DNA is?
Yeah, like mitochondrial
years.
DNA for women, Y chromosome for men.
Right. That's good. So generally, your uniparentally inherited DNA compartments, like the Y chromosome, the mitochondrial DNA, they are also non-recombining DNA, right? As compared to your autosomal DNA. So you don't get the scrambling of genetic variants every generation. So they should be a little less messy. And that's why they're great ways to determine ancestry. So I don't know if you're familiar with this paper. Chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes are remarkably divergent in structure and gene content. Okay. Got a few citations from it here. And basically, it to the evolutionist surprise, it turns out that when you consider overall gene content, architecture, and size differences, do you know how similar the chimpanzee and human Y chromosome is?
I'm sure you're about to tell me.
Yeah, well, it's about. Well, just take a guess. I want to see how far you off you are, out of curiosity.
I don't have an informed guess.
Whole genome similarity. What do you think it is?
Whole genome similarity?
Yeah.
Like as in all the genes, or like the entire genome, like every single base pair?
Non-coding and protein coding based on what the evolutionary literature suggests.
I got no clue. 90%.
Okay. All right. Let's take with the Y chromosome. So the Y chromosome, when you consider all these factors,
what was it for the whole genome?
well, the evolutionary community likes to say that, humans and chimpanzees are like 98 to 99% similar, but that's a whole nother story. It's actually closer to about 88% when you consider gaps, copy number variation, size differences, non-coding regions. But I want to focus just on the Y chromosome. So let's just say it's between 88 and 98, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's higher than any other animal. But in the Y chromosome, which should be more stable, less messy, it turns out that it's only 35% similar. So you just told us your position that humans and chimpanzees are related, and they go back about 6 million years to a common ancestor. Do you know how similar human Y chromosomes are? Every single human Y chromosome, let's say my Y chromosome, your Y chromosome, Godzilla Freak's Y chromosome, any two chromosomes on the planet. Do you know how similar they are to each other in terms of humans?
I do not.
99.9999% similar. Literally extremely low variation. Pretty well, we've got one Y chromosome, and that's it. And that Y chromosome can go back just about 4,500 years based on the 3 mutations per generation of the Y chromosome. But anyways, why this is significant is because every single male Y chromosome is 99% the same, 99 plus. Okay. But then our so-called closest cousin, we're only 35% the same. And this is from a secular paper. Again, chimpanzee and human Y chromosome. What's the title? Right here. Notice this. Are remarkably divergent. So I've actually presented this paper for the last several years now. I strongly believe this is a fatal blow to evolutionary theory. Like just
So
an absolute.
the only question
wrecking
I would
ball.
ask is how
Just
does
give
the
it a-
similarity compare to like other species besides chimpanzees?
Oh gosh,
Well, that's a good
Bro,
question. That's a good.
Donnie, if it was 100% similar, it still wouldn't help evolution. I don't know what the confusion is. It could be a 99.9. Even if it's 100% similar, it's not going to help evolution. I'm sorry. It doesn't help evolution at all. So they don't have a claim. I just got to point that out.
Yeah, no problem. And
I'm sorry. I think I might be
I just want
experiencing some issues with my audio. I can't. You're cutting in and out. Did you hear my question about like other species, like similar to humans?
and that's a good question. Can you hear? Am I coming in okay, or am I cutting out?
Yeah, you're coming
You're
in
all
fine. You
good.
just used a fictitious word again. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good question. So it actually turns out.
Yeah, I'm sorry if it's okay for everyone else. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's an issue with my end. I mean, everyone's kind of cutting in and out sometimes. So.
All right, no worries, no worries. So that's a good question. It actually turns out that when you compare, let's just say within the great apes, okay, and you're going to say humans are human great apes, okay. Aside from taxonomy, humans and gorillas have a more similar Y chromosome than humans and chimpanzees. And that's literally how dissimilar the human and chimpanzee Y chromosome. So my basic question is, if humans and chimpanzees go back to a common ancestor, and chimpanzees are our closest cousins, how in the world can you account for a 70% difference in the Y chromosome between humans and chimpanzees when it is a non-recombining DNA compartment? It's uniparentally inherited, and every single human male Y chromosome is identical with very low variation. What are your thoughts on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to answer honestly that like I don't know enough. I don't have sufficient information to be able to answer that, but I do think it's a really interesting point, and I am going to read more about it. But that'd be my honest answer. Is like I don't really have an answer for you right now.
Well, that's good. That's good. That's an honest answer. And this goes to like Aaron Ra's phylogeny challenge. I'd love to debate him. He's turned down several debates with me. I could go over probably about 20 examples just like this that confirm separate ancestry. He puts forth this phylogeny challenge. Where do we draw a line in ancestry? What's a created kind? Well, I would say this plus 20 other examples demonstrate that humans are not related to any other form of life, because the evolutionists admit that chimpanzees and bonobos basically are our closest cousins. Okay, so let's stay as close to home as possible. I don't even have to go to whales and pine trees. Let's go to humans, bonobos, and chimpanzees. I mean, this alone, if you notice this, right from the paper, they admit this. Okay, and this is just a commentary on the paper, but they admit it in the paper itself. The 30% difference among human and chimpanzee MSY, male-specific Y chromosome regions, was a shock. This amount of difference was expected between, notice this, the autosomes of human and what? Something like a chicken. Chicken's not even a mammal. I mean, how far back do we have to go, according to the evolutionary story, for the common ancestor between humans and chickens? Okay. So, the answers you get in the paper and the answers you get from your militant YouTubers like Guts at Gibbon are sperm competition and polygamous relationships in chimpanzee populations. Okay, so they'll say because of those reasons, the Y chromosomes changed rapidly or higher mutation rates. All right, but they even admit that these are just hypotheses. They're not really tested. And the question is, can those factors really account for that massive difference? And I would say no, because the mutation rate is fast in the Y chromosome, and yet humans still have low variation. And I'm glad that you're honest and you say you're going to look into it. Here's a secondary question, kind of different, but still on the Y chromosome. How far back do you believe, according to your model, humans go? Let's specifically stick with the Y chromosome. How far back does the Y chromosome go, basically, according to your model?
How far back does the Y chromosome go?
Yeah, males. When is your Y chromosome atom, basically? When did he exist? Where did he exist?
I mean, without being more specific, I mean, I want to be able to answer you, but I think, like, are you just saying by Y chromosomal atom, do you just mean like the most recent common ancestor for all current Y chromosomes?
Right. Like your Y chromosome atom is going to be different than my Y chromosome atom, because you're going to say that, well, because your Y chromosome atom goes to Africa and he goes back about 150 to 200,000 years. Okay. My Y chromosome atom is actually Y chromosome Noah, and that goes back about 4,500 years to the flood bottleneck. Okay. So the evolutionary Y chromosome atom again goes back to Africa. Okay. There was a bottleneck due to coalescence. We now have.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I heard 150 to 200 and some.
Oh, you just cut out, Grayson. Sounded like you accidentally hit mute. Did we lose Grayson?
Yeah, all.
Oh, that's
Something
evolution
about a
happening.
bottleneck.
Evolution. It's going to get better.
Grayson, if you could repeat the last maybe 8 seconds,
Gosh.
you broke out completely.
Sorry, all I could hear was something about 150 to 200 and something about a bottleneck.
Okay, so I think there might be a connection issue on your end. I wonder
Yeah,
if
I think so too.
Has it been the whole time, or did it just start now?
It's pretty much been cutting in and out the whole time, but I've been able to keep up with most of the conversation. I think just then it was particularly just kind of dropped it.
Okay, that's fine. Let me just okay. So here's the thing. Without asking you too many questions, I won't put you in I won't have cross-exam mode here. I'll just state the argument, then you can give me your thoughts. The evolutionary model says Y chromosome atom goes back about 150 to 200,000 years. They got all sorts of numbers to Africa. Okay, mutations add diversity because they're adding something that was not previously there. So if we've been evolving, okay, the Y chromosome has been changing basically for a couple 100,000 years, adding mutations every single generation. And admittedly, by the evolutionary community, the Y chromosome mutates fast. Basically, they have to admit that in order to explain the massive dissimilarity between human and chimpanzees. But wait a minute. If the Y chromosome has been rapidly changing for a couple 100,000 years, how come we don't have higher diversity in the Y chromosome? Again, every single male Y chromosome has very low variation. It's all the same, but it shouldn't be if we've actually been evolving, for 200,000 years. But according to the biblical model, our last Y chromosomal ancestor only goes back 4,500 years to Noah.
Donnie,
that makes sense. Very low variation.
But Donnie, if it stays the same, that's also evolution. What are you talking about? If it just stays the same for 200,000
It's all
years,
evolution.
No, that's definitely evolution because it was so evolved, it just stayed the same, bro. Yeah, it's definitely evolution, stayed the same. That's what their claim is now, bro. They've lost their mind. They don't have a claim. I'm sorry.
Well, I have a third eye, but it's blind.
Real.
Bro, that's evolution, bro. Yeah, that's the thing.
So-
I'm just trying to let the Christians know that it's a lot easier. They don't have a claim anymore. This guy thinks that ink on paper is evidence. What do you really hope to achieve with this person? They think ink on papers is relevant. There is nothing.
Well, yeah, I believe that studies are not just.
I believe that's
Wait,
right.
wait,
We know
they're
that's
not
right.
science.
Yes,
before
thank
we
you
move on, before we
for
shift, I
confirming everything. Yes,
just want to give Grayson the opportunity to answer
Thank
that.
you.
So yeah,
Thank you, Donnie.
so what XO is saying is it's true. Oftentimes, evolutionists will look to stasis, and it's still evolution. But here's the thing: you can't look to stasis in the Y chromosome because of the massive dissimilarity between human and chimpanzee Y chromosomes. So the evolutionary community has to admit, okay, the Y chromosome is not static. It evolves rapidly. That's what explains the differences. But yet so here's a Y chromosomal phylogenetic tree. Okay. Very low variation, few DNA differences. No.
Can I ask you something really quickly? Are that 99.99% or whatever you said similarity in Y chromosome, is that total total base pairs on the Y chromosome, or is that only looking at the coding sections of the Y chromosome? Because that was a differentiation that we made before about saying chimpanzees are 98% or something, and that was only looking at the coding portions,
right?
And then it was less when looking at the total. Do you know if this is the total for Y chromosomes or just the coding portion?
It's the complete Y chromosome that makes it 35% the same. If we weren't considering everything, and the paper talks about this, it's about 70% the same. But when we consider everything, it's about 35% the same.
Well, I was talking about between humans, sorry, not between the humans and the chimpanzees.
Oh, yeah. Humans is everything. For example,
because I do know that like a haplogroup, you can like do a genetic test and see what haplogroup that you belong to, and
Right,
I know
here's
that's based
right
on
here.
differences between Y chromosomal DNA among humans. So I know
Right.
those are calculated with differences in Y chromosomal DNA.
Okay, so right here is a reflection of, this is only human Y chromosomal diversity. This is a reflection of worldwide Y chromosomal diversity. So if you look at these haplogroups, you'll notice how you have these different size branches. Branches reflect DNA differences, okay? So you'll notice in one haplogroup, there's differing size branches. They go back to a common ancestor. Well, that means that the mutation rate is fast, but it's also not constant. And what I mean by that is some people in the same amount of time, based on the differing size branches, are picking up more mutations than other people in the same amount of time. So some people have more mutations than their cousins. They go back to a common ancestor. So that breaks the evolutionary molecular clock. That means the mutation rate is fast, but yet it's faster in some people than in others. Because the evolutionist wants to make evolutionary based assumptions, look to the human chimpanzee split, look at how many differences separate the two, and get a really slow clock. Well, all you got to do is look at a phylogenetic tree to refute that. Just look at the differing size branches. But anyways, my question is really basic. If you don't have an answer, that's fine. You can look into it. The human Y chromosome exhibits surprisingly low levels of genetic diversity, if you can see that on screen, okay? So we have a reflection of it here. The entire Y chromosome, okay? You can look at it, and in human males, we're the ones with the Y chromosome, it's very low variation. How can that be true if deep time evolution is true? It should be high levels of diversity if the Y chromosome is mutating fast. Go ahead, take as much time as you need. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry to do this with you. I heard that you can look at it and...
Yes.
No, but that's all I heard. I didn't hear what.
Wow,
are you
bro.
just saying
It doesn't
why?
seem like you're interested in talking.
Are you asking
that's evolution,
why
I
we
guess.
see so little diversity in human Y chromosomes and why there's so much between humans and chimpanzees?
Donnie, you really don't think he's going to give you an answer, do you?
You know what? I've debated PhDs and they
that's-
don't even give me an
yeah.
answer.
Yeah,
So-
Donnie, because Donnie, I'd be worried about you if you thought he was going to be able to answer you.
No. I figure
It's
because here's the thing.
rhetorical. It's rhetorical. and
It's
people want to be
rhetorical.
intellectual. I get it. Yep.
It's
Good
part,
job.
partly. See, I know that they don't. I already know their answers in the paper, and they don't work. They've been
Right.
looked at, their stories. But here's the most important thing to consider: is Grayson, and I do appreciate you engaging with us. You've been civil. It's been fun. But a few hours ago, you did say that genetics. Okay, and I've written numerous books on the genetic data. You said genetics are the best evidence for evolution, when in fact, genetics is the best evidence against evolution. Genetic entropy, mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome, for example, here. So basically, it comes down to this, to make it easy for the audience, okay? The Y chromosome has little diversity. If evolution is true, it should have high diversity. That's it. That's the argument. Why doesn't the Y chromosome have high diversity? Why is it low?
So do we know how much diversity the Y chromosome has just looking amongst chimpanzees themselves, like a comparison with other chimpanzees? Is that
Yeah, we
also
do.
extremely
we do.
similar?
Yeah, chimpanzees have more diversity within their Y chromosome than we do. We have low, they have higher within.
Because they make more chimps. Nice. Yeah.
But how does that help you? Because remember, you got to
I'm gonna
account
cut off. You
for
guys are fine.
70%. You need to account for a 70% change in only about
Well,
6
Donnie, can
million
you,
years.
Donnie, let him pick a number? What would satisfy him? Can he pick a number for us? What percentage they could stay or not stay? That would be evidence for what? Would he be able to tell us what that means? Thanks. No, the answer is no. So, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, the
Grayson,
answer is definitely no.
Grayson, is it a problem for evolutionary theory that the Y chromosome between humans and chimpanzees is only 35% the same, if that's our closest cousin?
I don't believe that I have enough information to say yes or no, because I haven't, you say that in the article they do postulate possible explanations that you have said are debunked, but I would like to go through the debunkings of those, and then I would feel more comfortable with answering that question, like if I had more information available. But I do think it's interesting that this is not what we would expect. So that means that there does need to be an alternative explanation.
All right, well, I appreciate that. And I went over a few other explanations. Sperm competition in chimpanzees, they'll say, means that the chimpanzee changed a lot and then we stayed the same. But it turns out that the Y chromosome mutation rate in humans is fast and rapidly changing too. So there's a contradiction there. So
is there any non-great ape species that we share a significant amount of Y chromosomal DNA more than chimpanzees?
Yeah, we share more in terms of the Y chromosome with the gorilla than we do with the chimpanzee, which is a break or an inconsistency in the nested hierarchy that evolutionists want to look to. Because evolutionists like to say, well, wait a minute, hierarchically, humans and chimpanzees are closer than any other form of life. Well, wait a minute. When you look at the Y chromosome, that's not the case.
But is that the case when you look at the total genome?
When you look at the total genome, humans and chimpanzees are a lot less similar than evolutionists say. Evolutionists say that we're about 98%.
In comparison to gorillas, like that's what I was asking. Like
in comparison,
are these
what about
nested
mice?
hierarchies?
But they're also mice, and there's other animals that are also similar, and none of it means anything for evolution. There's hundreds of similarities.
I'm just asking: do we observe that?
Do you have a claim?
When we look at total genome, Y chromosome, do we observe that humans are more similar to chimpanzees than to gorillas than to any other non-great ape species?
I don't think they have enough sequencing done in gorillas, in orangutans, in lemurs, in baboons to know. We've done a lot more sequencing in humans and chimpanzees, but that's all we need, because the chimpanzee is our closest cousin, apparently, according to the evolutionary story. So if we can show that there's far too many differences between humans and chimpanzees, then by definition, that means we're not related to gorillas or pine trees, or, but if we're not related to chimpanzees, then we're definitely not related to pine trees.
Chimps only come from chimps. Yes, that's what biology shows us.
But it also means that
No, biology doesn't show us that we share a common ancestor with chimpanzees, because I just showed you that based on the XO. Is that what you said, brother?
Yeah, that's right. That's the point, is that these chimpanzees can only come from well-functioning chimpanzees. They can't even be adapting. They have to already have the ability. All of these things disprove evolution. There isn't even a claim for evolution here. They already depend on the functioning system as a necessary antecedent for the biological life form. That's it. It has to work from the beginning.
Yeah, we're all waiting for the paper of the sea slug. That's the one we're waiting for.
There's no, listen, it's 2022, guys. It's too easy. Evolutionists don't even have a claim. They can't even tell you what is evolution. That's why you can't get an answer. They gave it up 2 years ago when they started saying, it's the law of monophyly. That was a big mistake. Admitting that it stays the same. Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, well, thanks for just doing all the work for us. So they admit it stays the same now, guys. It's never been easier to destroy this religion. Again, this is like stepping on ants, Donnie. Donnie, what I need to do is you need to schedule a debate with me, and you and I should probably discuss the species word, because this is a problem. Because maybe you need to have go and grab an intelligent Christian to debate me, and I'll grab Jace, and then we'll go and talk about, or Jungle Jar, whoever wants to talk about this. The fact that, listen, these words are fictitious anyway. It's like playing a game of mousetrap, and the atheist makes the mousetrap game. If I go play the mousetrap game, he's allowed to manipulate it. He's allowed to change the rules as we go along. Then I'm enabling his drug addiction to pseudoscience and Satanism. It's like I'm handling a bottle of vodka and here's a pack of cigarettes, and this is called an intervention. No, that's not an intervention. We're helping them stay in their satanic religion, basically, is my opinion.
I'm an evolutionist now, XO.
Hey guys. Hey.
Hey,
Good. Finally, I can talk to an evolutionist now. Thank God.
I've just got a quick question. Wouldn't class myself a expert in this subject, but can someone just answer me this question? If something doesn't have the ability to survive, then it does not eat. If it does not eat, how can it mutate? It starves to death. Isn't it really that simple?
Yeah, it's that simple.
That
if it doesn't have the ability to survive, then its mutations would, if it can't eat, it would die.
Then it would starve to death, and it would be over.
Mutations? What was
so
that?
Essentially, if you don't...
Well, that would be a carnivore, but not necessarily an omnivore.
Well, really?
If you don't eat,
somebody said
you don't
mutations.
mutate.
What was that about? That was like some sort of panic attack, I think, when somebody said mutations.
Yeah,
what is that?
if you can't eat, then you would die and not pass along your genes.
Yeah.
What if you're a vegetarian, though?
Natural selection is all about differential reproduction. Who's reproducing the most? Who's passing on their genes the best? So, if creatures aren't having babies and passing on their genes, then
okay,
evolution's dead.
Donnie, watch this, Donnie. So watch this, Donnie. I want to debate you and find another smart Christian. I've been looking for him. I can't find too many of them. So I'm going to debate you about this, Donnie, that there's natural selection disproves adaptation, let alone evolution. That's even if natural selection is true. Listen, watch this. Even if it's called natural selection, not natural addition. Thanks for proving my point. It selects from what already exists, meaning it doesn't even allow for adaptation, let alone
You're such an
speciation.
evolutionist.
I am evil.
Well,
listen, bro.
Wait, I just want to use
you
an
got the
example.
point?
So listen, I just want to use an
Go
example.
ahead.
Actually, it's not an argument against you or anything, but I just want to use an example. Okay, so if we were here's natural selection in its most understandable form. Okay, if we were to take every single dog on the planet today, okay, every single dog, and that includes your domestic dogs, Canis lupus, your dingoes, your coyotes, whatever, toss them into Alaska. Okay, it won't be long before all of your skinny, dingo type dogs are dead.
Chihuahuas.
And what's left are your husky types.
Damn right.
Your thick
That's
fur,
right.
That's
your bulky
evolution,
dog.
people.
Donnie, tell us again what happens. Donnie, back it up. Back it
Guys,
up.
I'm
What happened to the dingo? No, tell me again. What happened to the dingo, Donnie? Tell me what happened to the desert
I'm not
dog?
saying this is an argument for or against.
No,
what
you're
saying.
helping. No,
trying to
you
make
are
it
arguing
understandable
for
the
me,
audience,
Donnie.
okay?
You are arguing for me now. For me, you are arguing for me. Go, tell me again what happened to the dingo.
Okay, so anyways, so when we have so we take every single dog now that is in Alaska that looks like your husky type, thicker fur, stubbier legs, bulkier bodies, throw them into the deserts of Australia. After however many generations, all that's going to be left is not your husky type. Okay, they're going to die off. Now you're going to have your dingo type, your skinnier dogs, longer legs, where they can survive basically.
Higher off the ground.
So, but here's the thing: all of that information was built in. All that information was there, and as a matter of fact, based on these adaptive episodes, I don't see a problem in using the word adaptation.
It's not adaptation. You already disproved adaptation.
You're
That's
not going
why.
to interrupt.
You already did.
I'm trying to finish my thought. It's like the one word that triggers you, and you go off. Okay. Here's the thing: that information was present for short hair or long hair. So to say that a dog that has been put into Alaska, okay, the pre-existing information for, let's say, longer, thicker hair is now manifested after several generations. It's okay to say that that dog has adapted to its environment. That's what that is. That's adaptation to its environment, and I don't see why you have a problem with that, Exo. Go ahead.
No, it already had the ability. Nothing adapted. Just like if I moved to Alaska,
it adapted based on its pre-existing ability to do so. The information's present in the genome, okay, of that dog variation.
Thank you. That's all I've been saying.
Okay, you muted me.
You silly evolutionist.
Wait a minute. Okay, well, you just muted me. Listen, that's not adaptation. No.
Yes,
I'll give you $10,000 if you can define adaptation and correctly and describe it in reality as it happens in reality. No, it does not happen. That proves no adaptation. The dogs that already had the ability to survive, the dogs that already had the ability to stay healthy in that environment continue to stay healthy. Not even close to adaptation. That's destroying the minds of children.
Adaptation is simply a process, a basic process.
It already had the ability. There is no process. It already had the ability.
Becomes better suited to its environment. Okay. It's a process where an organism has become better suited to its environment. Or in other words, better adapted to its environment. So yes, if you have an organism, like for example, we have a prime example of epigenetic modification in certain fish organisms, okay, where you have these fish variations that enter the cold water and they rapidly adapt to that cold water where they have pre-existing
antifreeze,
where they have pre-existing.
Well, then it already had the ability to survive, Donnie. Donnie, it already had the ability to survive.
Adaptation does not imply
It
a
is
change.
now, listen,
Oh, but
listen,
the
it is now,
genome
the
responds to the
organism is now
environment
better
too.
suited to its environment based on the pre-existing genetic variation that was front-loaded or designed into the creature from creation. So
Right,
for
but
a creature
it
to enter a new
also
environment and its pre-existing traits to be manifested, okay, to
it
lead
al-
to adaptation, there's nothing wrong with saying
but
adaptation. Now, I'm going to
but
bring
a lot
Exo
of people miss
Go
a lot
ahead.
of people miss that it also responds to the environment. Your genome, if you go into the Amazon jungle, your genome is going to change and respond to that environment.
It's still
If
not
you go up
adaptation,
into
even if that was true.
Alaska,
No. It just
if you go
means
up
that you
into
have the
Alaska,
ability to
your
survive.
Hey,
genome is
Jungle.
going
There's
to
no such thing as
respond and
adaptation. It's
change to that
destroying the minds of
environment.
children. It's
Tell us
dangerous.
about the Y-chromosome, Jungle.
It's dangerous. No, this adaptation religion is dangerous. It's
35%
enabling
trait.
evolution. It's a dangerous
It
religion. It's
responds to
pseudoscience.
the,
Yeah.
So
it's
You
the
can be
built-in
no such thing. It already
mechanism
had the
of the
ability.
genome
It's the
Did
law
they,
of
responding to the
life. All of
environment.
biology depends on
Just
no
because it
adaptation
already
happening.
had the ability,
Nope.
that's
No
the
changes.
whole point.
It was not
That's
better
the whole
suited. It
point
was
of the
already.
epigenome. Listen, that's the whole point of the epigenome, is that we have these pre-existing genetic switches, millions of them in the genomes of living organisms, and based on their ability to change, okay, dependent upon the environment they exist, especially after the flood. You have these ever-changing environments that requires ever-changing genomes. So I don't know if Exo believes that, you know, the genomes of biological organisms are static or fixed. That doesn't make any sense. No, there's a lot of pre-existing variation that's just waiting to be called upon, waiting to be manifested via environment. That's adaptation.
evolution.
That's adaptation.
Nope,
No,
that
it's
disproved the
responding
adaptation.
to the
There's no such thing
environment.
as adaptation, and it's destroying the minds of children. It's letting them to
Exo,
believe in
can you
evolution.
define adaptation for
No,
us?
that's the point. You don't even have an example of it.
And
There's no
well,
such.
So
Okay, here
you, so
I'm
you
gonna
can't
guys. I'm
define
gonna
the
ask.
thing
I'm
that
gonna
you're
ask
telling me.
Exo a basic question. Then CJ, I'll let you go, brother. Exo has no idea how to not interrupt. So I'm just putting him backstage while I ask the question, and he's probably still talking even backstage. Okay, Exo, from your creation model, what came off the ark in terms of your Felid family? Was it 2 cat archetypes? And my second question is, did all of your variations of cats, like your lions, your tigers, your leopards, your cheetah, your house cats, did all those variations of cat come from that archetype in 4,500 years? I'm going to bring you back in and answer the question. Go ahead.
that was all done in Babylon.
No, well, hold on. Yeah, Donnie, I was trying to explain that when I first tried to answer you, I was muted when I waited for you to get done. Then I started. Then you muted me again when I tried to answer. So I'm just trying to point out that there is still no example of adaptation. These creatures already have the ability.
Right, you
they
keep saying
move-
that.
I know.
Listen, you keep saying that. I'm putting him backstage. I'm not going to go in circles. His only argument and rebuttal is the creatures already had that ability. Of course, the ability to adapt and to change based on your environment is pre-existing. It's not evolved through mutation. No, it's there in the same way that your car, okay, cars these days are built with lane assist, or on your backup camera, if you're backing up too close to another car, it'll start beeping, or if you're swerving off into the other lane, your car, based on lane assist, will bring you back in and prevent an accident. Or you got a spare tire, which appears to be redundant, but guess what? If you enter an environment where you get a flat tire, well, now you've got that pre-existing spare tire to utilize. Yeah, all of these things are pre-existing. So Exo, please, you can repeat the same argument. That's fine, but it doesn't work. We all agree.
I have a question for CJ.
Okay, wait. I just want Exo. He can say what he wants and whatever. Repeat the same argument, but then answer the question about the cat archetype. Go ahead.
No, I have yet to be able to say the argument once. I've just been muted every time. I've never been able to get through to it.
No,
that
but
the
respond
creature
to the-
before,
respond to the
right, the
question.
creature before. Here's the point: before I move somewhere, I have to already have the ability to live in any environment. There's no exception for that. Kingdom, phylum, class, order, genus, species. You asked about coming off the ark. There's no such thing as a phylum. There are kinds of creatures. This Carius Linnaeus category system is also fictitious. That's why it just leads to evolutionism. These are not words of God. They're actually satanic
How many
hymns.
cats came off of the ark?
We don't know. That would be stupid for a man to make a claim. It could be
How
two.
many kinds of cats were brought on the ark?
It could be two cats.
Okay,
could
so
have
let's
made all
just
the
work
cats.
with that. Okay, let's work with that as a working
Could be
hypothesis.
two. Yeah, no
From
problem.
those
For
two
God,
cats,
oh my gosh, you
from
kidding
those two cats, do we get lions, tigers, leopards, cheetahs, so on and so forth?
Yeah, it's the
Yes.
miracle of God's creation. Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay.
They already have the ability. All of that depends on no adaptation. They have to.
What about
already have the
dinosaurs?
ability.
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, so we get all that variation from a house cat to
They
a
are
lion
right.
to a
They are
tiger
exactly.
to
You
a leopard,
already have
which
all
is,
the
yes,
variations.
it's all
That's
based on
right.
the pre-existing ability to adapt to various environments. You have cheetahs that go one way, lions that go one way. There's different environmental pressures.
You got it.
There's,
Nope, no
there's
pressure. Nope, they already have the
differences in
ability. No pressures.
reproduction,
They're already going to have the
mutational
ability.
Did they get
differences.
fixed in their
Okay,
population?
so
Pressures don't
So
change
Exo just
genetics.
Yeah.
said
Mommy
that
and
he
daddy.
agrees that adaptation is a thing.
Well, it's
okay, go ahead, CJ. Go
No
ahead,
such
CJ.
thing as adaptation. Yep,
it's
not even
already
an
been
example. You
proven.
don't even have a
Just laid out what
hypothetical example of
adaptation was.
adaptation.
It's already
No,
been proven.
Steve, they were saying these things already had the ability,
Yep,
regardless
there's
of
no
where they,
adaptation.
what
It's the law of life.
environment they were
Genesis 1.
living
It's
in.
in the first books
Biological
of the
They
Bible, guys.
already
definition
had
of
the
adaptation
ability.
whatsoever
I
that
understand.
says that you
It's
can't.
already been proven
Yep,
that they
that's
developed
right.
the cheetah in Babylon, so it's all good.
There's
Yeah,
no
no such thing as
biological
adaptation. You don't even have.
definition
Okay,
of
I want to
Take on
clarify. I want to
anybody
clarify,
anytime.
guys.
adaptation
I
requires
don't
you
listen.
to
I don't
change.
have a problem. I've literally written books and debates on it. Yes, from the arc, you have, let's say, a felid or a cat archetype or a dog archetype that has massive levels of pre-existing variation or heterozygosity,
Yep.
and from those pre-existing DNA differences, you can easily get in a few thousand years everything from your lion to your tiger to your house cat and all the other variations. Okay. Now, here's the problem. Exo agrees with me on that, but he doesn't want to call the different variations from, let's say, a lion to a leopard, which there are some, some differences in there. He doesn't want to call that adaptation. He doesn't want to call that speciation. He doesn't want to call that anything really. So,
it's just birth, right? It's kittens.
It's just kittens.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all it is. Yeah, after its kind, Donnie. It is. They brought
Speaking
forth
of
after their
kittens.
what? After their kind, after
Kitten.
their kitties, after their kittens. It's that easy.
Right.
Right?
Look at the Chihuahua. It was actually bred for food. So there you
It
go.
really
Now
is
it's
that simple. The bill. I'm glad we come to this understanding that you at least now know my claim, Donnie. You did good. Good recovery. Amen.
I know your claim. But every time
there you go,
I use the word adaptation, you just go down this big
right,
rabbit
because
trail.
it's not
I don't
adapting.
think
Listen,
it's that
I'm
big of
different
a
than my
word to trigger
right,
you.
Donnie. But Donnie, I'm very different than my parents. My parents are different from their parents. We're all very different, and we all depended on the fact that our families already had the abilities. That really removes there's no such thing as adaptation.
What do you think
Adaptation is a form of
adaptation
evolution.
is?
Adaptation
No, that's not true.
is
But
a
what do you
form of
actually think
evolution.
the
That's the
definition of
reality.
adaptation is?
There's no such thing as adaptation. You can't
Can
even
you
define it.
define what there's no such thing as? That you use the word.
Yeah,
there.
you don't
said
even
there's
have
no
a.
such
That's the
thing
point. You
as
don't
this
even have a
word.
claim. It's that easy. You don't even
So
know
you
what
don't
it is.
know the
It's so
definition.
easy.
See, pixies don't exist, but I can give you a definition of pixies. So you're telling me
Good.
that you
Congratulations.
are so inept,
You can
but you can't
define
give me a
pixies, but you
definition of
can't
something that doesn't
define
exist?
adaptation. That was easy.
I
Yep.
actually can. I'm about to read.
I'm
the
sorry,
dictionary
Princess
definition.
Cupcake. I'm
Ready for
sorry you live in a cartoon. You
Ready
can't
for
do
this?
anything. Yeah, I live in
I
reality.
gotta take
Close.
Yeah,
off,
you can't
people.
do
Close.
anything.
You guys
Yeah,
ready
you'll
for
sit
this?
down
Close.
and
I
do
gotta take
nothing.
off.
You don't even have
Bye-bye.
a claim.
Process
There's
of
no such
change
thing,
by which an
Princess.
organism
I'm
or species
sorry you live in a
becomes better
fairy
suited
tale.
to
There's
its
nothing you can do about it. Yeah,
So
I actually
did
work
just
with things.
define
I
it.
do things in reality. You'll never have an
Right.
example of
So
adaptation
you're
as long as
actually
you
being
live.
a 4-year-old girl. I just
Yeah,
want to
I'm
point that
sorry
out.
you have nothing to show for it. You don't
So
even have
you
a
just
claim. You
defined
don't
it.
even know your own belief
Okay, I just
system. You
read
don't
the
even know what
definition.
adaptation is, and now you're
you
going to have
tell
a
me
temper
what the
tantrum on the
definition, I
internet.
literally just read you.
Congratulations. We're all impressed.
Okay, that's what I thought. See, the thing is, you're actually agreeing that adaptation is a thing. Like what
You
I
don't
just
even have a
read,
claim. There's no such thing.
read.
It either already has to have the
No
ability
such thing
or
as
it
what?
dies. It's the law
XO,
of life.
XO,
Genesis
XO,
1. It was
XO,
good. After the 6 days
XO,
creation, it was very
XO,
good.
XO,
Not that it's going to get
XO,
good. Not that it's going to get better.
XO.
Not that
Nobody
it's going to
cares.
adapt.
Literally,
No,
nobody's
there's no
listening to you, my
such thing
friend.
as adaptation
Nobody
at
is
all.
listening.
All the laws of
You need to
life,
shut
and
up.
all of biology.
Okay, guys, I'm going to
depend-
jump in. Exo, listen. I love you as a brother, but do you see what I mean? I mean, you and CJ are trying to have a conversation. It's like you take one big breath and then you just go nonstop.
He never lets anyone finish.
He's got a snorkel.
Let's have a conversation, please. It's just a bunch of Christians in your mind.
Gotta love him though.
So you gotta love him. Listen, listen, I love him, but please, I'm gonna bring you back in here, and you and CJ have a conversation because it's giving me a headache. Okay, here we go. You're back, XO.
That's
let's
fine.
just
Yeah,
go back
CJ
and
doesn't
forth.
have a claim. It's that easy.
Okay.
Come on, there's no
Yeah, here's
claim.
my claim. You ready?
Calm down, XO.
Go ahead.
Calm down, bro.
Real. There's
Watch
my claim.
this.
Okay, go ahead, CJ.
That's what I thought. Exactly. Thanks.
No, guys, this is what we're gonna do. CJ, you make a point.
Bro, this is
we'll
too easy. I'm gonna
Exo.
go take a nap, guys. This is too easy, Donnie. I'll talk to you guys later. You guys have a good
No,
night. It's already
Exo,
past
stay.
midnight.
No,
The
Exo, I
word
wanna
of God
hear
is
how you
quick and
respond to
powerful.
CJ.
I'm
No,
gonna,
Exo,
I'm gonna,
don't
I gotta
leave.
go.
Don't
It's
leave.
past midnight.
Listen,
Donnie, it's
don't
past
leave
midnight. There's
Exo,
plenty of
there's
times.
nothing
There's
to
listen.
fear.
I'm
Listen,
gonna. It's
Exo, there's
past
nothing
midnight.
to fear but the sphere itself. Okay, listen, I just want to see how you respond to CJ. Okay, CJ, go ahead, make your
He
point.
don't even have a
and then we're gonna
claim.
let
We've been
Exo
waiting.
go.
He doesn't even have. He's
Yeah,
dead.
no,
He's caught dead.
You
He's like a
talk
deer in the
over
headlights.
Waiting because you're over talking.
He's like, that's him right now.
Okay, now, guys, everyone, shh. Okay, we're gonna let CJ make his claim uninterrupted. Go ahead, CJ.
For sure. So, yeah, the claim is pretty simple. Adaptation is real. The evidence for the claim is that the definition.
Oh, the evidence.
of
Okay, this is
adaptation
retarded. I gotta go, guys.
is a change-
That's what I thought.
Exo,
It's just
let him
retarded.
finish his
I don't have
action.
time for
Becomes better
retards that don't
suited
even
to
know how to
environment.
read. It's just pathetic. He doesn't even have a claim. There's no
Yeah,
such
that's-
thing. It's
see,
that
that's-
easy,
you're literally
guys.
not-
I'm going to
not
teach
5
everybody
seconds ago,
that they got to get rid of this
so-called
adaptation. It's
Christian
that easy.
was
He
sitting up
doesn't
here
even have a
saying
claim for
that
it.
he
You
couldn't
can't even
find
discuss it.
intelligent
You
Christians
guys
to
have a good
discuss
night.
because all he
It's
wants to
so
do is
easy.
argue.
It's like
Good night,
shooting dead
Exo.
fish in a barrel. It
By
is
the
so
way, I
easy,
don't believe
Donnie.
you said that
There's
he's a
no
brother in
claim.
Christ. I
He
don't
can't
think
even
he's
tell
a
you
brother.
what it is. He just says
I think
it's
he's a
real
troll
and there's
who comes in
evidence.
here to try
Duh.
and sow
It's
discord.
real and there's evidence. Duh. That's your claim. Thanks for proving my point. Have a good night, guys.
No, Exo, stay. Don't run. You're gonna. Actually, you better come back or else you lost. I got to declare CJ the winner. So CJ, put your arm up.
Well,
Put your arm up,
can we just point
CJ.
out though, like, because there's a very specific reason I wanted to come in here. I know you were saying, well, we all want to, love him as a brother in the Lord and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I'm not convinced. I think this dude is just a troll who comes in here for the sole purpose of causing discord amongst creationists.
He
which
could be.
is
He could be for
evil.
sure.
It's like literally sinful.
Well, I couldn't have a conversation with him either because every time you try to say anything, he just starts talking over you.
Right. He does talk over creationists and evolution.
Actually, I've had a really good conversation with him before, with now actual dialogue. But he does have like this trigger that just, it's like you wind it up and it just goes berserk. But however that works.
Well, let's just examine the question here that caused him to just freak out. It was very simple. Can you define adaptation? He's telling us that adaptation isn't a thing. Okay, well,
Right.
pixies aren't a thing. I can tell you pixies aren't a thing. I can still define that. So I can tell you what I'm telling you is not a thing. You follow? So
Yeah.
what is this thing that you're telling us doesn't exist? And he says, oh, well, that's the thing. You don't even have a claim. So I read the definition, right? It's change over time, not addition of new additional information that is nowhere to be found in any biological textbook whatsoever. Not one. I don't care if Lawrence Krauss wrote it. It's not there. No, lots of Lawrence Krauss is a biologist, but you guys get the point. It's just simply change over time. And then we say, so you agree that change over time can happen given certain environmental circumstances or your parents or what have you? And he says, yes. So he literally agrees that adaptation is a thing. But then when you use the word, oh no, that's addition of new information. Show me a definition. Define this word that you're telling me isn't a real thing. Like I said, I can tell you what a pixie is.
Well,
right? That doesn't mean it's real.
Well,
So tell us-
CJ, in his defense, it's like, because adaptation, it's kind of like a trigger word, if you will. It doesn't excuse him at all, but the thing is, adaptation is used in the evolutionary theory, adaptation over time, blah blah blah, and that. I'll give him that, but there's no reason for him to run over everybody.
Well, here's the thing. When we first started, I just want to point this out. When we first started the show, we had a Paleologos in here, who, he's a known young Earth hyper evolutionist. So, he believes in some pretty wild ideas. He was arguing that macroevolution is legit, even as a young Earth creationist, which is ridiculous, right? And to a degree, I can even understand what Exo is saying on speciation. Although I have no problem with using the word speciation because you know what? As I've pointed out many times, and I'm screen sharing here, any type of speciation event, when you look on the genotypic level, it's always due to a loss of genetic variability. So that's no help to large-scale evolution. But anyways, I want to add this and then take your time, guys. But adaptation's a good thing. It makes sense that God would front load the original created kinds with the ability to adapt to environments. I just don't see a problem in that. And he admitted that you have a cat archetype, just like here, that comes off the ark. I know this is just a cartoon image, just to be understandable. From this cat archetype and its pre-existing genetic variation, what do we get? We get everything from your lion to your tiger to your cheetah, your cougar, your whatever, you know. But to not call that adaptation, to me, is like, well, what is it? For example, from your bear archetype, let's say bear archetype, you get, a subpopulation of bears that go where? Into a colder region like the polar bear. It's okay to say that polar bear is now better suited or adapted to its environment. I don't see an issue in that. It's not evolution, it's design. Go ahead, guys. What do you think?
No, Donnie, I understand, but it still had the ability to survive in that new environment anyway. Did it not?
Right, but that's not. That's one of the
A regular
fundamental
bear
problems I think we have here, right? Is
Yeah.
nobody's
A regular-
claiming, and I mean literally nobody, like not even the atheist is claiming that adaptation is the addition of new information. That they would claim that about evolution, that it's eventually getting more complex and stuff like that. But as far as adaptation is concerned, I can't think of a single biologist on the entire planet, not that I'm a encyclopedia or anything like that, but who would make the claim that that's what anything like that is, right? In fact, we do our little like minor adaptations all the time by way of breeding, right? To create huskies and bulldogs and all this other kind of stuff. Typically, it's the reduction of information. So nobody's claiming that an adaptation requires the addition of some new ability that you didn't actually have before. It's just simply selecting for certain genes to make that more pronounced and stronger, right? But if that's what we mean by adaptation, then what you're saying as far as this, this addition and stuff like that, it's like, okay, you're on a completely different word now. You're talking about evolution, but Darwinian evolution in particular. You're not talking about adaptation. Adaptation is just simply the fox becoming an Arctic fox, or potentially, a warm weather fox that can typically adapt back and forth. It's not usually 100% as destructive as something like breeding would be, but you get the idea. I think that claim, I'm rambling a little bit, but I think that claim needs to be edited, because nobody is claiming that adaptation is the addition of new genetic information.
Yeah, I think everybody in here has been like besides Exo has been like 100% like accurate, and I would agree with everything that you guys have been saying about adaptation being separate from novel genetic information.
Okay, so you're basically saying that adaptation is not mutation? Is that what you're saying, CJ?
No,
not
well,
necessarily.
Somebody who's more scientifically versed than me might know some specific definition of
but
mutation.
it's not.
So I don't.
Yeah,
So you can take a
adaptation
grizzly bear.
you don't need mutation for adaptation. It's not necessary for adaptation.
Right. Yeah, you can
And I
take a
would
grizzly
defer to
bear and put it up in the North Pole and it will still survive. It'll grow the coat, do everything, but the problem is it probably won't be able to hunt as well because there is no camouflage.
But I also would ask the question, though, too, how are you using the word mutation? And I would defer to other people for this answer, but my question would be, from a scientific perspective, cancer is a mutation. Now, obviously, cancer is not an adaptation to make you more, better suited for an environment, right? But it is a mutation. And my only point in bringing that up is just to say that's not a mutation that changes you specially or at your DNA level, right?
Yeah,
So
it would be a mutation in the germline. A cancer is not a mutation in the germline.
Well, believe it or not, cancer is a glucose problem inside with the programmed cell death problem. That's what it is. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, but even then, cancer is not passed on genetically.
Right.
It's not a mutation in the germline.
Well, it all depends on, what type of cancer. So
you're right in that there can be genetic predispositions towards certain kinds of cancer. I will grant that, of course.
However, with the lack of glucose, because they've been bringing on all these sugar substitutes for such a long time, it's not that creates the problem. It's the fact that your breakdown from proteins and starches into glucose into your cells puts a lot of taxing on your actual cells. And every cell has a program. Every cell has a programmed death, whether it's 2 days or 3 weeks, like its skin cells. It has a problem. If it does not die, it keeps going, and then when problem erects, that's why you get leukemia, bone cancer, because now you've exerted all of your white blood cells and your red blood cells and everything out of your bones, and that is bone cancer. Because what's happened is there is a mutation where that particular cell did not die. It keeps replicating before beyond that time, and then it starts eating your own flesh, which that's what cancer is. And it's not saying it's man caused environmentally. Yes.
I mean, yeah, that's all true to an extent. I mean, your environmental factors like definitely do influence like your rate of developing cancer. Donnie, are you still there?
Yes.
If it's all right, I did want to just ask you a question about that Y-chromosomal thing. Is everyone okay with that? Okay,
Yeah.
so I read up more about the Y chromosomes between chimps and humans, and I did see in the article that whenever you look at the total sequence of the base pairs in the Y chromosome, that yes, the chimpanzees are closer than the gorillas. It's only when looking at the coding region of certain genes and like certain repetitive sequences that you do see more of a difference between chimps and gorillas. But overall, the chimps are closer than humans. So that's point number one. And point number two was that I just wanted to ask you. You said that you mentioned like the sperm competition theory that that we know that chimpanzees and bonobos, who we also see this highly diverse Y chromosome in, we know that one thing that separates them from other great apes is that they have different mating practices and different mating patterns that are hypothesized to influence their Y chromosome. So I was just going to ask you, you said that these have been debunked, and I was just curious, like, what is the debunking of like the sperm competition kind of theory about their mating practices that are what's causing all this diversity in their Y chromosomes?
Well, let me address point one first. So when you actually consider, well, and I've got a ton of articles and papers on this. When you actually consider overall architecture, not just gene content, okay, but architecture, gene content, and size differences, the size of the Y chromosome, everything about the Y chromosome. As in, I take, 2 spoons out of my upstairs kitchen drawer, and maybe they're slightly different, okay, because they both came from a different set of kitchenware that I bought, and I compare them, not just the body of it, not just the head of it, not just I just lay them side by side and I compare them. Okay, that is what puts the human Y chromosome and the gorilla Y chromosome closer together than when you look to the human and chimpanzee. So when you look at everything, which is what should matter, okay, is look at everything. Look at the size. Look at the
If you're looking at everything, that would be all the base pair sequence, right?
Not just the base pair sequences, everything. The gene content, the architecture, the size differences, everything.
But all of that is summarized in the base pair order, the sequence. Like,
not
if you just look at what the base
the look
pair
of it,
is,
everything about it. That's what puts humans and gorillas close, because the evolutionists, they assume, well, there's been these massive changes and losses in the chimpanzee Y chromosome, and so we don't want to look at the size of it or the architecture of it. We just want to look at the base pairs or the content. No, that's evolutionary based assumptions creeping into science. No, let's look at the whole thing and not even assume relationship. Let's just lay all 3 Y chromosomes side by side and let's compare them.
yeah, that's
we're
but
not
that
just
would
going
be
to look
looking
at
at the
gene. We're
base
going to
pair
look at it
sequence.
all. Is the point?
Like, I'm not just saying looking at genes or looking at coding regions. I'm looking at the entire Y chromosome.
Right. And if you
pairs.
do, the chimpanzee or the human and gorilla are closer.
I can read for you the quote from the study where she said, like the author says, if you
Okay,
look
read
at the total Y chromosome, every single base pair, the chimpanzees are the closest to humans, more so than
because
gorillas.
it's talking about the gene content.
No, it's
The base
talking about
pair is
the total base pair sequence of
the
everything.
total content of it. But when you consider architecture, the way it looks, the way it's shaped, okay, everything about it, then the humans and the gorillas are closer. Yes, what you're saying is true because you're talking about the base pair. You're talking about the content itself. But guess what? It's half the size, but they're ignoring that. They're just assuming, well, we're not going to compare that, even though it's half the size as the gorilla Y chromosome or the human Y chromosome. We're just going to ignore that because it's probably because it was lost over time. No, when you actually lay them all next to each other, the human and gorilla are closer. What you're saying is true. Yes, that's just the content, though. We need to consider the size differences. We need to consider the art. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Because it's really true.
Okay, so there's one question I have.
It doesn't fit the narrative.
There's only one question I have that doesn't make sense to me, because I agree that when you're looking at like the specific genes or the like where the genes are located, like the architecture of it, it is more similar in gorillas.
Yes, that's
my only question is, when you say size, are you talking about like the total number of base pairs?
No, the size of the Y chromosome. It's literally half. Like the chimpanzee Y chromosome is literally half the size of the human Y chromosome.
What is the unit?
It's like if I were to
measure
take
that
two,
you're
it's like if I
measuring?
were
Are
to
you
take
measuring
two-
it in total number of base pairs?
It's like if I were to take 2 spoons, but then I broke one in half. Okay. So are you going to say?
So are you saying
Are you
that
going to say that the
the
spoons are
chimpanzees-
50% the same or 100% the same?
They'd be only 50% the same.
Okay, exactly. But the evolutionist wants to assume, well, we broke the spoon in half and got rid of the one half, so it's 100% the same.
So, but what my
Doesn't make
point
sense.
is that if you were only going to look at the base pairs, then you would see that it's 50% different because you're missing 50% of those base pairs when you're comparison. But that's not what we see. So when I'm asking about the size, like that would be reflected in.
You broke out there.
Sorry about that. I'm saying when you look at the size, like if you're looking at like base pairs, or like if the chimpanzees only have 500 base pairs, you're right. They're only going to be like less than 50% full base pair sequence, but that's not what we see.
Okay, so here's a paper right here: Dynamic Evolution of Great Ape Y Chromosomes. The Y chromosomes of great apes represent a particular puzzle. Their gene content is more similar between human and gorilla than between human and chimpanzee, even though human and chimpanzee share a more recent common ancestor.
Yeah, gene content, not genome content, like not total content of the Y chromosome. That's only when looking at the genes.
Right. But when you look at everything about it, okay, the size, the content, the architecture. All right, just read through this paper. The human and gorilla Y chromosomes are closer in overall comparison than to the human and chimpanzee Y chromosomes.
Yeah, I mean, but you do grant that when you look at the total base pairs for each of those chromosomes, that chimpanzees are the most similar to humans.
No, I don't agree with that because I don't care. I want to look at the whole Y chromosomes. I don't want to assume evolution. I want to look at the Y chromosomes in their entirety. I want to consider everything: gene content, size differences, it's the architecture. That's what I care about. And you know what? It turns out that
Why wouldn't you care about total base pair similarity?
I do care about total base pairs, but not only total base pairs. I care about the size of it. I care about the architecture of it. I care about all of it, not just some of it, but all of it. But you know what? I'm not going to sit here and argue with this specific point any longer. The paper's here. People can look at it. Okay. So the whole point is, if you want to invoke sperm competition, again, in the paper, they invoke this as a hypothesis. Well, a hypothesis needs to be tested empirically. And so you're going to have to, and you can go and see if this has been done or try and do it yourself, but you're going to have to apply mathematical models to try to demonstrate how a sequence can change extremely rapidly, including, so sperm competition. So let's consider that polygamous relationships, and divergent, modes of mating, I guess you could say, in bonobos and chimpanzees. Okay, is that going to be enough to explain wholesale arrangement of significant parts and the evolution of entire gene families in a relatively short amount of time. But here's the biggest issue that I was talking about earlier, yet stay homogeneous within a species. So yeah, chimpanzees do have more diversity within themselves than humans do, but still relatively homogeneous. Nowhere near 35% like humans and chimpanzees. Humans are all 99.99% the same, and yet the Y chromosome mutates fast. The only way to explain a rapidly changing Y chromosome with low variation is youth. It's young. That's the only way, or else it would have accumulated more diversity. So sure, you can just say, yeah, sperm competition. Well, that's not really doing much to answer, because you're going to have to build a model and show us where did this happen in the split? How did it happen? Which part of it was arranged? Which part of it was lost? When was it lost? When did it occur? I mean, it's easy to just say sperm competition, but that doesn't really give us much. Go ahead.
So you're basically saying like that this hypothesis is untested.
It is completely untested.
Okay, but not debunked.
Okay, so if I told you the moon was made out of green cheese, well, that's not really been tested, has it?
Well, it has been tested.
Matter.
I mean, we've taken lunar samples.
Yeah, and guess what? We've looked at the genetics and we've recognized the fact that you're not going to get wholesale rearrangement of certain parts of the Y chromosome and the evolution of an entire gene family or gene families just because, quote unquote, sperm competition.
But I mean, like, if that's what they're saying is a possible explanation, you're saying
that
it hasn't been tested.
Well, it hasn't been tested. It's stupid. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, it doesn't make any sense in the fact that it's very unconvincing to say that because of that, humans and chimpanzees are only 35% the same in the Y chromosome. Because it comes down to what's called parsimony, the law of parsimony. What's the most parsimonious explanation? Okay, human Y chromosomes are nearly identical, but yet the Y chromosome mutates fast. Okay. Chimpanzees, maybe their Y chromosome doesn't mutate as fast, but you know what? They've got special ways of breeding, polygamous relationships, so on and so forth. Okay, so you know the Y chromosomes, it's doing some pretty crazy things. But it's still uniform within humans. It's rapidly changing. That makes sense from a biblical creation perspective. We only go back to Noah, 4,500 years, and we're not related to chimpanzees. That makes sense. You guys are the ones that have to invoke these rescue mechanisms. Go ahead. Are you satisfied with sperm competition as your answer?
No, I mean, I was just seeing that as a possible explanation. I was just asking you, like, what debunks it was my question. But it looks like, I mean, it just, you find that to be not a satisfactory explanation. And your hypothesis would be that it will be debunked in the future based on, like, future experiments.
It's not a good it's a story. I don't have to debunk a story. It doesn't work. It's debunked by the fact that we're not going to get wholesale rearrangements of certain parts of the Y chromosome because of sperm competition. Now the burden of proof is on you to show how we can. If you're going to say that we can get all these massive differences because of sperm competition, the burden of proof is on you. Or else that's it. It's a hypothesis that's untested, and I can rightly say it's debunked because I
don't know if you can rightly say it's debunked, but I mean, if I'm saying it's a possible explanation, then you're saying it's an impossible explanation.
But why? Wait. I just want to say one last thing. Why is it a possible explanation? All you're saying is quote unquote sperm competition. So why is sperm competition going to change the Y chromosome that much? I mean, it almost sounds like you think it's just like a couple minor changes. No, like this requires the evolution of entire gene families, massive wholesale rearrangements, as you can see here on the slide. Let's see a bit of a model. Let's see. I'm not saying for you, obviously you haven't really done work on this, but is there a strong model that's presented in the paper?
Well, the scientist in question did posit that the Y chromosome, before you said that it was non-recombinatory, in that there's not a second version of it during meiotic recombination, but this article is positing that it is self-recombinatory.
Yeah, gene conversion. It can swap portions within itself. But this is very minor. Yeah, that's called gene conversion.
Can I
So
interject here
that
for a
would result
second?
in structural differences that we see, right?
Okay, well, again, you're gonna have to show us a model rather than just saying it, and that's all I've seen so far is
Can I
untested
interject
hypothesis.
here for a second?
Yeah, go. I've been talking a
Okay.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's just it kind of all goes back to how many billions of dollars a year are spent on textbooks. How do they create these scientific textbooks just in junior high? They're teaching them that we came from monkeys still because the textbooks say so. And that's kind of where this all is. These papers come out to keep the textbooks flowing. Because what would happen if it was debunked, Grayson? What would happen is they'd have to take all those textbooks out that the schools just spent billions of dollars for and wait 3 years for the textbooks to come back to the schools. These textbooks are written 3 years, 5 years in advance before they come out with the new ones. So they're all 15 years late. Anyway.
But we've seen, I mean, we observe lots of changes to like school textbooks whenever like things are proven wrong. The textbooks get updated.
Not everywhere. Majority of them come out of Texas. Tennessee textbooks are totally different than California textbooks. Same thing with Iowa. Florida textbooks are different than Nevada textbooks. Alaskan textbooks are different than those. Why is that? They have to spend money on the textbooks
because there's multiple companies that are putting out textbooks.
Well, why don't we just go to electronic?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but
you see where I'm
we
going with
talked
this?
about how
It's because
like
it
the
gets
textbooks have
indoctrinated.
changed how they present information over time.
Yeah, but they stick with the narrative, Grayson. They stick with the narrative. That's why you're arguing with SFT so hard against this, because you have it ingrained that, you thought it was 90% on the chimpanzee. It's not even close anymore. Now that they've done the genome,
88% is pretty close to 90%.
It's really, when you're talking about billions of cells. 2%.
You're saying 88% is nowhere close to 90%.
Okay, so let's see this. You have how many stars? 17 sextillion just in the Milky Way or whatever. 2% of those. That's a big difference. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about cells have billions and billions of freaking of working parts in there. All right. Your DNA sequence is billions. You can stretch your DNA from here to the moon 3 times and back. Just in a tablespoon of DNA. 3 times from the moon back to Earth 3 times. Okay. You're not talking about a small number like 8 out of 10. Okay. So he shot 80% free throws. That's a great number, right? But if he did, if he shot 80% out of it's a greater number, but it's actually he missed a lot more, didn't he? If you're talking about billions, right? 80% of a billion, right? 800 million. He missed 200 million shots. Get what I'm saying? It's a big number, but in your head you have it as, oh, it's only 2%. And before they thought it was 98%. That was the big thing when I was going to school. Oh, it's 99%. Freaking baboon, chimpanzee, they're all the same. And
see, here's what I would like to see. I'm sharing a screen here. Notice this. So great ape Y chromosome. So you got your great ape common ancestor with many gene families and multiple copy sequences already present. And then you have all these various splits, right? Orangutan line splits first, then gorilla line, human, bonobo, chimpanzee. So now you have all these divergent Y chromosomes. So yeah, you can say accelerated substitutions, faster rates of gene conversion. And they even admit it here in this commentary on the paper itself. There's been many papers here. Our hypothesis is XYZ, but then they point out that it is a hypothesis. It needs to be evaluated in subsequent studies. So I'd like to see where in these various lineages, okay, since the various splits, where in the evolutionary story did these massive changes take place? What, a mathematical model on, fixation rates in these changes, when half the chromosome was lost, at what point in time was the gene conversion rate faster? Is it faster today? If not, was it faster in the past? I mean, there's so much that, and so does this make sense? I get what they're saying, right? And that's what I've always understood. But this right here would be a great start. This is what I'm looking for. This is your great ape common ancestor, not just your common ancestor of humans and chimps, but your common ancestor of all the great apes. Let's see a model. Let's see a mathematical model. Does that make sense? Go ahead, take your time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that all those studies would be great and worthwhile studies to do, and I mean, I hope that we see them in the future. I mean, they would shed some light on this issue. And this was the exact website that I was on. By the way, I think if you scroll up, that's where it'll say that if we look at all of the base pairs, that the chimps are the closest to humans, more so than gorillas.
Yeah, right here. When you look at sequence identity, so you're comparing, ATCG, right? You're looking at the DNA letters of the chromosomes. Humans are more similar to chimpanzees. But when you look at which genes are present, types of repetitive sequences, shared palindromes, we needed the what. So in other words, and you'll disagree with this, but that's fine. They're assuming that the sections that aren't shared probably evolved independently to even have those differences, right? So after the split, there's been the evolution of these sequences that have made the human and gorilla more similar. And so in a way, they're ignoring those sections because they're already assuming, well, I mean, those either, evolved or certain sections were lost after the split. And so we're just gonna focus on the sequences that are identical. And then,
Total sequence.
What's that?
They're in that sentence, they're talking about the total sequence similarity of the whole chromosome, not just looking at the individual genes or repetitive sequences or whatever. I mean, it's a holistic approach to the entire chromosome.
I would argue if you look at everything, including the size differences, you're getting a Y chromosome that's closer between humans and gorillas than humans and chimps, because the chimpanzee right off the bat has a chromosome that's half the size.
But the
so already you're starting
the
with
total
50%
base pairs
difference.
would account for the size difference.
Yeah, but here's the thing: they're looking at sequence identity, so A's, T's, C's, and G's. But if you have half the chromosome that's different, well, right off the bat, there's a 50% difference. So yeah,
so you clearly don't have that difference then.
You do have that difference. This sequence identity, they're going to be looking at, like for example, if you do a whole genome sequencing of humans and chimpanzees, there's massive gaps and size differences. But they're not considering those. They're just looking at the parts that are similar, the parts that match up. And
wait, why do you not think that they're considering those?
Because it's the narrative.
Because they
if you're
comparing
the total sequence, that would account for those differences.
Oh, okay, listen. Okay, here's the best way I can explain it. If I had a piece of paper and I had, I don't know, one page of one of my opening statements in a debate, and I photocopied it, okay, and then I cut it in half, let's say, and then I compared the two. So now I have half.
That would only be 50% similar.
Right. But the evolutionary mindset is, well, they were both full at one point. And so we're not even going to consider that they're 50% similar. They're going to say it's 100% similar, basically, because they're just going to assume, well, the other portion was there at some point, but it's been lost over time. There's been chromosomal deletions and whatnot. That's pretty much what they're doing.
Because that's what is true.
Listen. So in my analogy, you're going to compare half of one, because the other half was cut off, with only half of the other, because they're assuming, well, there's no alignment in the second half of this paper, but that's because it was lost at some point. They're assuming ancestry that was the case. Or maybe it's the case that it wasn't lost over time, and the reason why there is that size difference is something other than common ancestry.
But
That's
no,
my point.
they would be comparing the total sequence between the two, and they would conclude that they're 50% similar. There's no way around that. I mean, if you're comparing the total, you're not just looking at half of the intact one. You're looking at the total for both of them.
That's
then
my
they're
point.
50% similar.
That's my point. When you take the Y chromosome,
That's what I'm saying is happening here.
No, but that doesn't help you, because if you take a human Y chromosome, a gorilla Y chromosome, and a chimpanzee Y chromosome, and I'm simplifying this. If you just lay them all next to each other and compare everything, the size of it, the gene content, the repetitive sequences, the sequence identity, the architecture of it, as in like the maybe shape differences, just everything about it. You have a human Y chromosome that's more like the gorilla than the chimpanzee. But if you only want to look at certain portions of it, like the sequence identity here, and not consider the size differences and all of that, then you might get a human and a chimpanzee that's similar. That's basically it. Go ahead. You agree or disagree?
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking for the total base pair length of like the human Y chromosome versus the chimpanzee Y chromosome.
Okay, I'll pull that up. I think that's in the original paper that I cited, because the most important paper here, I think, is titled, there it is. Chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes are remarkably divergent in structure and gene content. I'm going to pull it up here, the whole paper. I'm almost 99% certain they have a diagram of the size differences. So just give me a...
Yeah, that'd be great. That would clear up a lot.
Let's see here.
Hey, I'm gonna get going, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Bless y'all. Jesus loves you.
Night, Iger.
Iger, good to have you. Good to have you.
Catch y'all next time.
Yeah, I hope that people are leaving because it's late and not because like I'm derailing the conversation or whatever. I know that was implied earlier.
It's 80%. 80-20.
Well, I thought that everyone in here was interested in discussing like, evolution and creation and, all that kind of stuff. So I thought that people would find this interesting because I do, but maybe that's not.
It's because it's been going on for 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm looking for the diagram. So Alec, if you want to add in your thoughts, go ahead.
Kind of spent on the argument here, but
here, I found it. I found it. Here we go. Comparison of chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes. So here's your chimpanzee one. Here's a human one. Let me see the regions. Schematic representations of chromosomes. Chromosomes drawn to scale with the exception of large heterochromatic block on human. So you can see massive portions that don't even align. I mean, you can see these examples here in pink that would represent your heterochromatic regions that basically, for the most part, aren't even present on the chimpanzee Y. Let's see what else here.
And
X transposed regions right here.
So yeah, I can see the differences. It does look, and they did say that I think that it was to scale or something. But so then, what's interesting to me is that the total sequence is so similar. Then
the total sequence is not very similar. I mean, you
so
can
you're
look
saying there's a chance.
I mean, you can see massive portions that don't even, like, for example, these heterochromatic regions, or look at the ampliconic regions.
chimpanzee.
I
has
mean, they
more
said
there.
point blank that the sequence similarities are still higher than in gorillas whenever you're looking at the base pair sequences.
Well, your best case scenario, like I said earlier, okay, if just for sake of argument, you're looking at 70% the same. When you just consider everything about it, it's about 35% the same. But if you want to just for sake of argument go with what you're saying, then you have a human and chimpanzee Y chromosome that's 70% the same. That is still 30% difference that you have to account for. And that's a lot, especially with the fact that fixation rates are incredibly slow. I mean, that's a massive waiting time problem. I mean,
So I had done a little bit of extra reading about this just in the interim, about potential explanations, not just for the chimp Y chromosome variability, but explanations for the lack of variability in humans. And it seems that it's some sort of combination of the two is what's at play here. I mean, there are numerous explanations that they're talking about for why the human Y chromosome is less diverse than in other species. Talking about like purifying selection and bottleneck effects and all these kinds of things that happened in our like population, like the human population's past, that are different than in the past of chimpanzees.
Right, I get that because
so but that that would be saying that like that the sperm competition or whatever explanations that you have for the variability of chimps are not necessarily accounting for the full differences that we see between humans and chimps, because there are also the confounding variables of like what happened to reduce the variability in humans.
Right. So humans have overall low variation. Whether you look at, I think I got it here. Okay. So human genetic diversity in general is very low, whether it's the autosomes, whether it's the Y chromosome, the mitochondrial DNA, it's all low, very low variation. And so the explanation for that, according to the evolutionary model, is the out of Africa population bottleneck. Oops, bottle of water just fell. So the out of Africa population bottleneck would suggest that, you know, between 70 and 200,000 years ago, depending on the evolutionist you are, you're going to put the bottleneck somewhere different. Some put it in a Toba extinction 70,000 years ago. Some don't. Some put it.
Well, I
further
think you're
back.
talking about two different bottlenecks there. One's the out of Africa, and then the other is like I've heard like estimations about like a huge like decrease in human population in Africa before like the species left the continent. So I think that those are two different bottlenecks you might be conflating.
Well, in my research, some hold to both, and some hold to one, and some hold to one or the other. So it depends. You could hold to
if
both.
you're talking about only out of Africa, then we would not see that within African populations, right? So it would have to be before the species like had the out of Africa migration,
Right.
it'd
be after the migration, or it would be before it would be in Africa. So in Africa, you would have, you know, I've heard some even say maybe there's a bottleneck event with erectus. So even further back somewhere in Africa. But regardless, they'll say, yeah, you had a population that had high levels of heterozygosity or variation, but they experienced a population bottleneck where they were reduced to about 10,000, some say 30,000. And they were reduced to that low population size for hundreds to thousands of years. And therefore, the subsequent inbreeding, as we know, inbreeding raises what? Well, it raises levels of homozygosity and it decreases levels of heterozygosity. Then, you know, Homo sapiens leave Africa and they spread out in all parts of the globe. And from there, we have one Y chromosomal sequence, one mitochondrial DNA sequence, and low diversity. That's basically their explanation.
Yeah. So are you saying that that's not sufficient as an
Well,
explanation?
I have a few problems with that. Is even if true, okay, you still have a couple 100,000 years after this near extinction event. I don't even think this is the biggest problem, but I think this is the most understandable one. You still have, for example, this is a mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree. So the question is, does this reflect 200,000 years, therefore 10,000 generations roughly, or does it only reflect 4,000 to 6,000 years and a couple hundred generations? Well, I would argue it reflects just a few thousand years because the mutation rate is fast. It's about 0.5 per generation in the mitochondrial DNA. There's only on average about 20 to 25 DNA differences separating any two people in the mitochondrial DNA. So even if there's this massive population crash in Africa, let's say 200,000 years ago, that reduced all of these levels of diversity, well, that's still 200,000 years of adding mutations. So my whole argument is even with that, we should still have higher levels of diversity. Why do we only have 20 to 25 differences separating any two people? Why not more than that? Even considering the out of Africa argument that typically they put forth. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm trying to understand the nature of your problem. You're saying that like even if you had a small relatively homogeneous population, you would still see the diversity crop up because of mutations if you had that long of a time frame in the mitochondrial DNA, or are you just saying of all DNA? Was you just using mitochondrial as an example, or?
Well, do you agree that mutations add diversity to a population?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, because mutations are adding something that was not previously there. So by definition, they would be adding diversity. So, and then evolutionists, the evolutionary model would suggest, for example, here on the slide, the ultimate source of all genetic variations, mutation. Right? How do you explain genetic diversity between and within species? Mutations. Right? It's basic. The creationists would suggest, no, the vast majority of genetic variation, pre-existing variations, created or designed. Okay, that's the difference between the two models. So my problem is that even considering 200,000 years, let's say, to the out of Africa population bottleneck, there we go. I have a slide on this. Okay. You would have mutations being added. In the autosomal DNA, it's about 100 new mutations per person per generation. That's pretty high. In the Y chromosome, it's about 3 per generation. And in the mitochondrial DNA, it's about 0.5 per generation. Okay, well, that doesn't take very long then to accumulate the amount of variation we have.
So I have
would
a
argue it
question
only
on the
takes-
mitochondrial DNA.
Yeah,
So
go ahead. Yeah.
Mitochondria, like they replicate independently of like recombinatorial meiosis, like that you get your mitochondria from like migration from your mother, right? So mitochondria, they
uniparentally
replicate on their own, like independent of human cell like replication, correct?
Well, there's no recombination. It's uniparentally inherited DNA. Yeah, just like the
Yeah,
Y
but
chromosome.
the mitochondria are sort of like kind of like their own organisms in a way, like inside of our cells. They're doing their own replication. So the mitochondrial
It's
it's
symbiotic.
outside of the nuclear genome. Yeah.
Yeah, it's outside, but it's symbiotic, and it never was introduced into the cell. It had to be there from the beginning in order to do the editing. So
yeah, so if you have the mitochondrial, like the mitochondria are like replicating themselves. So you're saying that like they have a certain mutation rate and that we would see more diverse. Like I don't understand how. So I'm trying to understand the nature of your problem with saying that a population bottleneck would not cause such a like homogeneous result because of the time involved in the theory, right?
No, I'm saying that for sake of argument, assuming the model is true, okay, you still have there's a paper on this too, mitochondrial DNA diversity, that I recommend. So I'll pull it up as I answer. So right here, this is.
I really do appreciate the fact that you always have a paper and like to use as a source for your arguments. I really do appreciate that.
Well, and you know, I appreciate the conversation with you. I do find it very interesting, and hopefully we can have more of these because.
I definitely want to do some reading on all this so that I can be more informed for a future conversation for sure. Like I've been taking screenshots about a lot of these articles you've been having in your presentations.
Well, I especially like the fact that you read the papers, and you understand a lot of what's being said, right? So it leads to a good, sophisticated discussion. So I am definitely enjoying this, and after you do a little more study, we'll definitely even have a follow up, maybe on my channel if you wanted to. But yeah, okay. So this is a paper, nucleic acids research, Dr. Rob Carter. He's actually a young Earth creationist. And so he and Dr. John Sanford, they wrote this paper. But Dr. John Sanford's if you know him, he's the author of Genetic Entropy, and he recently spoke at the NIH.
I think I heard his name come up in a previous like after show that you brought his name up in.
Well, he's a pretty well-known young Earth creationist, to the point where, like, I think if he attached his name to this, it wouldn't have got published. So Robert Carter's name's only attached to it, but they both actually did this. This is a consensus sequence for mitochondrial Eve. And so they point out that the world consensus sequence is only a few nucleotide positions different. There are perhaps as few as 30 differences. But if you read it, it's pretty well saying that between any two people, your max is between 20 and 30 differences, or average, but your max is about 120 to 130 in some African people groups. And you can tell that by the branch length. So notice this African branch, see how long it is compared to some of the other branches?
Mm-hmm.
That means they have more mutations. That means they're more different than, let's say, the smaller branches like the HVR haplogroup. I mean, Africans are generally known to have more diversity than non-Africans. And so evolutionists will say they're an older population. They go back more than 6,000 years. It's an argument against basically creation. But besides that point, I want to get to your question. So yeah, even considering, for sake of argument, the out of Africa population bottleneck, let's say 200,000 years ago, you have this massive near extinction event. Okay. That reduced levels of genetic variation. So basically you have this population that has high levels of genetic diversity, but the population bottleneck and near extinction event gets rid of all that. And so now today we have low variation. That's basically the explanation on the surface level. Okay, fine. Makes sense. It works. But I would argue that that's still 200,000 years, right, to today, of mutations every generation adding diversity. So I would argue that we should still see, even if the out of Africa scenario is true, we should still see more DNA variation in the mitochondrial DNA.
Okay,
So
I think I understand you better
go ahead.
now. I just have two things come to mind when thinking about this. One is that the size of the genome, like I've heard it said that mitochondria have like only a handful of genes, like 30, 35 or something. I don't know the exact number, and I've also never seen in any estimates of, you would say, supposedly like the junk DNA or whatever in mitochondria. I've never seen any estimates of like how big like the DNA size, like the genome size that is labeled as junk DNA in mitochondria is, but I would imagine that they're quite like a conserved sequence, right? So if you're dealing with a much smaller genome for mitochondria, then to my mind, at least, I would think that would result in less diversity. Like if you have, like, that would mean that a mutation has a much higher chance of inhibiting the function of the mitochondria, and then that mitochondria dies off. Like, I mean, if mitochondria are replicating on their own, independent of human replication, then I don't see a problem with, like, if mitochondria has a very small genome, then it seemed in my mind that would increase the chance of a deleterious mutation causing that mitochondrial lineage to die off.
Right, those are some good points. I appreciate that. So you are right. Yeah, the mitochondria, they got their own
seen an estimate of like what percent of mitochondrial DNA is considered as junk DNA versus what percent total human genome, but I think that's excluding mitochondrial.
Well, the mitochondrial genome is about 16,500 letters, 16,569 to be exact. Autosomal DNA, as you know, it's 3 billion we get from our parents, 6 billion in total. And the Y chromosome has more, is larger than the mitochondrial DNA. Y chromosome is nuclear DNA, but it is uniparentally inherited as well. And it may be subject to gene conversion like we talked about earlier. So, but yeah, here's basically a commentary on that paper I was talking about by the author himself, Dr. Rob Carter. And so basically confirming what I was saying. Yeah. So look, roughly 30 mutations different between any two people. So if they sequence my genome and yours, our mitochondrial DNA, we'd have about 30 differences removed from the Eve consensus sequence. So, since we inherit our mitochondrial DNA from our mothers, you and I wouldn't technically pass on our mitochondrial DNA. It would be like our wives, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So, based on what you're saying, I think it's a bigger problem actually, because there's something called mutation saturation. Okay, so if you have a genetic compartment like the mitochondrial DNA that's only roughly 16,000 letters, which is small, which is very small, but you also have a fast mutation rate, then the DNA compartment should have basically been saturated with mutations. But we don't actually see mutation saturation. We only see a few differences separating any two people. So I don't know if that, I know it's kind of technical, but basically
I appreciate that. I mean, that's why I was like going back to like what percent of their DNA is like labeled as junk DNA versus like what percent is coding. Because if you have any mutation in the coding DNA, I mean, I would think that would be
I get what you're saying.
detrimental.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good point. Purifying selection. So if you have, like for example, the D loop, if I'm not mistaken, that's the control region of the mitochondrial DNA. So if the control region of the mitochondrial DNA is hit with a mutation, well, what's going to happen? It's not going to be passed on. The organism's probably going to die, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So basically you're saying the reason why we have only a few DNA differences is because selection has removed most of the mutations over the last 200,000 years.
Yeah, I could think that would be.
Oh, Grayson, you kind of cut out, I would say, for the last 10 seconds. Are you still there?
You there? Anyway, the mitochondrial DNA doesn't do any encoding, so there's no junk DNA in there.
Well,
just so you know.
Well, mitochondrial DNA mitochondria have their own DNA, so it is coding, right?
No, they don't do any coding.
So why would they have their own DNA if it doesn't do any coding?
It's not enveloped. That's why. It's not
Here
that.
it says it's located within the mitochondria, right? It's enveloped by the mitochondrial membrane.
But it's not enveloped as the same as in the nucleus. It's a repair part. It functions with 37 genes. So basically, it's a repair part that does your ATP and other functions for the cell.
Well, I mean, those are very important functions. I mean, that's the whole energy regulation of
course
the cell.
it is. Yeah, without glucose, you wouldn't be alive. That's how it works.
So are the mitochondria acting like prokaryotes?
No,
I mean,
not
do
at
they
all.
have their own like?
Yeah, don't go evolutionary. It came in from got eaten by the cell or something. It didn't happen.
I mean, does anybody know if mitochondrial DNA is like sent to the ribosomes to like be transcribed or to be like turned into protein, or is it
a protein function?
Well, according to this article I'm looking at, it says the mitochondrial genome contains few, if any, non-coding sequences.
Right.
3% of the mitochondrial
and that would make
genome.
a lot of sense about why their diversity is so low, because like any diversity would result in lack of function.
Right. So okay, yeah. So basically, you're saying that, and I debated a PhD biologist, Stefan Frello, who's actually debated Dr. Nathaniel Jensen in written form. I debated him a few years ago, and that is the general answer, that, okay, they'll admit there's low variation, but since many portions, if not all portions of the mitochondrial genome are important, when the mitochondrial DNA is hit with a mutation, that organism dies. And if the organism dies, there's no reproduction. And therefore, there have been a lot of mutations, but most of them have been removed by selection. And so here we are today with low variation.
Well, that makes me feel pretty good that just like my intuition about this.
Cut out.
Grayson, I think you know what I think the issue is,
based on what I know.
I think you accidentally hit mute, Grayson, sometimes in the middle of your.
So I think I'm just cutting in and out. I think it's the same audio issue.
So I'll say a couple of things here, and I'm gonna start wrapping it up because I've been live since the debate at 8.
Yeah,
and
it's
now
pretty
4 in the morning. My neck's getting kind of sore. Probably have to hit the chiropractor ASAP. Okay, so yeah, this is an enjoyable conversation because, in all reality, it can be kind of boring talking to the evolutionists who don't have these kinds of responses, because then we can't really get past the basics. But this is good, so I appreciate it. Especially future conversations are going to be good.
Well, I often get annoyed with the evolutionists, like in these conversations where, like, I wish that the conversations would go more like, this, obviously. So I appreciate that.
Right. It allows us to dig deep and, get beyond surface level talking points. So this is good. This is because, this is the meat and the potatoes here.
Yeah, I
And
just don't want to shout at you like, you're an idiot, you're an idiot, you're wrong, you're wrong. I think that makes for an incredibly dull conversation.
Right. Amen. Totally agree. So if it did get a little heated and passionate at the beginning, hours and hours ago, that's just the nature of the beast. So
Well, I hope that at least like John, I mean, he was asking, like, are you being dumb? Are you pretending to be dumb? Are you a troll? Like, I'm trying to be like honest and genuine in these conversations. So I don't know. I didn't want to come across that way. So I was being genuine.
You're definitely digging into this. So the state of the debate right now, and what I'm doing a lot of study on and just published a book on here, has to do with exactly that. So we have two models, the separate ancestry model. Okay. So we would suggest, so we're looking at a mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree. There's low variation. We see a starburst pattern. Okay. This is called an unrooted tree. We're seeing a starburst pattern from a center point, explosive growth from a center point, basically. We see differing mutation rates. You can just tell by the HVR haplogroup. I believe this is the most common in Europe. We have differing size branches connecting back to a common ancestor. So mutation rates vary even among people groups today, which I find pretty interesting. So we have two models: separate ancestry model, universal ancestry model. Is this the result of a lot of purifying selection, like you're saying, which is great? That's what the PhDs are currently saying in terms of the evolution world. Or is this a reflection of, yes, purifying selection, but not as much as the evolutionists would say? Because remember, if you're taking this back 200,000 years, that's a lot of purifying selection, right? There's only 20 to 30 DNA differences on average separating any two people. Well, think about our model. We go back 4,500 years to the flood, and then a couple thousand years to creation 6,000 years ago. Okay, so we have two people, Adam and Eve. Eve passes on her mitochondrial DNA. We grow branches, rapid and exponential population growth. Then we have a flood bottleneck. And then the world is repopulated by Noah's family, but mitochondrial DNA is only passed on by who? Well, not Shem, Ham, and Japheth, passed on by their wives, right? Their mitochondrial DNA is passed on from their wives. And so we have a bottleneck there, which results in rapid fixation of new mutations. So we would expect mutations arising and being fixed quickly in those few generations until the Tower of Babel. Now we have people groups spreading out into all parts of the world, fixation slower, more mutations are lost, so on and so forth. So the question is this a reflection of what I just said, which I think the data fits well? Or is this a reflection of what you're saying? 200,000 years ago in Africa, we have a bottleneck, and then over time, a lot of mutations accumulate, but most of them are removed through selection. And that's pretty much where the debate is. And, there's more things we could talk about there. But yeah, go ahead. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I mean, I think that that's good. I mean, oftentimes I hear people, I mean, I don't really follow this line of questioning, but I oftentimes hear like atheists or evolutionists like posit, well, like the creationists have no model and they make no predictions and all this stuff. So I do like that you're at least going with like that kind of approach. I mean, I think that that's like valuable. So I mean, I've enjoyed this conversation. I think that you're pretty well read, and you've directed me towards a lot of studies. So I did just want to close before we like hang up. I wanted to ask. I already asked it earlier, but you said that you would send some of the studies that show like this kind of like accumulation of like near neutral but ultimately deleterious mutations, and like this accumulation, or like, you know, something similar to genetic entropy, or some kind of articles like substantiating that. I'd be interested in I think somebody said Michael Lynch, or like what should what study should I be reading for that kind of stuff that were supporting your argument earlier?
That's a good question, and yes, I'm happy to do so. I've got a ton of slides, but I've also got most of the papers compiled in a folder, and then also in my book here that I just published. I have a whole section, probably about 30 to 40 pages on this issue of genetic degeneration, and I've got them all compiled there too. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you my email in the private chat. Shoot me an email if you can, and sometime in the next day or two,
Okay.
I will send you a whole bunch of papers for you to look into, and then we can definitely continue this conversation 100%.
Sweet. Yeah, I just screenshotted it, so I'll be sure to send you an email then. It sounds good.
Hey, Grayson, do you have a YouTube channel, or do you just kind of join the open mics?
I've been really wanting to start a YouTube channel. I started one, but I didn't put any YouTube content on it. I started one called Critical Based Theory as a kind of pun.
Okay, cool.
But I so far it's just kind of a dream of mine. I haven't actually put in the work like you guys yet.
Well, you know what? You definitely know enough to make for a good channel, and maybe even join the debate community, get you some informal and formal debates. So I
Thanks,
appreciate
man. I
this.
appreciate it. That's the goal.
Hey, that'll be awesome. That'll be
Well,
awesome. Alec,
yeah.
actually, real quick before you go, Alec, because I'm going to definitely head out of here because I'm
Me too.
tired. This was a long. This is a
I got
a
stuff
long
I
but
got to
fun
do
night.
in the morning. Yeah, I got stuff I got to do. No, anyway, well, Grayson, I hope that this truth-seeking process is very fruitful for you, because I don't tell everybody, but I was a theistic evolutionist until the age of 13.
Oh, your secret's out, Alec.
I think you might have mentioned that in your.
Until
maybe that was somebody else.
until I got in the 8th grade and we got that science book, and I looked at it and I go, "There's no way we're monkeys."